Hello, welcome to Odoo Live support. This is an experiment we're doing to start off and see how it goes. I think this is going to be a neat experiment to see if we can support you guys live as we go. So at the moment, I think we only have one live viewer. I see Sergio Alvarez Fajardo is in the stream, I believe. But for now, we'll be essentially covering a variety of general topics until people, comment and have questions and so forth. So to get started, what I'm going to do is just kind of cover off a variety of topics, get this going, so that way there's constant content, being streamed. So for today, what I want to do while we're waiting for questions and comments, I'm going to kind of show you how to create import templates from scratch, both from the customer perspective or the product perspective, and then go into reconciling credit cards. And this is all dependent on if you guys have questions or not, of course. So first off, I think I should close the door, right?
Yeah, I'll do
Okay.
that for you.
No worries. So I see we have 3 live viewers now. So the concept of today is Odoo Live support. What we're trying to do today is essentially, we're experimenting and seeing and trying this out and see if, it's something we want to do in the future. Essentially, what we're going to do is we're going to have you guys who are watching live ask any type of questions, both functional, maybe some technical as well. And I'm going to try to answer them to the best of my knowledge and live here, person to person. So if you have any questions, please feel free to put them in the chat and ask away. I can cover off mostly the newest versions. So, for example, V10, SAS 14. But if you have questions about V9, SAS 11, or V9 in general, or even V8, we can explore that as well. So no worries. We are here for you. So if you have any questions, feel free to submit a question in chat. So as I mentioned before, if you just joined, I do have some generic topics I can discuss while we're waiting for you guys to ask questions. We're going to start off with the import templates, with customer import template and product import template. So literally the concept here when creating an import template is seeing how things are structured in Odoo and then essentially creating it from scratch. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you my screen right here. And essentially, the best way I tell my clients, so I am a consultant here in the U.S. professional services team in San Francisco. The best way to create a template from scratch is essentially going to the record you're trying to import and getting a feel for what you're trying to import. So if we go to, for example, customers, if that's what you want to do, click on a customer record and take a look at the form. Notice how here the fields are outlined and named when they have labels and so forth. And from here, you can take a look at the things that you can import into the customer import template. So for example, if you want to import the phone, maybe the name, maybe the address and so forth, basically you can just take a look at the names themselves and use that for your import template, or even go into debug mode to get the technical names, which is kind of like a foolproof way to do it. So essentially, what I'm going to do here is the easiest way to create an import template from scratch is by exporting an actual existing customer. So let's go ahead and do that here by going into the list view, clicking on the customer, clicking on action, and clicking on export. Now in the export screen, you'll be able to select kind of the fields you want to export from the specific customer form. And essentially, this will be, in turn, your import template. So for example, if we want to import name, we can click on name. If you want to import phone, you can click on phone. Maybe you want to import email. can click on Add, like so forth. Let's say you also want to import city. Click on that. So essentially what you're trying to do here is gather all the fields that you will in turn import within your export. Click on Export to File, and now you have a CSV. Open it up. And like I said before, this session, we're trying it out. It's a new session, Odoo Live support. And essentially, the purpose of this session is to get you guys to ask questions about how to do things in Odoo. This session is for you guys. So right now I'm just covering off a very generic topic in regards to how to create a customer import template. However, if you have any other questions on how to do something or does Odoo do this or anything like that, please feel free to ask at any point in time. So notice how when I exported this customer template, the nice thing about this is it actually exports the technical names of the fields themselves. So you don't even have to worry about hovering over in debug mode, which I can discuss later, or anything like that. It basically just outlines them for you. Okay. And let's say, for example, you want to import other customers. All you would have to do is delete the data that you exported. Unfortunately, this computer does not have Excel. But
yeah, sorry about that, Jose. You'll have to use Google Slides. You
Google.
can't view only Excel.
Okay.
Or
Google Sheets.
Sheets, yeah.
Okay, no worries. So let me go into Google Sheets.
Yeah. I also emailed you a slide, the please stand by slide.
Okay, cool. Perfect.
And with that, I'm going to leave you to it.
Okay, sounds good.
Periodically monitoring throughout.
Okay, no worries. So like I said before, if you have any questions, please feel free to ask. There are 3 live viewers at the moment. If you have any questions about how to do something in Odoo or how to achieve something, please feel free to ask. So essentially, what I did there was I exported a CSV file. And as I mentioned before, what you would do then is, since everything is already lined up for you, all you would have to do is insert all your other customers in here, and then literally import them right back in. It's as simple as that. If you want to get a little bit more complex, obviously import more fields and so forth, you would just go to Action Export and select all the fields you want. As mentioned before, I see that we just got a small uptick in viewers. We are testing this out for today. It's an experiment. This is the Odoo Live support experiment. And essentially what we want to provide you is a one-on-one experience to be able to ask any type of question you want of how to achieve something in Odoo, both functionally, technical as well, and so forth. So feel free to ask in the chat if you have any questions. Okay. So unfortunately, since I don't have Excel, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into the next topic, which will be reconciling credit cards in Odoo. Okay, so the concept here in terms of reconciling credit cards in Odoo, you have to do several things. So essentially, in everything in Odoo, for example, when it comes to reconciliation, it basically has to do with a journal or a bank. So you have, for example, if you go to the accounting dashboard, you see here that you have customer invoices, vendor bills, bank, cash journal, and so forth. And notice how the bank journal usually will be for your regular bank and so forth. If you want to reconcile credit cards within Odoo, what you will want to do is create a credit card journal of type bank, for example, and that's how you will reconcile them. So the first thing you want to do is create your account, your credit card account, by going into Advisor, Chart of Accounts. And like I said before, if you have other questions about how to achieve something in Odoo, please feel free to ask in the chat, and I'll basically put the priority in that question, and we'll get started with that. So feel free to ask any question in the chat on how to achieve something. Right now, at the time being, we are showing how to reconcile credit cards within Odoo. So the beginning step, as I mentioned before, is you need to create your credit card account. So if we click on Create, for now, it doesn't matter in terms of what code we assign it, but let's just put 300-100. This credit card account name will be, let's say, American Express. Let's do Amex, ending in 789. Type will be type of credit card. Okay, click on Save. So it has to be unique. Click on Save. So once we have our credit card account, what we will need to do is create a journal to house that account. And that journal will be of type bank. So if we go to the dashboard, notice how the journals are being demonstrated here. The best way to create a journal is by going into Configuration, clicking on Journals, clicking on Create, and here we will name our journal Amex, and then this is where you will house your account. So here is Amex 789, so forth. And then here the short code can be something like 789, AM 789 or something like that. Now, in terms of type, the type here for the journal is very important, because essentially what we will need to do to reconcile the credit card with Odoo is we will need to actually import bank statements, just like a regular bank. And in this sense, we're thinking of the credit card like a bank, and you will have a credit card statement. Therefore, that's why we will actually set it up as a type bank. Like I mentioned before, we're trying out this live session, completely new experiment, Odoo Live support. This is something that we think will be neat, one-on-one support with you guys. Basically, a way for you to get answers to your questions on how to do anything in Odoo. I'm a consultant here in San Francisco in our professional services team, so feel free to ask anything you want. If you have questions about what Odoo does, is Odoo good for me, anything like that, feel free to post it. Yes, absolutely. So Odoo is integrating with TaxCloud in the sense that it actually retrieves tax information from the TaxCloud API. The way to configure it in Odoo is actually quite simple. Most of the configuration is outside of Odoo, but let me actually show you how to do that. So if we go to back to our accounting dashboard, if you go to Configuration, Settings, right now I'm trying to address the question from Nguyen on how can we integrate Odoo with TaxCloud. As I mentioned before, it's pretty straightforward. So if you go to tax, there you go. Notice how compute sales tax automatically in the United States using TaxCloud. You have to enable that setting. Once you enable it, click Save, Apply, and come back to it. It's pretty straightforward, as I mentioned. Nagoyan, in Odoo, all you really need to do is plug in your TaxCloud ID and your credentials that you can get from TaxCloud, and then it will automatically calculate those sales taxes for you. So now, once we enabled the TaxCloud, enable TaxCloud, if we go back to the settings, notice here, now there's more fields that we can input here. You can enter a default TIC code, which will actually be the category that you're selling. So it could be something like nutritional supplements or anything from clothing and so forth. That's a type of category because different product categories are taxed differently. However, notice how it's blank. That only gets filled out after we sync with TaxCloud using your credentials. So essentially, what you need to do in terms of configuration in Odoo, quite simple. Just put in your TaxCloud API ID and your TaxCloud API key, like here. And once it's valid, all you will have to do is sync with TaxCloud categories to retrieve all the default TIC categories. Notice I'm getting an error because there's an invalid API login ID. But the nice thing is that's all you need to do within Odoo, essentially. Because what happens is whenever you configure your TaxCloud API ID and key and you select your default TIC category, what you then do is fiscal positions. Whenever you enable TaxCloud, it basically installs this fiscal position for the United States. And what it does is it automatically maps the tax on the product based upon the TaxCloud API. So for example, we can click on Detect Automatically, Country, United States. And essentially what we could do is something like, add the both taxes that exist in Odoo, and voila. You will find that every single time you create a quotation in Odoo, with this taxes on the product, you will find that it will automatically apply the sales tax that is required according to the customer's delivery address. So for example, if we go to sales, obviously, the 3 different addresses is another configuration thing that we could do. If we go to quotations, let's say, for example, we create, and we go to, let's create a new customer on the fly. So say Coronado, actually, test company. Create and edit. 1, 2, 3, 4. Company lane, San Francisco, California. 94123. This zip code is what will be used to identify the correct tax for that specific product. Now, as I mentioned before, in terms of configuration with TaxCloud in Odoo is quite simple. It's just all you need is the ID and the key and so forth. If you need help on how to configure TaxCloud, in terms of within TaxCloud, what should I do? You can always do search Odoo TaxCloud documentation. Like so. And this will give you the actual, a perspective from within TaxCloud how you configure it. Nguyen, does that answer your question? Anyways, just as a recap, I did see a lot of people join in, so a few more people join in. What we're doing today is an experiment. It's an Odoo Live support session. This is the first time we've done it. It's kind of a neat thing that we're trying to try out, a one-on-one experience where you can ask any question on how to do something in Odoo, how to configure something, maybe even some technical questions. If you have any questions like Nguyen had, please feel free to write it on the comments, and then we can, cover it during this session. Also, don't forget to subscribe to the Odoo channel. We have a lot of webinars, a lot of Odoo Live sessions that are more structured. The concept of this is a little bit less structured. It's basically just you guys and myself answering some questions. So there's really no structure to this. Basically, the point of this session is for you guys to drive me to wherever you want to within Odoo, any questions and so forth. So feel free to ask at any time. Does anybody else have another question that they would like to have answered? Actually, let me actually send you this link, Nguyen. All right. Let me see here. And let me... Actually, could the moderator please add this link to the chat? That'd be greatly appreciated. Nguyen, actually, in fact, that's a little bit above my capabilities and technicalities, to be honest. So, unfortunately, I won't be able to comment on that. I'm more of a functional consultant in regards to I can show you how to do things and achieve things in Odoo. When it comes to commits, discussions about that, we do have a technical consultant. He's actually in our development team here in San Francisco on Thursday, live to answer those type of questions. So if you do want to have questions answered in a very technical perspective, such as talking about GitHub commits, fixes, or just technicals, in general, please feel free to ask him on Thursday. So, does anybody have any other questions? Once again, structure of this is completely based on you guys asking me questions on how to do things within Odoo. Feel free to post a question, and since right now we don't have a question queue, if you will, if you're the first one to ask, that's the first thing we're gonna entertain. Okay. So. Going back to our generic topic, since no one's asking a question, we're just going back to the generic topic. So if someone asks, we'll go into that. If no one's asking anything, we'll just go back into our generic topic, which is we're reconciling credit cards with an Odoo. What we first did was we created an account, because this will be your credit card account. For every single credit card you want to record in Odoo and keep track of, you want to make sure you have a credit card account for that. So for example, if you have an Amex ending in 789 for one of your employees, and then you have a MasterCard ending in 894 for another employee, you want to keep those as separate accounts because it keeps it clean, and because every single account will have to have a journal so you can import those statements. Tax exemption form. Nguyen, if you can clarify on the tax exemption form, that would be fantastic. But in terms of tax exemption, TaxCloud can definitely support that. Can you clarify if this tax exemption is based on a customer or is it based on a product? If you can clarify that, that would be fantastic. Because essentially, what we do is, if it's classified in a customer, for example, let's say one of your customers is tax exempt, what we do in that scenario is we assign a fiscal position to the customer. Let me show you what a fiscal position of tax exemption is. So if we go to accounting, back to the accounting, if you go back to the accounting and you click on configuration, fiscal positions. Remember I mentioned before that the fiscal position for the United States is the default fiscal position that's installed whenever you enable TaxCloud. However, if you want to create a tax exemption, perfect. Good. That's exactly what I'm covering then. Tax exemption on the customer. So right now I'm covering how to create tax exemption based on the customer. So this is the fiscal position that will be used on a specific quotation whenever you want to charge sales tax. However, if you know that customer is tax exempt, you want to create a new one. So you click on create, and here we can call it whatever we'd like. Let's call it tax exemption, for example. So tax exempt customer. And here, we really don't need to detect it automatically because this will not be used when it's a specific location or state or zip code. This is more for the customer, and we will manually hard input it in the customer perspective. So tax exempt customer, of course it's active. And essentially what we do here is we select the taxes that by default are applied on the product, which if you saw in our configuration settings before, it was tax 15% for both sale and purchase. So if we click on tax 15%, and then we click tax 15%. So this is on sales and the scope, and this is on purchase. How do I know? just because I've configured Odoo a lot. But if you want to know what scope it is, you can always click on the green button right here that basically expands the view, and you can see a little bit more detail about the text that you selected. So for example here, tax scope, sales, as I mentioned before. But anyways, back to kind of what I was explaining before. So the first thing is you want to select the taxes that are by default are taxed on the product. And then what you want to do is create a new tax that is sales tax status, if you will. So essentially it's tax of 0%. So if we click on tax to apply, here we can create and edit. And the reason why, in the past, of course, this is a philosophical choice, but the reason why I specify sales tax exempt tax as opposed to leaving it blank is because then in your tax report in the accounting side of things, you'll be able to see all the revenue that you sold via the sales tax exempt status, giving you a layer of perspective. However, it will not charge tax because the amount will be 0%. So here, let's call it sales tax exemption, sales tax exempt. Just for making our life a little bit simpler, I'm going to name this sales because it's a sales tax scope. In terms of the advanced options, obviously you can add a tax account and be a little bit more complex. Obviously, I would consult with your accountant when it comes to configuring specific accounts to be debited and credited on a specific tax. But what I do want to do is actually change the label on the invoice. And the way you do that is by clicking on advanced options. Label on invoices here, I will add tax exempt as the label. And voila. Okay. So now that we have our sales tax exempt status here, what we're telling the fiscal position to do is whenever you create a quotation, first of all, for this customer, the fiscal position tax exempt customer will be applied. And then second of all, whenever you're creating the sale order lines with the given product, then if you, like for example, if the default tax for that product will be 15%, it will automatically apply sales tax exempt because the customer is sales tax exempt. So now let's actually create from the purchase perspective. So let's call this sales tax exempt. Since this is on the flip side, we're talking about purchase. So we want to click on purchases. 0% because it's sales tax exempt. Advanced options, label on invoices, tax exempt. Now we're talking from the purchasing perspective, right? So PO and then vendor bill. And then click on save. And I forgot to input, purchases, but in the interest of time, we don't need to do that. And click save. Okay. So what I basically did, by the way, if you just joined us, we're doing a one-day experiment here. It's Odoo Live support. It's a session for you, one-on-one, experience where you can ask all of your questions on how to do things in Odoo, configure things in Odoo, and so forth. And I'll answer them. No structure to this whatsoever. No webinar. So just ask away. Right now, we're answering Nguyen's question on how to assign sales tax exemption to a given customer. What we just did was we created a fiscal position in accounting by going to accounting configuration, fiscal positions. We named this fiscal position tax exempt customer. And then what we basically did from there is we said that whatever default tax on the product, which is 15% because this is a new database, convert it to a sales tax exempt tax, which collects 0%, okay? So now what we want to do is, now that we have this fiscal position, is we want to assign it to the customer itself. So what we can do is actually go to customers from our accounting perspective, click on customers. Let's say, for example, we want to assign tax exemption to AgroLay. So we click on AgroLay, we go to accounting, and then within accounting, notice here we have a fiscal information box here. We can click on Edit, Fiscal Position, click on Tax Exempt Customer, and click on Save. And literally, that's all you need to do to have tax exemption on the customer. So let's actually test it out. Let's go to a quotation, sales quotations, and create a quotation for AgroLay, which is a tax exempt customer. So if we click on AgriLay, like so. Now, one thing, you don't see it just yet, but if you click on other information, notice how the fiscal position got automatically assigned now. So TaxCloud is not calculating anything here because the TaxCloud fiscal position was not selected. We basically just overrode it with your tax-exempt fiscal position that we assigned to AgriLay. Okay, we click on the order lines. And now if we select a given product, let's say computer case, okay, which I don't know if computer case has tax assigned to it. Let's see if it has a tax. Let me just go back here to invoicing. It doesn't really have a tax assigned to it. So let's put tax 15% because that's the tax we put in the fiscal position. Okay, let me delete this real quick. Save. Also, just as a point to make, whenever you create an order line and you change something or you configure something differently, the changes are not retroactive. So, for example, if you've created an order line like we just did, it basically just gets stored and it stays there. So if you make changes to taxes for that product or make changes to the price for that product, it won't change it. So that's why I removed the order line so we can actually input the computer case again. And voila. So now, since we have the fiscal position of tax-exempt customer, so the new question Nguyen is asking is, how can we use tax exemption with e-commerce customers? Can e-commerce customers submit tax exemption form and then Odoo exempts tax for them? So from the e-commerce perspective, this is not something I have really tested out, but if the fiscal position is assigned to the specific customer, it should also work the same way. Because basically what e-commerce does is it creates a quotation for you in Odoo, just the same way it does it if we manually input it. So if the question is, if the customer has the fiscal position assigned to them already on the customer form, which is the res partner form, let me go back here. So if the customer has this fiscal position attached, then yes, it will work. However, if the customer does not have a fiscal position attached to it, it will actually apply tax. Any other questions with that, Nguyen? Just once again, since we have a lot of other viewers here, what we're doing today is an experiment, one-day experiment. We're doing the Odoo Live support. Essentially, what we're trying to do is this kind of one-on-one where you can you can ask any questions in regards to how to do things in Odoo, how to configure Odoo, how to import, accounting setup, and so forth. And essentially, I'm going to answer them. There's really no structure to this. It's not a webinar. So you guys out there, you guys are the ones who are guiding us through this. We just answered a few questions of Nguyen in regards to how TaxCloud is integrated within Odoo. Then we also demonstrated how to apply tax exemption to a customer. But if you have any questions right now, feel free to ask them. There's no question queue, so feel free to jump on in and ask your question. Nguyen, if you don't have any follow-up questions to whatever we've been discussing for the last few minutes, feel free to ask a follow-up question or not. I'm just going to return to what I was previously showing, which was how to reconcile credit cards within Odoo. So once again, no queue whatsoever here. So if you have any questions, your question will take priority. So I'm going back to the generic topic, by the way. But Nguyen, if you have follow-up questions, feel free, man. So if we click on accounting, we're going back to reconciling credit cards within Odoo. And essentially, let's click on configuration. So last time, before we started answering the TaxCloud question, I created an American Express account. Amex, and so forth. And then essentially, the next step for this is we want to create a journal. Thanks, Nguyen. Don't forget to like the session. Like I said, this is an experiment, so key metrics here are likes or dislikes. It's up to you. But those KPIs will help us, determine if this is something you guys want. Live one-on-one support. Like I said before, Nguyen too, on Thursday we have someone who's part of our development team. I'm in the consultant implementation team, so a little bit more on the functional perspective. But Thursday, we have a technical developer that is more willing to discuss technical information. But anyways, like it if you like it, or if you don't, let us know. Anyways, so going back to it, we're creating our journal. We go to journals here, and here, what we have are just the generic journals that are basically created based on the localization, the generic localization, which basically also installs your generic chart of accounts. Now, what we want to do, like I mentioned before, is because for every single credit card account that you want to keep in Odoo or track in your Odoo accounting, you want to create a journal for that too. So here, let's create our American Express journal. And I started creating one. I don't think I saved it because we started discussing Tax Cloud. But so let's do Amex. I forgot the last numbers of the American Express, but let's search for a default debit and credit. Okay, so it was 789. So, best practices whenever. Oh, we got a new question that takes priority. How do I modify the template of the printed invoice that comes by default? So Nomar. Hopefully I'm pronouncing it correctly, Nomar. The way how you do this is currently within Studio you have a limited ability to change the templates. However, if you do want to change the invoice templates substantially, like changing fields that are extracted there or something like that, it becomes a little bit more technical in nature. Depending on what kind of Odoo you have, Odoo Community, Odoo Online, Odoo Enterprise, things might be different. And I'm going to show you how to do it. However, please consult whichever Odoo version you have, a consultant, for example, in Odoo Online, or your partner in Odoo Enterprise and so forth, because it is a little bit more technical in nature. Basically, what you have to do is you have to modify the QWeb view through an inherit. So, for example, I'm going to leave that open just so if we come back to it. So I'm going to do this. So if we go take a look at, like I said before, this is a little bit more technical in nature. So obviously consult someone, your consultant if you're in Odoo Online or your partner. But essentially what we need to do first is online. Yeah, Nomar, this is something that your consultant would be very good with, because essentially this would have to do with development, essentially. And the reason why you would want to go with your consultant or your developer is because they can ensure that it's done correctly. And also, we need to make sure it's logged in our developer documentation. So, for example, if something breaks for some odd reason or something like that, we know how to fix it quickly. So definitely consult with your consultant. I'm going to go through it just for the purpose of the chat. But yes, definitely consult with your consultant. All right, so if we click on activate the developer mode, here we're going a little bit more technical in nature, just for everyone else that is here. It boots us out, but the way how you know you're in debug mode immediately is by two things. The first thing is you have debug up here in the URL, and you also have the little ladybug here on the top right. So basically, what we want to do is we want to find that QWeb report that you're referencing, which is the invoice report. And the way we go there is by actually going to Settings, Technical, Views, and search for the view itself, Now, obviously, searching for a view is very difficult on the views perspective because if you click on invoice, there's going to be thousands of views for invoice. Obviously, mild exaggeration, only 44 views. But, you know, you don't know which one to select from here, right? So what you want to do, the proper way to do it is by going to Technical, going to Reports, and here, you have all of your PDF or HTML reports that are created from your Odoo database. So anything from checks to invoices and so forth. If you go to invoices, this is essentially what we want to modify, right? So here, when we're here, essentially this is kind of a report card. Well, a report form that basically shows you what report type, so if it's a PDF, also paper format. So if you need to modify, Nomar, the paper format, here's where you would do it. Notice here how it has the model and reference. Like I said, if you're not very familiar with models, fields, and so forth, like I said, please consult with your consultant because it gets a little bit technical in nature, but you know, I'm just going to continue. Template name. So the template name here, basically what this basically tells you is this is the template that will be used or created whenever it's called, right? So whenever you click on print invoice or whenever you click on send invoice by mail, this is the view that will be called, which in turn it will basically display the information you want. So conveniently in Odoo, the nice thing is it actually gives you a nice little button here that allows you to go directly to the QWeb views. So instead of searching through the 44 invoice views that were found using the search, you can just see all the different invoice, you know, that pertain to the report. Okay, so here, notice how on our invoice form here, it says template name is going to be called account.report invoice. If we click on QWeb views, there are several different ones, and you might be a little bit confused in regards to which one is the actual one. Now, the invoice report that I showed before said it was calling this. So this is essentially what it's being called. So, yes, so I'm getting there to Nomar, and I'll just actually go straight into it, actually, on how to add a field. Basically, what you want to do is inherit the view with that specific field. So, for example, if we go to Views, we go to Report Invoice Document, and as I mentioned, since it's very technical in nature, you want to make sure you're familiar with coding in at least HTML or XML. Yeah, for report and for the report. So essentially, notice here how we have this specific div that's calling a specific field, for example, right? So let's say in that specific area, you want to add another field. Let's say fiscal position or something along those lines. What you want to do is first, we're going to take a look at the field you want to add. So if you go to accounting, customer invoices, we go to Acrolay. For example, let's say we want to add the fiscal position or even the account. Just, you know, that's a field we want to add. Whenever you're in debug mode, you have a hover over method that actually shows you the technical field name. As you can see there, account_ID. So the way we would want to do this to add that field under, for example, customer code or partner ID, just for simplicity purposes, is you want to create an inherit. And the reason why you want to inherit this view is because you want to make sure that whenever the views are refreshed, whatever edits you made or changes you've made don't actually disappear. So essentially what you want to do here is actually inherit to this location and place it below, right? So what we want to do here is click on Inherited Views, click on Add, create a new inherited view. Like I said, obviously Studio is something simple where you can add a field in a specific view. When it comes to invoices or reports, those PDF reports, it gets a little bit more complex. And that's why we're getting a little bit technical here. But when it comes to views, form views, Studio is the way to go. So here, 1.0. And then what we want to do, essentially, so I'm using I copied the other thing just for perspective. What we want to find is P at T field is equal to this position equals to after. Let me do this right here. And close. And there we go. So here, what we want to do is add the field in question here, which was account, so account ID. So underscore ID, and let's just bring in the name. So relational dot name. So here, it's always good to kind of keep a record of what's modified and what's not. So something like that, like so, and voila. Okay. So essentially, what we're doing is we're telling the XPath to find the paragraph tag with the T field, where the T field is equal to OID partner ID ref position after, and then we're going to bring in our field. Click on Save and Close. Click on Save. And now what we want to do is print an invoice. So we go to Sales, Customer Invoices, AgriLay, Print Invoices. So it had a TF, so it didn't show up. So let me actually just, because the partner ID ref unfortunately had a TF, so it's not going to show up if it doesn't have it. So let's just remove this, just for simplicity purposes. Save. And then, unfortunately, I think invoices loads from attachments, so I want to remove that, because if I would have kept this checked, it would have just brought in the previous attachment that we created. So print invoices. Now we print our second invoice, and notice here how obviously partner ID ref does not show up because it didn't exist. We removed the TF just for simplicity purposes, and I did it on the base view. You don't want to do that. Whenever you make changes to base views, you want to inherit them, because like I said before, if they refresh, all your changes are lost. So no more, as I mentioned before, when you're editing invoices, when you're editing, like for example, invoice lines, or editing the structure, the logo, or moving things around completely, this is definitely something that your consultant should guide you with and discuss with the development team in regards to that. Because it is a development. As you noticed, I actually coded a little bit of XML, but it is a development. So make sure to consult with your consultant. Also, another thing that's quite neat about the newer version of Odoo, and I'm actually going to jump into another screen here, is it gives you the ability to choose like a report view, or how it looks and stuff like that. So, which is quite neat, and maybe that's something you want to check out. Unfortunately, sorry. Let me go to companies. Actually, let me see if, let me go to this one, settings. I want to go to general settings, and notice here we have a view that says change report template. If we click on change report template, notice how you have different styles of reports that you can view and choose from. So for example, you can have a box look, you can have that kind of stuff. So this easy configuration, obviously it doesn't add new fields to your view like you wanted, but this is simple. if you want to add fields, it is a development in Odoo Online, so please check with your consultant. All right, so like I said before, today is a one-day experiment. It's the Odoo Live support session. We're trying to test it out and see if this is something you guys want. It's a one-on-one experience where you can ask all your questions to me on how to configure Odoo, how to do things in Odoo. I'll try to answer them all as possible. Obviously, some technical questions I can answer, but maybe not all of them. But feel free to ask at any point in time. Also, if you like this, if you want to see it happen more, feel free to like the YouTube live session by clicking on a thumbs up. If not, dislike it, that's fine. We just want to know if you like this and if you want us to do this a little bit more. So I just saw another question from Pamela and then a follow-up thing from Nomar. So let me see. Thanks for the latest answer. That was what I expected. Can you make a POC of a subscription workflow? Could you please clarify on what POC means? Nomar, that'd be great. Pamela is asking, hi, how can we make the billing of the subscriptions in advance? Example, today we have to bill the month of July. Okay. So for example, whenever you set up subscriptions, you will be able to generate future invoices by clicking on Generate New Invoice. So let me actually show you that, Pamela. So let's go into our other window here. This one, localhost, yep. So let me go here and start configuring subscriptions. And maybe Pamela's question, Nomar, answers yours too. Just please clarify POC, please. That would be great. So let me go into the apps and install the subscription module. Now, for subscriptions to work, you have to have several things and dependencies. The best way to figure out what dependencies are needed for each app is actually by going to the Odoo website. So let me actually show you that before I install subscriptions, just in case if other people are interested in that. So if I go to odoo.com, if you go to pricing, you view pricing, and here, notice how we have different apps. If you go over the little hyperlink or the little link thing, here it gives you all the requirements that are needed for every single application. So for subscriptions, you need website, accounting, e-commerce, invoicing, and sales. So you need all those applications for subscriptions to work. So if we click on subscriptions now, click on install, okay. So I'm guessing, Nomar, proof of concept is just essentially you want to see a subscription workflow and how it works. Essentially, how subscriptions work are it goes in tandem with your quotations. So it's still installing. So we're going to wait till it installs. Just as an FYI, subscription management is a little bit more complex than usual. So we're going to cover that off step by step. Okay. Like I said, if you just joined the stream, this is a one-time experiment. We're trying to find out if this is something you guys want. It's the Odoo Live support. No framework whatsoever, no structure. We're essentially just answering the questions you have for us on a one-on-one perspective. So here, notice how installed website 2 when we install subscriptions, because it's a dependency of that. So for example, if just keep in mind that whenever you install an application that has other dependencies, then those applications will also be installed. So here we go. We have a subscriptions module now. If we click on subscriptions, you'll have the dashboard. which gives you nice, fancy KPIs in regards to your subscriptions, your revenue KPIs, and so forth. But what we're interested in right now is creating a subscription. And to Pamela's question, you want to make sure that you can create future invoices. For example, she wants to bill the month of July. So if we go to subscriptions, here we have a demo, actually, subscription already. So that's good to know. And essentially here on the demo, notice how you can actually take a look at, you can view the contract, you can look at the sales. But maybe, Pamela, we can answer your question quicker than I thought. I just need to make sure that's validate. Let me go here. Okay, there we go. Okay, so everything looks good. This is demo data. So we're working on a demo database. So actually, this saves us a lot of time. So here, notice, Pamela, right here, we have an invoice that was invoiced 6/12/2017 with a due date. Unfortunately, I don't see the due date. I guess no due date was input, so the due date was immediate payment. But if we go back to our subscription itself, notice how you have this field here that's called date of next invoice. So you can actually create your July invoice even though we're right now still in June. So if we click on generate invoice, notice how now it creates a draft invoice for that specific subscription. So if we click on that, we can click on validate. And essentially, notice here in the note sign, it says this invoice covers the following period: 7/03/2017, 8/02/2017. So that you just created an invoice for the future. Pamela, let me know if that answers your question. Just as a recap is, once you have a subscription, you have a field that says date of next invoice. If you want to create that invoice now as opposed to automatic, you can click on generate invoice, which then it creates a future invoice for that period. Now, obviously, notice how the invoice date, because today is the 12th of June, it used that. However, if you do want to change the invoice date, all you have to do is whenever you create the invoice, so it generates it. If you want to generate it manually, you can do that. If you want to do it automated, it's based on your subscription configuration. So for example, if we go to, okay, nope, that's not what I wanted to do. Let's go here. We go to settings. Fortunately, it's been a while. I apologize that I've been in subscriptions. But subscription templates. Here we go. So notice here, based on the configuration settings, this is how it will automatically be created on a monthly basis. Okay. Any other questions, Pamela, in regards to creating invoices from a subscription? Okay. So Nomar, let's actually go through the creation of a subscription from scratch. Using Odoo Studio, like increasing a code number for a product of customer. Pepe is asking, how can I link a sequence to use it in a form using Odoo Studio, like increasing the code number for a product of customer? In regards to sequences, I do not believe, maybe moderator can help on this. I do not believe if you can generate a sequence per se from Studio. I'm not exactly sure. I know how to create it, Pepe, from a server action, but maybe moderator can point out if that's doable within Studio. But anyways, basically, if you want to create a server action that basically assigns a new code number to a specific product of a customer, it's very, very simple. It is development depending on, if you're in Odoo Online. But basically, it's doable. I'm not sure in Studio, so I would check and see if moderator can answer that question. But Nomar has how can I sell subscription from the website and see the dashboard updates? So essentially, let's actually go through the subscription and create one. So notice here, let's create a new subscription. Let's call this template name Nomar subscription. Obviously, you can add whatever code you would like. Recurrency, we can set it up to every 2 days, whatever, or every month. Accounting journal, customer invoices, deferred revenue type. If you do want to have a deferred revenue type, you can do Odoo yearly. Just as a quick update, the only things that are required. Yes, so Pepe, you would have to do an automated action, which is a server action. Okay, so and I'll get there a little bit later. Right now I'm answering Nomar's question. So Nomar subscription. One thing, as I mentioned before, is the only things that are required within a specific form view are things that are highlighted in a bold line. So notice here, the only thing in this specific form is the name of the form. So that's really all that's needed. However, you can also add different checkboxes and so forth. So now, Nomar, to your point, this is specific to online. So you do want to allow the online order of this specific subscription. Yes. So basically, what we could do with an automated action, Pepe, is whenever you, on creation of subscription, assign a code to this specific field on creation. So essentially, what we want to do here, we have no more subscription. We want to add subscription lines. And this is the subscription product that we will be selling to a specific customer. So if we click on Add an Item, let's say, for example, we're offering Odoo SaaS, and the quantity is just 1, right? So that's all we're offering there. Then click on Save. Obviously, if you want to have a more complex subscription, you can add option lines, which basically, you have more subscription options and so forth. Okay, so now that we have subscription lines, we have our subscription. It will be within our subscription template, like so. Now, basically, we click on View Template. This is how our subscription template would look. And this, which by the way, this is how it looks within the customer portal, by the way. So that's how it looks with the customer portal. Okay. All right. Next thing we want to do is add a subscription. Sorry, not a subscription product. Basically, what we want to do. Sales quotations. Click on Create. Then notice here, what we need to do for this to occur in a quotation is basically we want to assign a template, and then within the template, it will have a specific subscription to it within the template. So basically what we want to do is create a new quotation template that will assign that subscription that we created to it. So for example, if we click on Odoo Monthly, it will use the Odoo Monthly subscription. And it actually adds your subscription product immediately. Okay? So in the case of Nomar's subscription, we want to go to Quotation Templates, click on Create, Nomar subscription. And then here, what we want to do is assign a contract template. Yeah, Pepe, once I finish with Nomar, I will show you how to create that. Okay, so 456, Nomar subscription. Obviously, you can add payments and so forth to that information. Okay. Save. And voila. So now, essentially with a quotation template, you will be able to sell it to people. Because what it will do is it will, when you select the Nomar subscription quotation template, it will automatically attach that contract to it, which then in turn will attach the product to the quotation. So if we go to sales, quotations, we click on create. Okay, and then essentially let's select AgriLay, add an item. Sorry, not add an item, I apologize. What you want to do is change the quotation template to Nomar subscription, and voila. Okay. So now, essentially, whenever we send this via mail for the specific customer, you can send it by mail. If we click on send by mail, notice obviously this is a fake email, so it will not actually send. But for example, if we send it to, let's actually change it to a mail so you can take a look at how it works. So what I want to do is I want to change AgriLay's email to testing.odoo.live support@mailinator.com. Save. Okay. So now if we send by email, notice I will say accept and pay your quotation online. Click on send. And then essentially, let's do Mailinator. Mailinator is just, a testing platform for emails. Oh, unfortunately, I just remembered, by the way, I'm in a local host that doesn't have an SMTP server, so it actually will not send an email. But you get the gist of it. You can send an email. They click on the button that you saw there, and when they click on the button, they will see something like this, which goes into your online website. So you're online, but they can see their specific their specific quotation here with their name and information. They will be able to write a message in regards to the subscription and what they need and so forth. And then essentially we will be able to click on accept order. Obviously agree it, AgriLay, draw the signature, sign and confirm, and voila. Notice now the contract is linked to the quotation AgriLay sub 002. So whenever the quotation gets confirmed, it generates a subscription. So if we go, like, for example, back to the quote, like this, the order is linked to a subscription. We can actually go to the subscription itself by clicking on the subscription field. And there you go, with the automatic invoices and so forth. Okay. Any more questions, Nomar, in regards to how to create a quotation? A subscription? Now, Pepe, in regards to creating sequences and so forth, I won't go into the coding of Python, but I will give you the entire framework that needs to be done in Odoo, except for that just a little code to assign the sequence. Once again, I'm a functional consultant within the PS team, which basically has to do with more like, basic configuration stuff and so forth, and that information. So essentially, in terms of writing Python and so forth, we will have someone on Thursday that can answer those questions a little bit better. What I'm going to show you, Pepe, is all you need to do for the Python to work by creating a sequence and then being assigned. Let me no more. I'm going to follow up your question here in a little bit. I just want to answer Pepe's question because it's very quick. Basically, what you need to do, Pepe, whenever you're trying to assign an automatic sequence, like I said before, it is a development. So depending if you're Odoo Community, Odoo Online, or Odoo Enterprise, consult with your partner or consult with your consultant. But what you need to do is, when you're on debug mode, remember the way to access debug mode is by activating the developer mode on the bottom here. And then essentially go into settings, click on technical, and then search for sequences. Now, just as an FYI, this might help for everyone that's online. If you don't want to search through the menu items, one of the best features, in my opinion, that is left unnoticed is searching immediately from the dashboard. So for example, you can start searching sequences from here just by starting to type. I mean, it's one of the nicest features. It's quickly, you can go to wherever. So for example, if you want to go to like configuration, it automatically goes to all the configurations and so forth. But anyway, sequences. Click on that. And notice here, Pepe, this is where all the sequences are generated based upon your database. And obviously, you can configure them here. If we go through the concept that you said, I want a subscription code automatically generated from here, Pepe, what you want to do is create your new sequence. And basically, the new sequence, you can name it whatever you'd like. This could be, let's say, Pepe sequence, right? Implementation, notice how you have two options. No gap or standard. A sequence that basically uses no gap is, for example, like invoices and so forth, where you can't really have a gap within your sequence. Or you can use standard, where it's just 1, 2, 3, 4, and so forth. So let's just use standard. Sequence code. The sequence code is essentially what's going to be identified and used within your Python code. So whenever you do the next by code Python call or whatever, you need to use the sequence code. So for example, you want to make sure this is bulletproof in the sense that no spaces, no nothing like that. So Pepe sequence dot test or something like that. Now, that is in regards to like the basic setup of a sequence. Now another thing we want to check out is essentially generating the sequence. Notice how you have these dynamic helpers. If you want your sequence to have a specific day, maybe a specific year, you know how by default in Odoo you have invoice and then you have 2017 or you have 2016 and then you have the invoice number. You can do that by doing these kind of things. So you can also add a prefix or a suffix. It's up to you. Like for example, for every sequence you want Pepe, you want a sequence size of 5. And you want, a step, right? So maybe you want 10s or 20s or by 10s or by 1s. Obviously, the most common sequence build up is by 1. And then obviously here you would add the next number. So if the next number would be 0, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, sorry, maybe 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, because it's a sequence size of 5 digits, step of 1. So this will be the next number, and like so. Okay, so once you created the sequence, you have pepe.sequence.test. Once you have the sequence, notice how it actually went back. So let's just do that. 1, 2, 4, 5. Once you have that, you have your next number. And essentially what's going to happen is whenever you create your Python code, it will essentially call this sequence and generate the next number, which will be 1, 2, 4, 5. On creation. Now, I'm not going to go into creating the Python code. I'm just going to show you kind of the prefix. So if you go to technical, you go to your automated actions. Once again, by the way, guys, this is a very technical question that we're covering off. But if we click on create, let's say custo, and then here next sub sequence, related document, subscriptions, when to run, on creation, actions, add an item. You're adding the server action that happens. Custo, next sequence. And here, Pepe, is where you would add the code. Yeah, Pepe, this is more of a development question. As opposed to like Odoo things. So, for example, because you're writing Python, but essentially this is the gist of how you would do it essentially. Okay. Like I said, there's a few more people that joined just now. This is a one-time. I mean, not a one-time. It's an experiment right now that we're doing. Is the Odoo Live support session. This session is a one-on-one experience where I am talking to you guys directly. You guys establish the framework. This is not a webinar. You ask the questions. I try to answer them. Just as an FYI, I'm a functional consultant here in Odoo and SF. So I'll try to answer all your configuration questions, maybe some technical questions. But on Thursday, we will have someone that has more of a technical perspective if you have those questions. So for example, Christian, here it says, Christian is asking themselves, these are available in dev or development packages for Python, Postgres, and so forth. In terms of that is technical in nature, Christian. Like I said, there will be a developer from here in SF talking on Thursday. Unfortunately, that's a little bit above my pay grade when it comes to development. So hopefully they can help. If you have any questions, you can always go to odoo.com help. Let's go to odoo.com/help and ask your questions there if you have. Yeah, absolutely, Pepe. Like I said before, if you like the stream, if you like this kind of like concept, please like it. If you don't dislike it, that's fine. What we're trying to determine is if this is what you want and this is something you want us to do in the future. Yeah, Pepe. So, for example, I do not know how to reference the code of the form. The code of the form in the Python code. So, Pepe, like I said before, I think this would be better for you to consult with someone with more technical background, because essentially what you're doing is whenever you're creating a record on that model, you're assigning a sequence to a field. You're not modifying the form view per se. You're basically just assigning a sequence on the creation of the record. So, unfortunately, I might need help from the moderator in regards to being able to see the previous comments. Let me see here if I can see. Oh, okay, never mind. I'm looking at the other comments. So, Christian, like I said before, I would definitely check in on Thursday in regards to those discussion of libraries, discussion of Python version and so forth. Like I said, it's a little bit above my pay grade. Joy Norfleet, if you're still on, Joy is having issues with resetting their password. Can you please help? Absolutely. So within Odoo, depends if you're using OAuth or not. Default Odoo, when you're in Odoo Online, there's a difference between passwords, all right? So you have the odoo.com password, and then you have the database password. And what I mean by that is if you are the admin of your database and you are the super user of your database, your odoo.com password will be your database password. However, if you're just a regular user, not the admin user, if you're just a regular user and you're not using OAuth or anything like that, your odoo.com password will not be your database password. There's a difference. The way to reset the passwords for your database users, if you're not using OAuth, is in the settings perspective. So let's take a look at that. Okay, so if we click on here, yeah, let's go here. If you go back to the dashboard, on the settings, oh, sorry, little pop-up, settings. Here, this is where you will manage all your users. Okay, so here, notice how you have administrator, which is myself. So if you're using Odoo Online and you created the database, your odoo.com password, like I said before, will be your database password. So if you need to reset your password on, and you're the admin, you would go to odoo.com. You would go to sign in. And you would click on reset password. So if you are the admin, right? So if you are the admin, that's how you would reset your password. If you're not the admin, right, and you're resetting the password for your Odoo users that do not have an odoo.com password, odoo.com account attached to their database user, this is how you would do it. You would go to the user itself, click on change password, and literally just change it here. Click on change password, and you just changed it for them. Okay. Another thing too is there is a setting to allow people to reset their passwords from the login perspective. So if you go to general settings, notice here you can enable your users to reset the password from the login page. So that way you don't have to do it every single time. So that's another perspective. So from there, okay? So just as a recap, if you're using Odoo Online, you created an odoo.com, database, and you're the admin, to reset your password, go to odoo.com. So odoo.com, sign in, reset password. If you're not an admin user or you're external to it and you need to reset your password, you can go to users, click on the user, click on change password. And then if you want them to do it ad hoc whenever they want, you can go to general settings, enable password reset from login page. Okay? All right. Let me see. If we go here, Nomar, how to read the dashboard. It shows a lot of information that's by default is too difficult to interpret. Yeah, so in terms of the dashboard, obviously like any analytics, anything like that, it's all preference. But essentially within the dashboard, you're getting a quick perspective of how your subscriptions are performing. Essentially, here you have your monthly recurring revenue, which is, for example, if you have subscriptions of $100, if your monthly recurring revenue is $200, then that basically means you have 2 subscriptions going at one go. Net revenue, pretty self-explanatory, and so forth. So these KPIs, go into the perspective of subscription management. If you do want a little bit more information, Nomar, especially because this is a little bit more, it will take some time to discuss and so forth, and it's a little bit outside of the scope of Odoo configuration per se. What I would recommend is going into the documentations to check out a little bit more information in regards to subscription. How do you check out documentations within Odoo? If you go to Docs, notice here you can see all the documentations. The best way to look for specific information is going to user guides, which are more in the functional sense, and then clicking somewhere here. Okay? And here would be the subscriptions, I believe. Or something along those lines. If not, you can always Google Odoo subscription documentation. Doesn't fail. Like so. Oh, sorry. But anyways, you can always go into the documentation. Let me go up here. If you just joined, by the way, this is the one-day experiment trying to see Odoo Live support session. Essentially, the concept here is a one-on-one. You ask questions, I answer from a configuration perspective. About how to do this within Odoo and so forth. We can answer some technical questions. However, on Thursday, we have an actual developer. I am not a developer. I am a functional consultant here in Odoo, which will show you how to do things within Odoo and so forth. So just keep that in mind. If you have any questions, please write them in the comments. And please let us know if this is something you like. Give it a thumbs up if you like it. Give it a thumbs down if you don't. That's fine. What we're trying to determine is if this is something you want in the future. Let's go into a next question here. Krishna Kumar. When I set up Odoo POS under the free version, I get inventory and invoicing apps in that as well, but according to the free model, I will be able to access just one app. Why does Odoo provide me 4 apps instead of 1? So, Krishna, the thing is, within Odoo, there are dependencies. And now, as I mentioned before, if you go to odoo.com, and you go to the apps, pricing, you go to view pricing. Notice how each one of these apps have different dependencies by hovering over them. So notice here subscription has a lot of dependencies, quality control has a lot of dependencies, and so forth. Now that being said, Krishna, the one app free still is in play, meaning whenever you install point of sale, it will install those other applications. However, it still partakes on the free app because you want to use POS, right? So if you want to use POS and that app alone for free, it still works. So if you install Odoo POS, it will still work, okay? All right. If you have just joined, like I said before, no framework. You ask the questions. Let us know, and then we'll answer them. Does anybody have, of the people who have asked, maybe Krishna, you have a follow-up question to that? Does anybody have any other questions before I fall back to my generic topic? If you've just joined, we are doing a one-day experiment of Odoo Live. I'm going to get some water here. Odoo Live support. No framework. You ask the questions. I try to answer them. I'm a functional consultant here in San Francisco. So anyways, I'm going to default back to my previous topic if no one has additional questions. Going once, going twice. Sold. So if you guys don't have any questions, I'm just going to default back to the topic that I was covering earlier, which is how to set up credit cards in Odoo in terms of like employee credit cards and how to reconcile them. If no one has a follow-up question. Feel free to comment, like, or dislike. It's up to you. We need to know if this is something you guys want. So anyways, going back to what I was doing earlier, credit card reconciliation within Odoo. As I mentioned before, for every single credit card or employee credit card, you need to create an account. So if you have an American Express, if you have a MasterCard, you need to create an account for each of those. And then in turn, you also need to create a journal for each one of those accounts. Why? The reason is quite simple, because what you need to do is first, you need to segment where the balances will live, right? So, will they live in this account or will they live in that other account? And then secondarily, what you need to do too, another question. Can you confirm if you install subscription app, which includes 4 dependencies, is it still one free app? So, Michael, it depends because whatever you're allowed to install will be those apps that you'll be able to install. Like, for example, and I think it's, for example, subscriptions is something that's dependent on something else, like sales, something like that. But a point of sale, if you want to just use point of sale, that is like a standalone thing, right? You just want a point of sale for your restaurant, for your store, and so forth. And that's why it's like one free app. The best way to figure out if something is completely free for one app is by going and trying to sign in. So go to odoo.com, And like I mean, the best thing too is Odoo is one of the easiest. Actually, I think, in fact, maybe the only ERP that allows you to create a database literally on the fly and try it out for free from the get-go. So, for example, here, I'm just going to create a test Michael database, to show you how easy it is to start. I'm just going to create a generic. Oh, sorry, I clicked on sign in, right? I apologize. Let's actually go to a specific application, apps. Let's go to subscriptions. Start now, try it free. So it seems like it will work. So for example, Michael. Yes, moderator. Absolutely claims it. So if you do install Odoo subscriptions, the dependencies will be free too. So if we do Michael test, Michael.test 1, 2, 3, 4, testing, like so, voila. And the best way, Michael, how you would know if it's free or not, free, is if you don't have like edit your subscription or something like that. That is the way how you would know if that's it. Yeah, the whole concept is, if you're using one standalone app for your businesses, like a store or whatever, we want you to use that, right? So that's why the dependencies are free. Okay. All right. Any other questions? Once again, if you just joined us, we are doing a one-day experiment, Odoo Live support. Completely no framework here. You ask the questions, I try to answer them. Really, like I said, as an experiment, we're trying to see if this is something you guys would like. Just one-on-one experience. If you have any questions, feel free to write a comment and ask your questions. Also, please let us know if you like this format or not. Thumbs up if you do, thumbs down if you don't, that's fine. We're just trying to determine if this is something you would like for us to do. Yeah, no problem, Michael. Absolutely. Like I said, thumbs up if you like it, thumbs down if you don't. So if anyone does not have additional questions, like I said before, I'm going to default back to creating credit card reconciliation within Odoo. If, by the way, you are interested in knowing how to reconcile credit cards in Odoo and you've been waiting all this time and I've been going back and forth, just write that you want to cover the entire topic. Because there's no question queue at the moment. So if you have a question, we will answer that question first. No question queue. Right now we're covering a generic topic, how to reconcile credit cards in Odoo. Okay. So getting back to where I was, Amex 789 is a journal. So we created an account, which is Amex 789, which will hold the balances, so the actual debit and credit. What we're creating right now is kind of the credit card bank journal. And as I mentioned before, the reason why we're creating a bank journal is because you will have to import your credit card statements. So that is why we create a journal and make it of type bank. Short code, essentially the short code is important for whenever you're creating a journal entry or anything along those lines. The short code will be the the prefix to the sequence, if you will. So we can do something like AM 789 or something along those lines. Okay. So it seems like we're good to go here. Just as a best practice, whenever you're creating a credit card bank journal, obviously in advanced settings, you won't be able to pay by check. So you want to uncheck the check, right? Because you will be paying via American Express. You'll be swiping that card or paying a vendor bill with that card, right? So you don't want to have a check payment method. Okay? Like I said, no queue on the question queue. So if you have a question, feel free to ask. I'll respond it. It will take priority over what I'm doing. Right now, we're covering off a generic topic. Click on save. So now we have our journals, Amex 789 US dollar. And if we go to the dashboard, notice how now we have that journal within our accounting dashboard, right? And it looks like the bank journal because it's a journal of type bank. Obviously, with an Odoo, depending on the journal type, you will have different options within that specific journal. For example, here, the reason why we made a bank is because we will actually bring in bank statements. If you are on a sale journal, it's basically an invoice journal of type sale, and notice how it goes to a different view perspective, or you have different options and so forth. Okay. So next up, we created a credit card account. We created a credit card journal. Basically, we're all set up to pay records, and what I mean by records, pay vendor bills using our American Express. So next thing we want to do is create a vendor bill, so that way we can showcase how to pay something using our Amex ending in 789. So if we go to purchases, we go to vendor bills, click on create. Let's say, for example, Aces Tech is our vendor. As you recall, as I mentioned earlier, in Odoo, a quick little tip, those little tips save you a lot of time. The only things that are required in Odoo within the form view are those that are bolded black lines. So for example, here, vendor is bolded black. That is a required field. Vendor reference, purchase order, bill date, not required because it's not bolded black. If you just joined, by the way, there is no questions on the queue. So if you ask a question, we'll go straight to that topic. Once again, one-day experiment, Odoo Live support session. First day we're trying this. We're trying to figure out if this is something you would like. So then we selected vendor, Aces Tech. Let's add a line. Now, on invoices or vendor bills, you actually do not have to add a product. You can just add a balance. And in this case, we're just really going to add a description field here. Notice how the bolded black, tip that I gave you earlier works also for the invoice line. Description here, testing payment. Obviously, you have the account. If you have a different account that you want to hit, that is okay. But for example, this account is for whatever the expense is going to be. This has nothing to do with credit cards. And then unit price, let's say, for example, $5,000. Okay. We save our vendor bill. We click on Validate. Right now, it's a draft vendor bill, so it actually has not created any journal entries. So it's just draft. If we click on Validate, then it becomes a formal invoice, creates journal entries. Click on Validate, and voila. So now we have a bill, 2017-0003, as an open balance that we will now pay with our credit card. Okay, so we click on Register Payment, and notice here on the payment journal, we will have our previously configured American Express ending in 789. Now, the reason why we created the journal is not only because of the bank statements that we have to import, but also because you need to select a payment journal whenever you're paying something in Odoo. Okay? So if we click on Amex 789, payment amount of $5,000, we click on Validate, and voila. You essentially just paid a vendor bill of $5,000 with your Amex ending in 789. If we click on I, we can take a look at the detail, and conveniently, we can see the payment method there of Amex 789. Okay. Remember the sequence or the code that we create, the code for the journal? It created essentially the payment journal entry with that, that sequence. Like I said before, if you just joined, we're trying a one-day experiment of, Odoo Support Live. We're trying to figure out if this is something you want to do. So if you like it, thumbs up. If you don't like it, thumbs down. No worries. We're just trying to determine if this is something you would like. One-on-one experience, really no framework. So this is not a webinar. You ask the questions. I try to answer them. That's essentially what we're doing here. But anyways, going back to, oh, and by the way, I do have a generic topic that I'm covering right now, which is reconciling credit cards in Odoo. If you have a question, that will take precedence, and we'll just start, answering that one. So please feel free to ask questions. Okay, so now we paid this vendor bill with $5,000. Next thing we want to do is essentially go to our dashboard and take a look at our Amex journal. Now notice here in the balance in the general ledger says negative 5,000. Because the balance in the general ledger is based upon, the journal entries within Odoo. So things you've done within Odoo. Obviously, the latest statement, since we haven't brought in any statement from an American Express, for example, is 0, because we just haven't imported any statements. So the concept here is, first, we already reconciled the vendor bill, which is an outstanding payment to our vendors, and we already reconciled that with the payment, which was a payment via American Express. So in terms of that hard reconciliation of the invoice with the payment has already been completed. Now what we need to do, though, is make sure that our journals are balanced. And what I mean by that is that the difference be equal to 0, because we want to bring in a statement and reconcile our bank statements with Odoo as well. Okay? So essentially, you get, let's say, a monthly statement from American Express. Obviously, there's 3 methods to bring in bank statements in Odoo. You can import bank statements. You can manually input them, which is what I'm doing right now. And last but not least, you can sync your bank if it's supported within Odoo. Check it out by odoo.com/accounting and checking it out there. Christian, I just got your question. For libraries using native code, it may be necessary to install development tools and native dependencies before PIP is able to install the dependencies themselves. These are available in dev or development packages and so forth. Can you explain how to install these dependencies? I'm not sure if you were here before, Christian, but unfortunately, when it comes to installing dependencies or manipulating base code or anything like that, that's a little bit above my pay grade. I'm a functional consultant here in Odoo. We do have a more technical session on Thursday with one of our developers here in SF that will be more than happy to answer questions like that. So how to deploy Odoo within your server, perhaps, discussing about installing these dependencies and so forth. So once again, Thursday session, more technical in nature. Right now, I'm fielding questions that are a little bit more functional, about configuration or how-tos, if you will. If you just joined, apart from Christian's just recent question, there is no question queue, so feel free to ask a question, and I'll answer that immediately since we don't have any other questions pending. Okay, so by the way, and right now I'm in a generic topic of reconciling credit cards within Odoo. So here, if we go to reference, this doesn't matter. Notice how it's not even bolded. It's not required. So I'm just going to do bank statement. Statement 1, American Express. And then here, it's going to say something like payment to ASUS Tech or something like that. Whatever the American Express statement would say. Click on Save, and voila. Depending on how you bring in bank statements into Odoo, like I said, you can do import, you can do manual input, which we just did. Maybe you can do sync. If your bank is supported, it automatically syncs every 4 hours. Regardless of how you bring it in, if you go to your accounting dashboard, once you have a statement line, it will say here, reconcile one item. Notice how earlier it said, if we go back to, unfortunately there's demo data here, but it would just say new statement or something like that. So here, we have a bank statement line to reconcile. So if you click on reconcile one item, notice how immediately it suggests the $5,000 from the bill that we paid using American Express. American Express ending 789, like so. The nice thing about Odoo reconciliation is it makes it really quickly because it automatically suggests. You can obviously filter here by a lot of different things like 004 and so forth. So it makes it easy when reconciling bank statements. Now, another thing I feel like I need to point out too, since we're in the screen and since we're covering a generic topic, I did see an uptick in viewers. If you just joined, by the way, this is a one-day experiment. It's Odoo Live support, no framework whatsoever, not a webinar. You ask the questions, I try to answer them. So right now we don't have any questions on the queue, so if you have questions, feel free to ask away and I'll try to answer them. Right now I'm just covering off a generic topic in regards to reconciling credit cards within Odoo. So here we have the payment, the bank statement line, and then we have the line here in blue. The difference between the blue lines and the black lines, let's say, for example, if I add a black line like so, the black lines mean that the payment or the invoice or something like that, the payment still hasn't been reconciled to an invoice. So it's an unreconciled entry. And whenever you reconcile a black line with your bank statement line, it will automatically create a payment journal entry for you. If it's blue, like we have here in this example, the vendor bill is already reconciled to the payment. Thus, no need to create a payment journal entry. Okay? So here, we're really not creating a payment journal entry because we already registered payment on the vendor bill. What we're just doing here is essentially reconciling our bank statement to the Odoo general ledger. Okay? We click on reconcile, and voila. Now notice our balance in the GL matches our statement balance, which then the difference is equal to 0. And now our credit card journal is reconciled, our credit card statements are reconciled with Odoo. Okay? So that's how you do that. We have a question. How can I sell digital products using Odoo? Yes, so digital products is a configuration within Odoo at the product level. Okay, so the way how we do that, so Gonzalo asked, how can we sell digital products using Odoo? So if we go to sellable products, let's call this, create a new one, call this Gonzalo. Actually, before this reminds me, we have to enable a setting, Gonzalo. And that setting is sell digital products from the sales perspective. So what I'm going to do, let's go. Silvio is asking, how do I prevent users to delete project stages? We will cover off that topic after I discuss with Gonzalo how to configure digital products using Odoo. So if we go to sales, configuration, settings, and then here, notice how we have I didn't even have to search. I was gonna search there. But notice here you have digital products. Notice you can sell digital products, provide downloadable content, and so forth. You click on Sell Digital Products, click on Apply, and now that you enable that, it will add another product type available to your product within Odoo. Now, in several versions, it differs, right? So version 9, how you configure it differs than version 10, which it could differ between the SaaS versions. So what I'm going to cover off right now, I'm just doing it in version 10 Enterprise. Version 10 Enterprise, yep. So if we go to Sales, go to Products. Okay, let's create one. And then here, we're going to call it Gonzalo's Digital. Product type service. Okay. Inventory. Where is... Let me see something real quick. I think it changed between versions. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to move to my Runbot environment and go to an earlier version. Okay. Let's go to That's 11. Okay. By the way, while this is loading up, we're doing a one-day experiment in regards to Odoo Live support. There's really no framework here. You ask the questions, I try to answer them. Right now, we're answering Gonzalo Lopez's question about how can I sell digital products using Odoo. Two things you got to do. First, you got to configure the settings within your sales module to allow to sell digital products. Sell digital products enabled. And secondary, you got to configure the product itself, right? So if you click on products, create, there we go. So we say service, actually, let's call this Gonzalo Digital. You click on product type, digital content, see the product type there. And then you can add all the other information. Click Save. And obviously, I mean, since this is a digital product, what you want to do here is click on File, add the file that's going to be the digital file, if you will. So whatever they're buying, whatever they want to download is going to be there. And then secondary, you want to make sure you publish it in the website. What happens is, since you enabled digital products in your sales settings, you set up a product that's of type digital, and then you added a file by uploading a file. And then last thing you need to do is make sure you publish it on your website. So if you click on Publish, now Gonzalo Digital will be there. Click on Add to Cart, proceed to checkout, process checkout. Let me input this information real quick. Uh, 1234 Company Lane, San Francisco, 94123, United States. Oh, what happened here? All right, United States, there we go. California. Voila, confirm. And whenever you pay, it will be available from the portal perspective, right? Let's see here. Duplicate. I'm just going to go to the SO, because there's no like payment acquire set up or something like that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to sales, quotation, sale order 49, confirm the sale. I confirmed it. Obviously, if you set up a payment acquire or something like that, it would confirm automatically. You can set up that. That's another configuration you could do with an Odoo. And basically what happens is then if you go to My Account, sell order 49, you will have Gonzalo Digital, and you'll be able to, unfortunately I did not put a file, I did not put a file there, but if you do have the file, it will have a download link. So let's say, for example, let's open a Notepad. Download file, save as, desktop, save. And essentially, as I mentioned before, you need to add it in the file perspective. This is download file, upload your file. Obviously, you can add a URL too if you want. Desktop, download, open. And now that you have that download file configured, you'll be able to download it from the portal perspective, as I showed you before, from here. Maybe the changes are not retroactive, but essentially what you would have here is an opportunity to download it. Okay. Does that explain your question, Gonzalo? Silvio Ramin says, how do I prevent users to delete project stages? Well, the best way to do this is, well, there's many ways to do this, right? So you can either configure the groups and assign different groups or user rights to people and not allow them to have delete access to that specific record. Or you can hide the stages menu item. And by the way, project user won't be able to configure stages, only project managers. But let's actually show you how to modify the deletion access rights, if you will. The best way and easiest way in my mind is actually to yeah, no problem, Gonzalo. Like I said, thumbs up if you like it, thumbs down if you don't. That is fine, guys. Thumbs down if you don't. We're just trying to figure out if this is something we should do. So thumbs up if you like it or if you don't. But anyways, right now we're answering Silvio's question about how do I prevent users to delete project stages. Basically, this is a group user right or access rights. The best way to do this is, or figure this out on your own with your own database, is first taking a look at what groups you have by default in Odoo. Obviously, I've configured Odoo several times and so forth, so I know the groups and I know the project manager and project user. But if you're not aware of a specific module where which groups exist and so forth, the best way to take a look at it, because it differs based upon the apps you have downloaded, let's click on Manage Access Rights, go to a specific user, and notice here, if you go to Project, you have Project Manager and Project User. Now, you might say, okay, that's great, but what's the difference here? What's the difference between user? What's the difference between manager? And furthermore, maybe you don't want even the managers to delete project stages. So if that's the case, what you want to do is change the group access rights for deletion. And notice here you have user and you have manager. So now that we know the two groups that you have for that specific project module, now we want to modify the groups itself. Now, you do have to go into technical or debug mode to do this. Notice here, if we click on users, there's only users and companies. By default, groups is not shown unless you're in technical, in debug. So to go into debug mode, go to dashboard, click on activate the developer mode. And then here, what you want to do, Sylvia, okay, got it. You don't want even the managers to delete them. So if you click on settings, then here, since now we're in debug mode, which remember, you're in debug mode when you have a ladybug icon here, and debug is between web and menu there. Click on users, groups, and then now this will be all the groups, access rights, and so forth. So aside from even project, this is where you would manipulate that. And the best way to do this is by searching. So we can go to project, and voila. Now you have only the groups for project. Another thing too, since we're in the search bar perspective, you can always group by model, which would group by the project and so forth, or group by any other field. So here, you go into Project Manager. First of all, you get a nice little list of all the users that belong to this group. And second of all, you have the access rights. And this is where you select that Silvio. So notice here, you have task stage. You can click on edit. Delete access? Nope. Save. And that's what you do. Recap. Go to groups. Go to the group that you're trying to modify the access rights for. Go to task stage. Remove the Boolean field or the checkbox for delete access. And that's it. If you have a follow-up question, Silvio, please let me know. If not, we'll continue answering more questions. Okay. So Michael has another question. He says, recurring invoices every month. Could you use server actions or would you need to install subscription app? What would you recommend? So, of course, you will be able to create a server action that creates recurring invoices. However, the best bet, Michael, is using the recurring documents module. It's an app that is not. It's not like a sales app. It's not like a subscription app. It's another application that you will be able to use. And let me actually show you the application itself. That's without writing server actions, of course. So if you go to apps, remove the apps filter. Notice how you have a recurring documents app here. You can click on install. And now that you've installed it, what we can do is search for recurring documents, which is part of settings, technical, automation. Click on that. And here, Michael, here we can create recurring documents without complex server actions or automated actions or timed actions or scheduled actions and so forth. So we can click on create. Obviously, the name is recurring invoice. User, maybe a specific partner, Michael, so maybe a customer. Internal quantity, how many records, number of documents, what's the partner document and for what specific partner and so forth. Interval units, and obviously the cron job that will help you, that will basically run this. So if there's a cron job to generate recurring invoices and payments for subscription contracts or something like that, or maybe you create a new cron job. So that is a way to do it, Michael, without, I think we lost, some a view here. Hopefully you guys can still hear me. Hopefully the Odoo moderator can help me out with the video dilemma here. Maybe. So anyways, what I was gonna say, Michael, yes, this is a way to create recurring documents on the without the subscription module. Obviously, it's very basic in nature. It's not as complex as the subscriptions app. And by the way, using this kind of format will not allow you to capture recurring payments, if you will. So if you want all the added benefit subscription module, obviously you could do that. If not, if you need something very simple, you can use the recurring documents. Thank you, Axel, for letting me know. Okay, so I guess you guys can't see me anymore, but that's fine. All you guys got to do is focus on the content. Thanks, Michael. Yeah, I'm going to try and see how we can fix this issue. I'm going to remove my video right now because there's no feed, so there's no really point to show a black screen there. But hopefully I can get the Odoo moderator soon to come help out. Anyways, so going into your question now, Axel, actually before that, Morten, how does the sale move in production planning, and how can the salesperson see when he can deliver the next sale based on what is the production line and also what is in stock or coming in? So absolutely. Morten, what we could do is whenever you have the sales module and the inventory management module, it's okay. Yeah, unfortunately, there's still no feed. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you how you can train your sales representatives to take a look at, estimated times and so forth and all that kind of stuff. So if we go here to the sales module, let's actually do a live example of that. Sales, let's go to quotations. Let's create a new quotation. I got agrolay. Let's add a stockable product. So we need to make sure it's a stockable product. Actually, it could be consumable too, but let's just go with stockable. Ordered quantity of 10. Click on save. And now you can click on confirm sell. So the first thing, Axel, Morton, the first thing you can ask your sales representatives to take a look at is the delivery record here. So notice how every sales or quotation, once it's confirmed, it creates a stock move. Therefore, you have a delivery. If you click on the delivery or the transfer, if you will, here you can have several different information, and this is how your supply chain team can communicate with your sales team, right? So the first way I have some of my clients communicate with each other is using the scheduled date. Notice how the scheduled date gets generated from the sale order based upon lead times that you have configured within your product. So for example, the estimated lead time of that product is like 30 days. It would automatically calculate the estimated ship date and so forth. So that's you can configure all that stuff at a later point in time. But here, like I said, the most important piece is you want to have the link between your supply chain manager and your sales rep via this transfer, right? So here, the supply chain manager can access this record, not even from the sale order, from the inventory module itself and delivery orders. And since it's not ready, notice how it wasn't. It was available. Let's say, for example, it was warehouse 6 for sale order 12. So there's a link there. Yeah, there's this guy, and then bam. Oh no.
Oh yeah, this one.
Are we? Oh no. Apparently it didn't work. All right. Sorry.
Okay,
We're just.
I'll do
Yeah, no worries. Go a little bit lower so that way I can show the screen. If you go down. Oh, the other way around. Sorry. Okay.
Continue.
All right, sounds good. So, hey, you can see me now. So, even though the most important part is the product, right, and not me. But, anyways, so like I was saying, Morton, communicate between your supply chain team and your sales team via the transfer document. Notice how your supply chain team will access that document by going into the inventory module. And here they'll be able to see the sale order, the scheduled date. And what I have my clients do is essentially I have them make changes to this document so they can speak to the sales rep via here. So for example, I can click here and say, supply chain manager says, nope, 6/12 is not going to work for us. We actually need June 20th to work, or June 30th. That's when we're going to be able to schedule to ship. That's our estimated ship date. Okay, and they can click on save there. Then this, in turn, gets, then you can take a look at the scheduled date from the sales perspective. So then your sales rep goes into sales. They can go into the sale orders. That was easy. Go into, they can, filter for their orders only, and take a look at the one that we just created, which was this one. And here, notice if your sales rep then is like, hey, how is my delivery status? When is my customer expecting this? If they click on delivery, notice they can see, oh, okay, it just got modified to 6:30. When did the supply chain manager change this? Oh, okay, different schedule date, and so forth. So that is one method to communicate within your team between sales and transfer and so forth. So, Morton, is that something that answers your question? If you do want to have your sales team more access to, in regards to seeing when things arrive, then you can give them access rights to the inventory module. And then your sales team will actually be able to go into inventory perspective, right? Click on receipts to see, what is incoming and see it there. Now, obviously, if you're in a make-to-order scenario, whenever you sell a quotation, it will automatically create a RFQ, which in turn will create a receipt, and then you will be able to see the schedule date of that receipt, and so forth. Okay? Let me know if you have any follow-up questions. Morton, please let me know. I'm going to try to answer the questions a little bit quicker because we have a higher question queue. So let's take a look at
if I generate a bank statement with a line amount sufficient to pay several open invoices and reconcile the account.move, what's meaning will have the validate action on the bank statement form? What meaning will have the validate action on the bank statement form? I need to use it for something. All of the previous steps are done with automatic code. Okay, so to Axel's point, he's trying to determine what will happen whenever you have several different invoices and whenever you reconcile them on a bank statement line. So the way how it works, Axel, is in fact what's going to happen is, let's say, for example, you have a $10,000 bank statement line, deposit. And that deposit was for invoice 1, 2, 3, and 4, and 5 for the respective quantities. What's going to happen is if those invoices are open, what it will do is reconcile one big payment journal entry that has not been created yet. It will only be created when you click on the Reconcile green button and reconcile that payment journal entry to all of those different invoices. So let's actually go through that very quickly. So if we have, let's go back to accounting. If you just joined, by the way, we're doing a one-day experiment, Odoo Live support, completely new. This is the first time we do it. And we're trying to figure out if this is something you want. So if you like what we're doing, thumbs up. If you don't like it, thumbs down. No worries. This is something we're trying to experiment and see if you guys like it. One-on-one, no framework. You ask the questions, I answer them. Right now, we're answering Axel's question in regards to bank statement line reconciliation to open invoices, multiple invoices to one line. So for that, let's actually create, let's say all these invoices are open, for example. So what I'm going to do, it's the amount of $5,923. So I'm just going to do a big deposit for $5,923 for all the open invoices, almost like a batch deposit, which, by the way, we do have a feature of batch deposit, which make it a little bit easier for what we're trying to achieve. So if that's the case, we can do that. It shows a validate button and all the invoices are paid and reconciled. Axel just had a follow-up comment. He says, I done all of that, but after the bank statement shows a validate button and all the invoices are paid and reconciled. So, I get it, Axel. So, okay. So if all the invoices have already been reconciled before by clicking on register payment, then the validate button, all it's doing is just reconciling the bank statement line to all of those invoices. It's reconciling the Odoo general ledger to your bank statement. It's not creating journal entries. If they're blue lines, it's not creating journal entries. The journal entries have already been reconciled to the invoices themselves. It's basically just balancing out your general ledger and your bank statement. So if, Axel, by the way, if that doesn't answer your question, please send another follow-up comment so I can answer your question correctly. But I think that's what you meant by that. If not, let me know, but I'm going to move on to another question. Let me see, Axel, Michael. Okay. Hi, when do I do goods receipt return and check ask refund option 2? The delivered quantity and purchase order does not decrease for the returned product. So, Mohammed, this kind of feature also depends on the different version. Depends if you're using version 8, version 9, version 10, or so forth. And when it comes to, sorry, Mohammed, just 1 second. I'm going to answer Axel's question. So it depends. So if you're reconciling the bank statement line with blue lines, it's not going to affect your general ledger. Reason why it's not going to affect your general ledger is because it will not create journal entries, thus in turn not creating journal items, thus in turn not affecting your general ledger. However, so if they're blue lines, you've already reconciled them, it won't affect it at all. Essentially what you're just trying to do is reconcile your bank statement to the Odoo's general ledger, but not affecting it. But if they're black lines, though, basically you are creating journal entries, thus affecting your general ledger. Okay. So going back to Mohammed's question, in terms of, ordered quantities. So whenever you have a purchase order and then whenever you receive the amounts, it basically will reflect what amount you received regardless if you return it in the future or not. Basically, what it's trying to do is give you a record of what happened on that basically receipt that was generated from the purchase order perspective. So if we go to, so let's see here, when I check out. So Mohammed, let me know if that answers your question. It's just it's more of a philosophical choice. We want to keep a record of what is delivered or what is received, as opposed to keeping an ongoing record, recurring and stuff like that. Because the purchase order was one document, it's an official document. You received X number and so forth. Specifically, it's important when it comes to back orders. So that's why we do it that way. Okay. Moving on to the next question, Morton is asking, we'll explain, the bottleneck is if the inventory is there or the production is filled. So, Morton, there's several different ways you can go about this in regards to if you want to see quantity on hand for a specific product that you're trying to sell. And that could be housed in the actual product form itself. So if we go back to our example, our previous example, we go to sales, we go to our quotations, the aggregate example I created. The way to check to see from a sales rep perspective if something's on hand is better if you if you click on the actual order line, go to the product, and seeing the on-hand quantity. Unfortunately, I only selected product type consumable, which basically it's not a stockable product, hence no quantity on hand. However, if we clicked on this and clicked on stockable product, just for demonstration purposes, notice how you would be able to see the on-hand quantity of your product itself. Now, to the second part of your question, you're trying to see, all right, what's the forecast? I mean, what's the deal here? When should I expect more? When are we going to ship this amount, and so forth? Once again, click on the sale order line, go to the product form, and then we have this nice little button that only shows up in stockable products that's called forecasted. If you click on forecasted, it gives you a perspective in regards to, on a weekly basis, when you can expect certain amounts to come in or come out. And this is completely based on the estimated or scheduled dates. Notice how I mentioned there in the transfer form that you can change the scheduled date and so forth. And that is what the forecasted quantity here shows. Now, since this is a Odoo pivot table, which is really nice because you can dynamically change it, you can also take a look. Right now, by default, it's a weekly perspective, but you can actually take a look at it on a daily perspective as well to see on a daily basis, when are we going to receive more products, when are we going to ship them out, and so forth. What's my forecasted? Okay, sounds good. So go to...
The top is the most recent one.
Yes, yep. Okay.
It scrolls automatically, I think.
Sounds good.
No, you're good.
All right, awesome. Just by the way, if you just joined, we are doing a one-day experiment of Odoo Live support. No framework whatsoever. You ask the questions, I try to answer them. So basically, we're just trying it out. If you like it, give it a thumbs up. If you don't, give it a thumbs down. No worries. We're just trying to determine if this is something you want. Going into the next question, Axel. So it says, I've done all that. We were discussing if you could run the complete example of bank statement reconcile to pay open invoices to see the validate button on the bank statement once the bank statement lines are reconciled. Absolutely. So let me do that. And then Mohammed, it's Odoo 10 SaaS version. It's other way around in case of sale order. Yes. So Mohammed, when it comes to If I select multiple vendor bills and register payment, I am not able to change the currency other than the company currency. The currency, Mohammed, is established on the price list itself. So whatever the price list was on the quotation or the purchase order or something along those lines, or on the invoice. And remember, once you validate an invoice, it becomes an official document that you can't really edit afterwards. But let me actually kind of, Morton, hopefully I actually answered your question in regards to your sales representatives or your sales managers, how to see the stock level forecast of a given product by clicking on the product form. I'm going to go through Axel's full-on example of validating those. So let's do this. So accounting, let's say, for example, you have customer invoices here. Let's say, for example, we want to pay these two together. So let's say, for example, one, you want to do like that, 138 together. So now what we're going to do is going to have a deposit on your bank account for 138. So we go back. We go to accounting. We go to your bank, new statement. Remember, you have several different ways to be able to bring in statement lines. You can import, you can manually input them, or you can sync your bank if it's supported with Odoo. And what we want to bring in is the 138 deposit. Okay, save. And let's click on Reconcile. Okay, when you click on Reconcile on this, notice here how we have black lines, Axel, as I mentioned before. If these are black lines, this basically means that these open invoices still, we haven't registered a payment for them in Odoo. Therefore, there is no payment journal entry whatsoever. If we select black lines on a bank statement reconciliation, it will create a payment journal entry, and it will reconcile that payment journal entry with this specific bank statement line. With the invoices. So if we click on Reconcile, by the way, Axel, to your former question, if it's black lines, it will affect your general ledger because, like I said, it's going to create a journal entry. So if we click on Reconcile, voila. What just happened was, first, the open invoices are no longer open because we created a payment journal entry, Bank 1 2017-002, and reconciled it to it. And then, if we go, it's 0002. So if we go to Advisor, Journal Entries, you can see here, wait, where is it? Bank. Here we go. Here's the journal entry. Axel, does that answer your question? Let me know if not. I'm referring to changing the currency in payment screen, not the bills. Okay. Dashboard. Oh, I see. I see what you're saying. On the bank, you want to take a look at the bank statement that we just created here. So since here, essentially what you're doing is just basically closing it out. The reason why, Axel, is because notice how this bank statement line is in gray? It's because we already have it reconciled. So really, it's not editable or anything along those lines. When you click Validate, you're basically just like, where's the, oh, that's right. It's because our ending balance is incorrect. But essentially, when you click Validate, you're essentially just kind of marking off this bank statement line as fully reconciled. it will not, because you already created those journal entries, it will not affect your journal ledger after that. Okay? So hopefully that answers your question, Axel. It's more of a check, we're good to go. Like, for example, if you go to sales on the quotations, when you confirm a quotation, it becomes a sale order. And then there's an additional stage that's called done. It's done, it locks it, it's completed, period. Okay. Can we create a vendor invoice from delivery receipts in Odoo 10 Enterprise? So, Cabo, hopefully I'm pronouncing it correctly. Cabo, basically, we create vendor bills from purchase orders. Could you clarify your question? Is that what you're asking for? What I mean by that is you have a purchase order, right? First, you have a request for quotation. Then when you confirm it, it becomes a purchase order. That purchase order, if you're buying a stockable or consumable product, it will create a receipt. So you have a receipt. Now, you do not create a vendor bill from the receipt itself, but you create it from the purchase order. So you can create an invoice from a purchase order. Let me actually show you how that works. So if we're in purchases, let's create a new one, and let's make sure it's a product type, consumable or stockable. All right, so let's just make sure computer case is stockable or consumable. Yeah, it's stockable. Okay. Click on save. All right, there we go. Oh, let's just add a price, best practice. Save. Okay. Let me actually, right now we're answering Cabo's question of how do we create a vendor invoice from a purchase order. So essentially here we have PO008. We confirm the order. That will create the delivery order. So we click on confirm order. Now notice here how we have a shipment, which is a receipt, and then we have 0 vendor bills, actually, right? So essentially, the vendor bill is created from the purchase order. Okay. Obviously, the invoicing policy here is on received quantities to create the invoice. That's why the create invoice or create vendor bill button wasn't showing up. But you can click on here and create like so. Voila. Correct. Now, Cabo, keep in mind you can always create vendor bills from the accounting dashboard. So you can always do that too if you have other scenarios where, maybe you don't have a purchase order and you want to create just a vendor bill from scratch. That's also an opportunity by clicking on New Bill on the vendor bill box here. Absolutely. So that is taken care of already, Cabo. What I mean by that is whenever you go to purchase it into a purchase order, you can actually generate the vendor bill for only received quantities. What I mean by that is if we go to ACES Tech, right, and we add, let's add like computer case again, and let's say we ordered 10 units of this, right, so we have 500. We confirm the order, but we actually received only 5 units, not 10. So we shouldn't be paying them $500. So you click here. We only received 5 units. Save. And each delivery receipt from the vendor has a vendor code in each receipt. So let me actually go through if you receive less. We have a PO. We have this receipt, right? We're only receiving 5 out of 10, so we're not receiving the full order. We click on validate. Notice we can create back order if we want, or no back order. It's up to you. Let's do no back order for this instance. So we received 5 products. We got a PO again. Now, obviously, the PO was for 10. But if we click on vendor bills, click on create, then notice here, automatically, it says quantity of 5. Because it's based on your received quantities. Cabo, does that answer your question? So, in a nutshell, basically, your vendor bill's generated on received quantities, if you want. Obviously, you can, since it's not a validated invoice, you can change this to 10 if you really want to. Okay. In terms of, Cabo, in terms of, adding different fields like vendor code or something along those lines, that is very doable with Studio. So, for example, let's say you want to add a vendor code on this specific record, right? So you can add some other vendor code by using Studio. Clicking on the customization and adding a field to house your vendor code. Now, this is obviously version 10.0, which is not a SaaS version. SaaS 14 increased significantly. It's nicer to add new fields because you have a nice little layout here. Actually, let me show you. Let's go here. Right now, not the right version. Let me actually go to RunBot. Cabo, can you explain a little bit more on NoFooly? Let's go to Odoo Enterprise. SaaS 14 or SaaS 15. All right, and then we go admin. No worries, Cabo. Hey, if you have any other follow-up questions, feel free to comment. Yeah, absolutely. If you like this session, Cabo, thumbs up. If you don't, thumbs down. That's fine. Like I said, we're trying this out. Let me know what you think. Right now, what I'm doing is actually lost my train of thought. Oh, actually, I was going to show you if you want to add like transfer codes for receipts using Studio. Very easy. If you go to warehouse N004, you want to add a field. Click on that. Notice how you have a nice little interface. If anyone wants a little bit more explanation, thanks, Cabo. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Like I said, help us out with the KPIs. Thumbs up if you like it, thumbs down if you don't. And for example, you can add a text here. As simple as that. Drag and drop, no coding whatsoever. And then here, we can call it the vendor code. Oh, sorry, my bad, I misclicked. So here on the label, I can do vendor code, like so, and voila. I mean, it's as simple as dragging and dropping, like so. Now, this does require, Cabo, for you to have Studio. So depending on what version, Odoo Enterprise or if you're in Odoo Online, check with your account manager or your partner, and they'll kind of brief you on how to get Studio. Okay, let's go back. Sorry, guys. I kind of spent a little bit, some time with Cabo. Now I need to, let's go see here. Mohammed, you have, it's Odoo SaaS version. It's the other way around in case of sales orders. Axel, I believe we answered your question fully. Let me know if I didn't. Daniel, sorry guys, I'm just going to answer this one because it's very simple. Daniel, if you forgot your odoo.com password, go to odoo.com, like so. Go to sign in and reset password. So that's the easiest way. That's if you're an admin user or if you have an odoo.com account. If you don't, then what you need to do is ask your admin or your whoever manages your database to go to settings, go to general settings, and there's an enable reset password here from login page. Add that, and then you'll be able to reset your password from there. Okay, let me know, Daniel, if that explains it. So odoo.com, reset password. If you're not the admin user or odoo.com, ask your admin to enable the password reset, and then you'll be able to do it from the login page. Mohammed, zero around in case of sale orders. If I select multiple vendor bills and register payment, I am not able to change the currency other than the company currency. I'm referring to changing the currency in payment screen, not the bills. So, Mohammed, in terms of your question in regards to currencies, it also depends on what journal you are paying with. You got it, Daniel. Thanks for the happy face. Makes me smile. Mohammed, when it comes to currencies, what you want to do is, if you have two different banks, right? You have one bank in the United States and one in the European Union. You want to have a bank account in U.S. dollars and a bank account in euros. Now, what happens is, if you want to pay something in euros or receive payment in euros or receive payment in US dollars, you do that via the journals I mentioned. So let's actually go through that, Mohammed. Let's go back to my local host. Click on that. Accounting. First, of course, you have to enable multiple currencies. Let's see here. Sorry, I was just reading the chat. Got a little distracted there. Let me multi-currency. Okay, so first, allow multi-currencies. Notice immediately some different settings show up. You can basically first mark which exchange journal will happen. Essentially, this is whenever you have a profit or loss from an exchange rate change, right? So that's what you input here. Then you can automatically have a live currency rate happen daily, weekly, or monthly based upon the European Central Bank or Yahoo Finance, and it's simple as just configuring it here, and clicking Save, Apply. Now, whenever you click on that checkbox to enable multi-currencies, a lot of view changes will happen within all of Odoo, specifically in accounting, because now you will have the option to select different currencies and different accounts, different currencies and different journals, and so forth. So let's go back here to accounting. Let's go to configuration. Let's go to our multi-currency as well again. So we have our configuration set up here. Next up, I want to configure currencies, and I want to make another one live. So right now, I think we only have US dollars enabled because I installed this database using United States as a country. Obviously, if you're installing it from a different country, such as Canada, it would be a different currency, the Canadian dollar, of course. So let me see if euros are installed. Yep, so euros are installed. Notice how right now the current rate is the same as my rate of 1-to-1, which is because we still haven't synced it. So we go to Settings, and we click on Update Now. Okay, just checking to see if Mohammed had follow-up comments. Okay, click Apply. And now, essentially, by clicking Update Now, I forced it, right? It would have done it automatically daily via a cron, but I just forced it for demonstration purposes. So if we go to Accounting now, okay, Configuration, Currencies. Now, if we take a look here, EUR. Now, notice how the current rate is calculated based on the company's base currency. Okay. Moving forward, what we want to do is notice how we now have our bank journals, which we had before we enabled multi-currency. But now if we click on Settings, now we can associate a specific currency to that bank now that we enabled multi-currency. So here, we can do US dollar, save. And now what I want to do is create a new account. Create. And then right now it doesn't matter. We don't have to worry about codes really. But we want to call this Euro Bank. Type bank and cash. It's also best practice, just FYI. You don't have to specify the account currency here. You will specify you will specify it in the journal itself. So let's click on Save. Now you have that. Let's go to Journals. Create a new one. Eurobank. Type bank and cash, short code EUR if you want. Default debit, Eurobank, like so. And here, Mohammed, is where we will input the currency, which is euros. So we're going to receive payment in euros. You know, whenever we register payment and we select the Eurobank as the payment method, we'll receive it in euros. So save. Oh. Okay. So apparently we do have to specify it. I apologize. Save. And save. So best practice, you know, misspoke. On your base currency, in your base currency, if it's your base account on your base currency, you don't have to specify it. But in this case, we do. Okay. So let's go back to dashboard. Now, of course, you have your US dollar bank and you have your Euro bank. Notice how by selecting the currency on the journal, it automatically changes the symbol on the journal itself. Now, Mohammed, if we have a customer invoice, like let's say, for example, this one, 525 open, for Agrolay, if we click on Register Payment, here, notice how this will affect the currency. So, for example, if we click on Eurobank 525, notice how here it made the currency rate or whatever. We would change the amount to reflect, of course, the difference, right? Because it's doing the currency exchange right now. We click on Validate. And what happened now is if you go to Dashboard, now you have that. So you received payment in euros. Is that, Mohammed, is that what you were asking? Let me know if it wasn't. But I mean, let's say, for example, to my previous comment, which I don't know if that's what you were wondering, but you can specify, you know, an invoice if it's going to be on a specific currency. And notice there, we had an open invoice that was marked as US dollars. And we received payment in euros. Hence, the exchange rate that was created. Let's say, for example, we have another sale, and it's going to be, you know, created in terms of euros instead of US dollars. There are several things we need to do in that scenario. And for that to be done is, first we need to create a price list that basically works on euros instead of US dollars. As you can see here, we actually have already, because we downloaded demo data into Odoo, we already have several different price lists in different currencies. You got it, Axel. Thanks, man. Thumbs up or thumbs down, depending on how you feel about this, you know, one-on-one Odoo support thing. Which, by the way, if you just joined, I know I haven't said it in a while, so maybe you might be lost. I apologize, but what we're doing today is a one-day experiment, you know, Odoo live support, and where there's really no framework, no webinar. You ask the questions, I answer. I'm a functional consultant here in San Francisco. Today is going to be mostly about configuring how-tos and so forth. However, on Thursday, if you're into more technical information, talking about deployment of Odoo or something like that, we have one of our developers on Thursday do a live session like this one. So save your technical questions to that. But anyways, back to Mohammed's question. If we go, oh, Mohammed, what's that? Please let me know if I'm missing the question. Right now, I'm going to show you how to create it like an invoice on a different currency from the sales perspective, like from the entire sales flow, from quotation all the way to invoice. Let me know if you want me to answer something else if I'm not specifically answering your question. So if we go to quotations, we click on Create. We click on Customer here, and let's say, for example, this is going to be a euro, a euro quotation. The way how we do that is by changing the price list from US dollars to euros, just like that. Then here, what we do is add an item, let's say server, and voila. Now notice how by selecting the price list in euros, it automatically creates the subtotals and the amounts in euros. Okay. So we click save. This is a quotation. Once again, the sales flow is quotation to sale order, then you have a receipt and an invoice, and then, of course, the invoice will receive all the invoiceable lines from the sale order itself. So I'm going to show you that. So confirm sale. And then we have the delivery order. Now, this default database has its invoicing policy set up as invoice on delivered or received quantities. How do I know? Because if it wasn't set up like that, which is a test database, it would show up in green with a create invoice. Actually, just for demonstration purposes, if I create an invoice when my invoicing policy is only invoice on received or delivered quantities, it will not allow me to create an invoice with the invoiceable lines. It will allow me to create a down payment invoice, but not the actual invoiceable lines itself. But anyways, going back to the question. Mohammed is specifying a little bit more. Example, I create 3 bills in euro and select all 3 bills and then go to actions and register payment. I am not able to select euro currency if I intend to make payment from the US dollar bank account. Oh, I get you, Mohammed. Okay. And, you know, actually, I'm not exactly sure if that's possible. And here's the reason why. Because, and I'm no accounting expert. I'm your Odoo implementation expert. But in terms of accounting, obviously you want to reference an accountant or a CPA or something like that. But the reason why you can't do it is because, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Mohammed, but if you have a bank account in the U.S., you have a bank account in U.S. dollars, and then period, right? Then you have a bank account in euros, period. Maybe it's a U.S. bank too, but it's in euros, period. If that's the case, what you want to do is have a bank account, like an account in Odoo, a Bank of America, account in U.S. dollars, and create an account for that, and create a journal for that, and that's your U.S. dollar bank account. And then you have another one. You have another account in Bank of America, right? And that's in euros. Then it's Bank of America account euros. You create a completely new account. You create a new journal, and that in itself, it's its own thing. So then, when you open bills from your bank account U.S. dollar, it will basically be paid in U.S. dollars, and then whenever you pay in euros, you'll pay in euros. Like I said before, in my limited experience in terms of finance and accounting, like I said, I'm not an expert in finance and accounting, but you will have 2 different accounts depending on the currency. But maybe moderator has a better answer, but unfortunately you will have to create 2 accounts with 2 different currencies, 2 different journals to kind of use that functionality that you want. Let me know if once again I misunderstood your question, Mohammed. If not, if you have any follow-up questions, let me know. So just because I'm already doing this, I'm going to go through the entire process of creating an invoice using euros. So let's do one delivery. All right, and then here I will click on, obviously, since it's a test database, we don't have quantity on hand for this product, so I'm just going to force availability and validate. Apply. Okay. So now back to the sale order. Notice, as I mentioned, the invoicing policy of this test database is invoice only on delivered or received quantities. So now there's a big green button on create invoice. If I click on that, notice how now I have the option. I mean, you had it before, but it would give us an error, right? It says no invoiceable lines to invoice. Now, when I click on invoiceable lines, create and view invoices, you have the ability to create an invoice. And voila. Now that invoice is in euros. Validate. Obviously, now since it's in euros, you can pay using your Euro bank or your US dollar bank. It's up to you. So, for example, bank, US dollars or Euro bank. And, well, I mean, Mohammed, it seems like the option, actually, I might have misspoke, but you do have an option to select the one on the payment. So, here we go. Euros from Euro bank, click on validate. Flooring Depot Michael, which I believe is Michael as well. I don't seem to find recurring documents in Odoo online. I've removed the apps filter and searched. I see the presenters using a local host and was able to find it. Okay, so Mohammed, you did see the different. Oh, okay. So Mohammed, correct me if I'm wrong, but your issue is only happening when you're trying to pay multiple invoices at once, right? Because as you saw here, we have Agrolay in euros, and this is where I admit I misspoke. We have 500 like so. Save. Validate. If it's a single specific one, validate. Let me validate. If we click on register payment here, notice here you can say bank US dollars, and then you can click on US dollars or euros here. So maybe you want to pay in euros from Bank USD. So in terms of this perspective, maybe if you're paying one by one, Mohammed, it will work like so. But in the case of multiple invoices, maybe in the view, it's not appearing. And let me actually take a look at that. And that might be your issue. So for example, if we have two open here, you want to, let's say for example, let's do this to Agrolay, action register payment. Okay, let's duplicate this one. Validate, like so. Okay, so now we have two open invoices of the same currency. We click on that, action, register payment, and here we go, bank. Okay, so Mohammed, I think if you register payment on every single invoice by itself, it will work. Exactly, and that's the issue. If that's the issue for you, what I would do is definitely go to odoo.com/help, mention the fact that you can't select US dollars, and they'll try to help you there. Because what basically this is telling me is this register payment action window that's showing up is not bringing in the USD, or I mean the currency. So for example, I'm just testing this, by the way. This is not this is not recommended what I'm doing, but I just want to make sure to see if by simply removing the invisibility of the currency, I can do it. So if we go to action, register payment, here we go. We go to Amex. We go to US dollars. Sorry, if we go to Eurobank, US dollars, euros. So there you go, Mohammed. I mean, does this answer your question? Sorry, I mean, I guess we're trying to go back and forth, and I did not fully understand your question in the first go. All right, sounds good, Mohammed. Hey, like I said, if you like it, thumbs up. If you don't, thumbs down. But we got there, Mohammed. It just took a little bit longer than usual. So yes, the currency ID on the multiple payment is not present. Now, I would still, Mohammed, still best practice is go to odoo.com/help, since I kind of just did a little modification, which I don't know all the intricacies that might happen out of this. So best scenario is odoo.com/help, but as you can see there, it actually did work. So there you go. Okay, other question. Michael von Heinitz, sorry if I butchered your name, but Michael Cabo, thanks, man. If you like it, thumbs up. If you didn't, thumbs down. Like I said, this is a one-day experiment, Odoo Life Support session, where there's no framework whatsoever. You ask the questions, we try to answer them. Let us know. Thanks, man. Thanks, Cabo. I really appreciate that. Let us know if you like this, because we can do this more often if you guys want. The one-to-one experience, of course. But anyways, Michael, it might be to answer Michael's question. He was wondering, I don't seem to find recurring documents in Odoo online. I've removed the apps filter and searched. Presenter, which I did show recurring documents. It might be a newer version where that application's not present. I would check with odoo.com/help if you have any questions in regards to that. And to your previous comment, Michael, with Odoo, there's a lot of customization and development you can do using server actions and automated actions. So that kind of stuff. Mohammed, thanks for the happy faces, man. Much appreciated. Thanks. Okay, so let's go back to, I think we answered all the questions that were open, correct? If I somehow missed your question and I breezed by, let me know. If for some reason I did not answer it. In the new SaaS version, can we change the CSS of the website? Can you show us how? Nomar, you're back. Hey, Nomar, thanks for coming back. Yes, you can change CSS in the new SaaS version. You got it. You got it, Michael. You got it, Mohammed. So, yes, you can change CSS version. I'm going to be completely transparent with you. This is a very new feature in our newest release. And I haven't still stress tested it or gone thoroughly into it. But Nomar, for the purpose of the stream, let's try it out. Let's go to Runbot. Let's go to, let me make sure I'm in the latest SaaS version. Odoo Enterprise, SaaS 15. All right. Okay, so let's say, for example, here from the limited, thanks, Mohammed. From the limited perspective I've had in regards to this, like I said, I still haven't stress tested it or gone thoroughly into this. Very new, fresh off the press, but that's the beauty of Odoo. I mean, we keep on upgrading with so many new features. So let's go to Customize. So here, no more. Notice here, this is where we used to actually always have this for the HTML. So you were always able to change the HTML in previous versions. However, now the CSS editor is kind of the new thing. So if we click on HTML/CSS editor, notice how here you have a drop-down button which allows you to select what thing you're editing. XML, HTML, that's kind of the default one, which you always had access to. But the new cool version is the CSS. So if we click on that, notice here how now you will have the CSS classes and all that different information. Now, of course, Nomar, this kind of this is assuming you have some CSS training or something along those lines. If that's the case, then we can change different classes. So, for example, we can create a new class, perhaps. Let me see, class address. Let me just create a new class here and call it, actually, is that where I really want to put it? Whatever, it doesn't matter. We're just showing it here. Let's call this Jose class, right? And this Jose class, will essentially, like I said, guys, I haven't really stress tested this. So this is literally the first time I'm writing on our CSS editor. And then here we can do font size is equal to 70%. And voila. Does this answer your question, Omar? I know it was pretty simple. If you know CSS, you know the power of what you can do with this. Este Gowari. So Nomar, this is how you would do it, by the way. Changing the classes. Obviously, if you want to change the class of OE.menu placeholder to 2 pixels instead of 1, you would do that. So if you know CSS, I mean, everything else is pretty self-explanatory. The different CSS files would be selected on the drop-down. So you want to check which CSS file is being called on the specific view. So that's for your question, Omar. If I didn't answer your question fully, let me know. Let's go to Este Go Ari's question. Este Go Ari says, "Hi, is it possible to create delivery notes, A, manually, or B, automatically, if SO puts an order line?" If SO puts an order line. Este, can you clarify in regards to the last part, if SO puts an order line, just so I can understand a little bit more in regards to what that means? In terms of creating a delivery note, also, do you mean, is that a delivery order, as in the transfer, or do you want a PDF file? Please let me know, because how I take it right now is I missed the dot. Yep, there you go. Boom. No, Omar, sorry, man. I'm not a developer, but yeah, it's very nice. Not a developer, but an implementation consultant. I'm all things consultant. Implementation. Anyways, Este Goari's question, back to you. Sorry about that. The way how I take it, Este, is you're trying to ask if on the SO, if you can create a delivery order manually or automatically. By default in Odoo, whenever you confirm a sale order and the product type is of type stockable or consumable, it will create a delivery order for you. So that's automatic. However, in terms of a delivery note or a PDF document, depends on what you're trying to obtain there. It does not create it automatically, like the PDF document. The reason why is because the transfer, although it's been created, we don't know if it's fully complete. Like maybe the schedule date is wrong, or your supply chain team wants to change the schedule date, and so forth. Oh, okay. Yeah, absolutely. So a customer orders something online and needs a PDF delivery note. Absolutely. Yeah, of course. Because the way how it works is whenever you have an e-commerce order, it actually creates a quotation for you and a sale order in your sales module. The beauty of being integrated. So that's why you would have an e-commerce with Odoo, because it creates that quotation automatically, which then when that quotation gets confirmed, it creates a delivery note, a transfer, which then you can create a delivery note. So let's actually go through the process here. So let's go to the shop. Let me go to, let's go to Alice. Actually, I need to make sure that whatever product I'm using, let me go back to localhost. And create a new product that's stockable. So that way, I am. So if we create here, and then here, let's say, for example, Este product. Este product, types, not service, sorry, type stockable. Let's save this. Hopefully I'm not missing out on any other configuration stuff here, but it doesn't look like it. All right. Make sure it's published, right? So we want to make sure it's published. Este product is now published on the web. Oh, sorry, no, published. Now it's published on the website. And basically, what happens is whenever someone is in the shop, you click on Add to Cart. Oh, sorry. Yeah, so it's a test database. Unfortunately, it's a test database. I'm using localhost, so that's what's going on. Of course, my bad for that. Let me actually go to the run bot. Let's do that. And let me create a product here. Let's go to products, sales, products, where am I? Sales catalog products. So sometimes when you're in Runbot, it's a testing environment, so people change things around. So that's why I couldn't see it there. So click on Create, Estee product. Type is stockable. That's all we need. Another thing we want to do is save that product. I forgot your E, Estee, sorry. Click on Published, like so. Now we click on Add to Cart. We proceed to checkout. Process checkout. Notice how billing and shipping address. So Estee, they'll be able to select a shipping address if it's different by adding a new address here. Click on Confirm. Free delivery charges. I'm just going to do a wire transfer. Click on Pay Now. Now, the wire transfer here, as you can see, confirmed the order. So this has been fully confirmed for Estee products. And notice how the order number has been generated here. So keeping that in mind, Estee, as I mentioned before, is the fact that everything's integrated. So e-commerce is integrated with quotations. So right now there's a sale order in your sales module under website sales that has exactly what we just created. So if I find it correctly, was it sale order 89? Let me find it. Oh, well, okay. So unfortunately, it's still not configured to accept automatically on payment. So obviously, if you had like a payment acquirer like Stripe or something like that, you can configure your payment acquirer to automatically confirm the order upon when you select Accept Pay. Since this is a test database, it's not configured. So it just made it a quotation, not a sale order yet. But essentially, you could do the entire thing. Here, let's confirm the sale, which is exactly what I did with Estee product. And notice here, Estee, you have a delivery order, like so. And from here, on the delivery order, obviously you can check availability, force availability, the same thing you would do on a regular delivery order, validate, apply. And then you can also print out your delivery slip, like so. And here you go. This was an online order that was placed online. It became a quotation automatically. And then, of course, I confirmed it because the payment acquirer is not configured to accept and confirm sale orders automatically on this test database. But you can, and so forth. So here you go, Estee. This is your delivery order generated from an online order. Now, since we covered that topic about sale order confirmation from online, how do you automate that and so forth? You can do that by going to Accounting, Configuration, Settings. Sorry, not Settings. Payment Acquirers. Going to the payment acquirer you have published on your website. And then in Configuration, notice here, Estee, you have Order Confirmation. Right now, there is no automatic confirmation on receipt of payment. But you can then click on Edit and select many different methods. So authorize the amount and confirm the SO, authorize and capture the amount, and so forth and so forth. Now, obviously, this depends on the payment acquirers. So order confirmation opportunities or possibilities depend on what the payment acquirer can do. Best way to see what a payment acquirer can do is by going to the payment acquirer screen and seeing what exactly it can do. So for example, if you take a look at authorize.net here, it says a payment gateway, blah, blah, card storage, and you can use authorize and capture, and so forth. Okay? Let me know, Estee, if I answered your question or not. Let me know. Once again, if you just joined, we're doing a one-day experiment of Odoo Live support where you ask the questions, I try to answer them. No framework, no webinar, nothing like that. It's just you guys and myself trying to configure Odoo and try to answer all your questions. Next question, if I'm not mistaken. But yes, it's clear. I suppose there was an inherited feature with drag and drop as the views. Yeah, no more. I believe still, even though if you want to, I believe you want to, and like I said, this is a very new feature, so I'm not 100%, but I'm on Runbot, yeah? Yep, I'm in Runbot. I think you would edit on the CSS editor itself, because I'm not exactly sure how you would inherit a less file. You got it, Essay. Let us know. Thumbs up if you like this. Thumbs down if you don't. Let us know if we should set this up and so forth. Nomar is asking, what is the procedure that you recommend to manage inter-warehouse replenishments? For example, instead, create a purchase order or a manufacturer order, making an automatic inter-warehouse move. Nomar, the question you asked is via routes. So routes are nice and complex. You can get really complex with routes and make it a very customized way of how stock moves between your warehouses. I think the question is, it really depends on what you want to achieve. What I mean by that is, whenever you move stock from one warehouse to another, do you just want transfers generated, or do you want manufacturing orders generated and so forth? And the way how you configure that, and I'll go through that, is by creating procurement orders or move from stock routes, if you will. The way how you modify that Nomar, is let's go back to our local host here. The way how you manage that is, first, you want to click on Inventory, Configuration. You want to set up a multi-warehouse, so select multiple warehouses. Okay. Manage several warehouses, each one composed by several stock locations, like so. And then click on Apply. Okay. Now, basically, what this will do is allow you to see more menu items from the inventory perspective. So you'll see warehouses now, you'll see locations now, and still, notice how you can't see routes yet. So if we click on Configuration, Settings, and let's allow for multiple routes, Advanced Routing of Products Using Rules, Apply. And then, by the way, guys, this will be the last question I'll answer, the one with Nomar, since we're going to do a little switcheroo here to another consultant at 1 p.m., just as an FYI. So here, now that I enabled advanced routes, if you click on configuration, you can see here we have the ability to select routes, global procurement rules, global push rules. Let me actually quickly explain what the difference between routes and global procurement rules and global push rules are. Routes are selected on several different locations. It could be on a product. It could be on a product category. It can actually be on a sale order line. You want to create a route if you want it to execute on a certain operation or a certain thing that occurs, right? So when you confirm a sale order, you want a route to be executed. If that's the case, you create a route. If you want it to always happen, regardless of no matter what happens, whenever stock moves from one place to another, it creates an automatic route, then you would do a global push rule or something like that. So global basically means they don't live for a specific route, but it automatically creates a transfer for that. Anyways, in terms of routes, what you would want to do, click on here, and by default, it already basically has a few routes created based on your warehouses and so forth. Notice how the operation types or the route names are based on the warehouse that in question. So here you have company, then you have Chicago, and then and so forth. For example, if we created a new warehouse, and let's call it a Nomar's warehouse, like so, NH. We can click on save, and then there will be more operation types. By the way, too, depending on how you do incoming shipments or outgoing shipments, you will have more operation types, i.e. more routes. So for example, if you have unload and input location, it will allow you to have another location, and then you would have another route to select from, and so forth. Okay, we click on save, like so. And now if we go to routes, notice how for Nomar warehouse, you have more than just one route, like so. The way how I like to do it, Nomar, is usually you want to have a route of whatever needs to happen, right? So for example, if you want a delivery order created, if you want a transfer created, and another transfer created, you would set up that on the route creation itself. So for example, you can call this Nomar's route, like so, and you would add it here. Okay? So for example, if you want to create a route that's a 3-step process, you would have 3 procurement rules. Nomar, when it comes to routes, it does become very complex, and I can spend 3 hours explaining this. So if you do want to do customized routes, I would recommend to discuss this with a consultant or with your partner, depending on which Odoo you have. But for example, in the purpose in the interest of time, actually, I'm just going to show you a pick, pack, and ship from Nomar Warehouse that is automatically created from the creation of a new warehouse and selecting that 3-step process on the warehouse configuration. So notice here, you have 3 procurement rules. The first one is, stock, which is your starting location, to packing zone to output location, and then output location to customers. So it's a pick, pack, and ship. Best way to learn routes, to be honest, Nomar, is by seeing an existing route and trying to recreate it and modifying it to your needs. So here we can see, all right, so what's the first operation here? Notice here, since it's going from stock to packing zone, it's a move from another location. Obviously, you have your source location, your procurement location, which your procurement location, by the way, is your destination location. Move supply method, take from stock. And then the picking type is, whatever it is. So right now it's pick, but it could be internal transfer. It could be, depending, if you want like a delivery order or a receipt, you would have to change this to move supply method to a procurement method, as opposed to take from stock, and so forth. Then next one, packing zone to output. Move from another location from packing zone, source location, to the destination location, output. Move supply method, create procurement for pack. And then last but not least, the output location. Sorry for the brief explanation, Nomar, in regards to routes. I'm changing up here in a little bit, in 7 minutes. Like I said, routes can be a 2-hour discussion, so maybe we do have a future Odoo Live session, and you asked me the question at the beginning of the session, then we can go cover it through and through. But anyways, if you just joined, by the way, we are experimenting today for the Odoo Live support session. We've never done this before. There was no framework, no webinar, no agenda really. It was you ask the questions, I try to answer them. It was a one-on-one scenario where you were sending me messages and so forth. I truly enjoyed it. If you did enjoy it, thumbs up. If you didn't enjoy it, thumbs down. That is okay. We're just trying to determine if this is something you guys want. This one-on-one help scenario and so forth. So please let us know. Thumbs up if you like this. Also, don't forget to subscribe on our Odoo YouTube channel. We have a lot of webinars. We have this new Odoo Studio to do things like these. We're doing a lot of these webinars, and they're fantastic. So please let us know. Thanks again, guys. I really appreciate the time. I appreciate the positive comments. And like I said before, a consultant will be swapping over with me to do that in 5 minutes. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take out this video. Thanks a lot again, and see you later.
Just fade to black.
Faded black.
Now put a slide. We come back in 5 minutes.
Oh,
Fresh slide.
fortunately, I don't have the slide.
All right, testing. Can you hear me? Is everything live?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Just go ahead and introduce yourself and start talking.
All right, welcome back. Thanks for waiting, guys. My name is Stephanie. I'm here also a functional consultant here in the San Francisco office. And this is our first day doing this functional support testing live. So bear with us as we work out any kinks. We just want to see what your feedback is, what you guys think of this live support. So if you have any questions, feel free to please comment in the chat. If you are still in the chat from earlier and you did not get your question answered, please ask again so I can restart from there. And thank you for joining us today.
Audio sounds great, Stephanie.
Great. All right, so I'll just wait for someone to get started with the question. I don't see anything yet at this time. If you are just now joining us, please feel free to submit your questions to the live chat, and I'll do my best to answer them. Again, we're looking for functional questions for today, as I'm a functional consultant here. Is it? It's on top or the bottom? Hi, Daniel. How are you doing today? The new questions are on top?
Yeah, the newest questions are on top.
Okay. All right, so you have a problem when trying to make your inventory. Are you talking about creating new products? So you want to select a product. Are we talking about in your sales orders or in your inventory application? If you could please let me know where you're trying to select these products. And I can go, no idea what version. All right, so we'll go into your products here. What does this mean? As much detail as you could give me would be really helpful. Are you selecting your products on your sales orders, on your purchase orders, just in your inventory?
Are you talking about variants, maybe, Daniel?
When I'm adjusting your inventory. Okay, so I'm going to go into our inventory application here, and we'll go to inventory adjustments. If we create, I'll call it a test. You have the option in an inventory adjustment to select all products or select products manually or one product only. It sounds like, okay, I think I know what we're coming from here actually. So if you go all products and I click start inventory, it's going to give me all the products. Right, see here maybe I have about 10 to 15 products. In my database, I should have way more than that. I probably have over 100 products, but right now it's only showing me what I actually have in stock. So it's not showing me the zeros. I believe this is probably your problem that you're referring to. You're looking for it to give you all your products, even the ones that have currently zero quantity. Can you confirm if that's correct? Try to add a new item. So if you're trying to add a new item, I add an item here. I should be able to see all my products. So if you go search more, are you missing the search more option? So if you want to add a product to this, maybe I have some stock of my iPad Retina. I can input a quantity here. Let's see. So if you would like to see all your products, let me save this and create another one. What you probably want to do is you probably want to make your own template, inventory template. You're missing an option. Let's see. You're missing the option to add all products. Add an item. If you're missing the option to add an item, to search more, this should be there by default, no configuration settings. You may want to contact our support at odoo.com/help. Take a screenshot of this issue. All right, so you're missing the show more. Definitely, I would since I can't see your screen right now and I don't know what you have access to, I would definitely just take a screenshot of this page of what you do see and go ahead and send it to our support. If you have a online instance with us, then you have unlimited support. So if you have Odoo Online, you just input your database name, your email, and you would say a question to use or configure Odoo, or a bug or wrong behavior but no traceback. In this case, you have no traceback. And basically, you just give a description of your issue, and then you can give us your steps to reproduce the issue, and definitely in the bottom, include your screenshot of the attachment of what you see here. Basically, that you're missing the search more. But also back to my original case, if you don't have the option to search more, if it's an opening inventory adjustment, you can definitely use a template, an inventory adjustment template. So you know when you're on a list view of any item here, this is the list view for inventory adjustments, you have the option to import. So you can import your very own inventory adjustment using a template, which you can learn how to make one. Basically, so if you load your inventory adjustment template, you can basically tell Odoo exactly what you want to see in this, and you can name your products, usually by name or product ID, and you can give us a real quantity. Odoo will have the theoretical quantity for you. This is calculated by Odoo, and you just give us the real quantity and it will update it. And that's basically how you can do an inventory adjustment via a template. So if you don't have the option right now to see more problems, the way around it, I would just suggest to make a template for it. Does that answer your question, Daniel? And anyone else who has questions, feel free to ask in the live chat. I will try to answer them one by one. And again, for anyone joining us, this is our first time doing our Odoo Live functional support. We thank you for trying this out. We would love to hear your feedback about how this is going and if this is something we should continue to use in the future. We want to give you as much support as we can. And we definitely, just a reminder, this is just a beta testing, so if you don't like it or we're not answering your questions, just remember it's just for functional questions. On Thursday in the afternoon, we'll have our technical developer coming in to answer your questions. So if you have something more technical, definitely save it for Thursday session. I don't see any new questions at the moment, so if you do have any questions, just feel free to ask it in the live chat. Give us a thumbs up if you're enjoying the session, thumbs down if you're not. All right, new question coming in. Is there a way to see product IDs without doing an export? That is an excellent question. You can see the product ID one at a time using the metadata. Let me go to my products. So here I'm on a product and I want to see this product's ID. you need to go to your access developer mode. So I use the shortcut here in between the URL of web and the hashtag. If you type in !debug, it's a shortcut to developer mode. One second for developer mode to load. When you're in developer mode, of course, you see menu items that you did not previously see. It's more configuration to be in developer mode. So if you see, you'll see this little bug that represents you're in developer mode. You can click on it, and you can view a content's metadata. So if I view this metadata, here is your XML ID. So this is the external ID of the product. When you export, this is what you'll find. But this, let's see, XML ID, I believe it's just stored in the database. We can try to activate Studio to see if we can add it here. But basically, the IDs of the product are created upon creation. So you cannot change this XML ID or the database ID. The number is a database ID. The database ID you see in the URL of each product. That's one way you can check its ID. The database ID I know you can add to the view. I'll do that in a second. And also for the XML ID, we'll have to double check if you can add it to the view as well. Otherwise, you need to export it to get all this details, and you cannot change it because Odoo is creating it for you. And you're welcome. Okay, so next question will be from Mohammed. If he purchases 3 different products and after 3 months, I come to know that the unit cost of product 3 is $10 more than the purchase price, how can I revalue its inventory? So we have 3 different products, and the cost, let's see, the unit cost of one of the products is $10 more than the purchase price. So the only way that you can adjust a product is the product's value, inventory valuation, is via landed costs. So we have periodic and perpetual inventory. Let's go look at that. So you have periodic inventory valuation and perpetual inventory valuation. Perpetual is more complex. It generates stock moves for every single entry, every stock move. So in or out, it's going to create stock move journal entries in your accounting. And then periodic is much simpler, which we recommend because perpetual can very easily get very complex. So here with periodic or perpetual, basically if you want to adjust the value, the inventory value of a product, let me go to my inventory valuation here. Your inventory valuation report is basically what you purchased the product for. What price did you bring in this product, or what cost, sorry, did you bring into this product into your stock? So here I have two graphics cards. I have 16 total, and here's my inventory value of each transaction. So the first transaction, I brought in 3. The total value here is 2,628. The second transaction is 13. And yes, so we are talking about perpetual. So the only way you can change these values, so if you know the cost changes, is you have to be in perpetual inventory, and then you have to use landed costs. So let me go into my settings here to activate landed costs. I think it's already enabled. So landed cost is already enabled here. Let me go to my landed, here, inventory control. We're going to go to landed costs. So I'm going to create a landed cost here. And again, landed cost is the only way you can adjust the inventory valuation, which we saw on the other screen. So if I'm going to add, okay, so what you want to do is you want to choose a picking. So when you purchase something, you had 3 months ago, you had a purchase order, correct? And you need to adjust that. So this in, let's pretend this in is our receipt from our purchase order. I'm not fully aware what products are in that order. Maybe I should just create one for you. Okay, so I'm going to go to purchases. And I'm going to look for that. I'm actually going to go to my receipts. Inventory. Receipts. So I'm here in my receipts, and I'm looking at this. I don't think it was called Warehouse Inn. I'm looking for Chic Inn. Chic Inn? Let me check, sorry. Okay, so I don't see it, so I'm actually just going to create a new one. Here we go. So what we're doing again is adjusting the inventory of the inventory valuation of a purchase order that we already received. So I'm going to pick my vendor here. It's just going to be Asus Tech. And I'm just going to order a graphics card. Make sure it's a stockable product. Stockable product, great. And I'm gonna receive it. Let's say you said it was $10. So at first, I thought it cost me $10 from my vendor. I'm gonna confirm this order. And I'm gonna receive this product at $10. So I'm gonna validate. And if you note, this is the Warehouse Inn number 33. So I'm gonna validate this. All right, so now if I go to my inventory valuation for a graphics card, I should see for $10. If I go inventory, inventory control, reports, inventory valuation, graphics card, and now in my stock I have from today, is that the right one? All right, so I have one for $876. Sorry about that. Okay, you want me to add 2 more products? Let me check on this first. So this product, the cost is $876, and the reason why it's not taking the cost I put on the purchase order is probably because the internal category is set to periodic. Okay, yes. So on this product category of this product, which I should have checked before, I didn't check, it is set to periodic. So I'm going to go ahead and change this to perpetual. Okay, so I'm going to do perpetual standard price. Okay, and now I'm going to buy this graphics card for 3 quantities at, okay. So if I go back to purchases, okay. And I'm going to pick the graphics card again, and I'm going to order 3 of them for $10 each, so my total value is $30. Okay, I'm going to confirm this. I'm going to receive these 3 graphics cards. I validate my order here. And so if you're just joining us, feel free to ask questions in the chat. I'm going over now landed costs with perpetual inventory, which I said is the only way that you can adjust the inventory valuation once you have already received a product. So I just created a purchase order, received 3 products. Gonna go back to my inventory valuation, and this time it should be correct, where I have 3 graphics cards. And again, it still did not come in. I'm sorry, it's probably because this is a test database that it's not configured properly. But basically, if it was configured properly, I should have received these 3 graphics cards at $10 each for a total value of $30. But somewhere perpetual and periodic is getting confused. I'm really sorry about that. So you think landed cost works with real price only? I know it doesn't work with average price. I thought it works with standard, but it's possible that it only works with real price. Let me check. I can still try to create my landed cost record. And so here's my picking, the 2 that I just made, the Warehouse Inn 33 and 34. So I know the 34 I just made. And So maybe possibly because this product is not on real cost, it's not working. But some of them should be. Let me see. I'm going to go back to my products. I'm sorry about that if it really is only works in real price. Again, I know for sure it doesn't work in average price. So let me go back to graphics card. And my internal category of this graphics card is the physical. And I'm going to change it to real price. Sorry about that. So we're in real price and perpetual. And then if I go back to my landed costs, see if it comes up. It's still not coming up. Let's see here. I'm probably going to make my adjustment in my stock journal. Let me save this. But basically what should happen is your products from this order should populate here. I can try one more time to do another purchase. And again, it's because I'm in this demo test database. Maybe not everything is configured properly. Let me check again. So if I do graphics card for $10, and I want to do 3 of them, save. And now we know that graphics card was on real price. Stockable, real and perpetual. Oops. Confirm my order, receive my products, validate my receipt. Let's check again at my inventory valuation. Okay, now everything's at $30. You're right. So, okay, you want me to add 3 different products. Okay, sorry about that. But basically, you're right. So if it's real price, it's in your inventory valuation, it's taking the cost that you purchased the product for and not the cost on your product. If it's standard price, the cost on your product is default used everywhere. So no matter what you purchase it for, if you use standard price, it will use the cost on the product. If you want to use real price can also only be used in perpetual, and the inventory valuation updates to the cost you purchased it for, in which case now we'll use landed costs. And let me create a new one here. Let me add my picking again. The newest one is 35. And it's still not showing up. Let me check this. Let me explain again. The purchase order, add 3 different products. Let me say, Mohammed, have you tried using landed cost yourself? And when you try it, will the products populate here? I'm checking now the landed cost type. Let's say I had shipping expenses that are going to cost an extra $10. Now I'm going to go back to my landed costs. Try this again. Okay, I'm sorry, I was mistaken. What I want to do is this product is a landed cost product. It's not the product in your picking, which is what I was expecting for some reason. Basically, what I'm doing, I'm adding to this picking of the 3 products, but pretend it's 3 different products. And I'm adding my shipping cost. Here we go. I'm sorry about that again. So I'm adding my shipping cost of $10. If I save this, and I compute down here, if I compute, so my former cost per unit was $10. My former total cost was $30, and I'm adding $10. If I want to change the split method, I can split by quantity, I can split by current cost, by weight, and by volume. And I think so let me think what you want to do here. Revalue only one of the 3 products. Okay. Okay, I think you want to do, let's see, we can't do that. Okay, Mohammed, I'm sorry, I will try a new purchase order with multiple products now. Let's go graphics card, server, and little server. And I'm going to make sure all of these are in perpetual and real price. Okay, same category. Great. And if you're just joining us, feel free to ask your question in the chat, and I'll get to it momentarily. Okay, here we go. And I'm going to make them all $10 just to be easier for now. I want to save this. Going to confirm my order. Receive my products. So we're still working on landed costs in perpetual and trying to update one of these 3 products, the value of one of these 3 products. So right now the value should all be $10 each. And then we want to increase one of the 3. So I'm going back to my inventory application and my inventory evaluation just to double check. So most recently I brought in one of each of these 3 items. My server, my little server, $10, $10, and then one of my graphics card for $10. And then I'm going to go to my landed costs. I'm going to create one for the newest picking, or my receipt, sorry, newest receipt. And I'm just going to put it to the stock journal. And I want to add shipping to one of these 3 products. And I think we do it by current cost, quantity, equal. Let me check this. I'm just going to test by quantity. So if I compute this, I have 1 for each product. Basically, you don't want $3 for each product. I believe you only want to add like $10 to one of the products. You can go ahead and I believe you can just adjust this yourself and delete these. So we're making our last graphics card into hopefully $20 instead of $10. Let's try this. So save this. So it's saved just fine. I'm going to validate this. Okay, and I'm going to go back to my inventory evaluation, and I'm going to go to my last item that I just brought in here, the 1, and now it's $20. So that is how you edit the landed cost to be one of the 3 products in that picking. You just delete them. Did that answer your question, Mohammed? I hope you followed that. Let me know if you want another quick summary. Okay, great. So I'll move on to the next question. Okay. Okay, so one new question from Mortensen Consulting, thank you for joining us, is can you walk us through how to control permissions at the field level? For example, would like to make the sale price list field in context read only for most users. So the sale price list field in context read only for most users. So if we go to, so what we want to do is make this field. If we go to our, let me think, customers. So we have this customer here, Agrolay, and I'm admin, so admin bypasses all access rights. So whenever you're working with access rights, maybe you want to create a dummy user or something, but basically admin is not good for any testing because admin bypasses all access rights. But what they're asking here is on your contact record, sales and purchases tab, you can set a price list. Is it here? Okay, well, I'm used to the price list being here. Let me check 1 second. Salesperson. Okay, let me go somewhere else where I'm pretty sure it'll be there. Different database. Okay, so I'm going to go back to my sales customers, and I'm looking for the price list on the customer. Don't know why it was missing, or maybe I just didn't even see it. But here, you see it's right here, my sale price list. So they want this to be read-only for their users, not the create and edit. Okay. And like I said, some of the databases we're using, they're all configured differently. So for our purpose, I'll just using this demo database. And basically, what you can do, so if you want it to be user related, we're talking about user settings here. We're gonna go, so we're gonna first think about what group do we not want to be able to create and edit. So I'm just gonna say the lowest level salesperson. We don't want them to be able to create and edit, but the manager can. Let's say that. So basically, I'm going to go to my settings. So you have to think about what groups of users there are. So if you go to your settings application, and if you activate developer mode, activate the developer mode, which happens to be in the sales application, or you can do the shortcut I showed you earlier, which was the question mark debug in the URL between the web and the hashtag. This automatically activates developer mode for you. It's a great shortcut. And the little bug will appear in the top of the page that shows you're in developer mode now. And also you have the option now to deactivate the developer mode, which tells you you're in developer mode. And I'm gonna click on my users. So in my users, I have groups. So you wanna look at the groups because the groups are what you are going to change. And really quickly, I'm just gonna jump at my users. I'm just gonna pick my, I think a demo user. So a demo user has here access rights to different applications. And let's say specifically for sales, they are own documents only. So this user is the lowest setting. So here's my lowest level, user own documents only. My middle level is the all documents, and my highest level is the manager. And that's true for all the applications. You have your lowest level and then highest level. So lowest level on top and then highest level on the bottom. And it's obvious when you have user manager. So what we're going to do is edit the group for the sale price list for own documents only. So I'm going to go to my groups. And I'm going to search own. And I'm going to get here your own documents only, the second group. And now I'm in my user group settings. And what they do here is you see who is in this group. I see everybody in my database is in this group, and that's because when you're a part of a higher level, you're also a part of the lower level. And so let's say in the manager, I probably will only see admin and not my demo user. And what they're inheriting, sometimes groups, if you belong to one group, you also automatically belong to another group. So let's say for some reason I was thinking I only want to be in employee. Let's say my sales guy is a sales guy and I don't want him to be an employee. Well, if that's your case, they're going to be connected. If you're a sales guy, you're going to be an employee. So sometimes you're trying to say, I don't want to give them access to employees, but they're going to have access. And that's why sometimes it appears to not be working, is because the loop groups are linked together. And then you see here, what does the lowest level user own documents only? What menu items do they have access to? And it's very basic. If you want to, you can add more items here. If you want to remove some items, you can do that as well. Basically, the more higher level access you have, the more menus you'll have. And then the views. This is a little more technical, so if you don't understand it, you don't really need to. It's pretty basic. If you do need help with something, you can definitely ask our support or ask your functional consultant with your request, and then they'll help you get it in the right place. So what I'm looking for now is the access rights. So here on the access rights is what you have access to read, write, create, and delete. Okay, hope you're still following me. What we're going to look for here is the price list. And down here we have the price list. So right now they should automatically only have read access. The lowest level salesperson should not be able to write, create, or delete. And then the only time that is not true is if they're part of another group who does have access to read or write. So if they're part of two groups, let's say they're an inventory manager but a lowest level salesperson, and that inventory manager has access to read and write, then they'll also be able to read and write. So I want to test this as a demo user. Let me see if I can do that. I'm gonna go guest. I'm gonna take this URL, guest tab. Let me see how I do that. Sorry. I forget how to log into the demo as a demo user. Let me try to log out. Okay, let me try this. So I should now be a demo user in this demo database. If you see, one of the things I can easily tell is I do not have access to the settings app. So right now, as this user, I should be the lowest level sales rep, and I can use my shortcut to get to the customers page. You just start typing on the screen and you have this awesome shortcut starting in version 10 or later. And I'm gonna go to my customer. I'm gonna check this sales price list. Okay, so maybe that's why I was missing from before. If you see now, I don't have access to the price list. So I believe what is happening is in the view, there could be some other conflicting data. Possibly in the view, it says there's some other access rights going on. I would have to think of, Mortensen, what your case is. Does the salesperson see the price list and can create one? You need to check what groups they belong to and what are the access rights of those groups. If they don't even see the price list in the view, but you want them to, then you possibly need to check you need to check the view to see who has access to that view. Is it only in developer mode or something like that? Let me think here. So I'm gonna actually access the developer mode. So again, I do not see price list. I'm gonna actually just take a shortcut to view my view to see if price list is in this view. And it is. Maybe I need to be the admin. Hold on. So I'm going to go back to my customers. And I'm going to open up a customer, and I'm going to check on the view. All right, here. So as a demo user, I was not able to edit the form view, but as admin, I can edit the form view. And in here, I'm just going to look for that field called priceless. Just want to see if there's anything hiding behind it. Okay, it's an inherited view. Let me think. Can't see either. Okay. I'm sorry, I don't know off the top of my head which view it's hiding in. There's a lot going on in this demo database. But basically, I showed you how to edit the settings. So if your salesperson is being able to create and edit, you definitely want to uncheck that in the user settings, the group settings. And if it's not working, it's probably because they're part of another group that has that access. I hope that answers your question. Feel free to give me more data if it doesn't. And again, if you're joining us, this is our first day doing the Odoo live support. I'm a functional consultant here in San Francisco. Thank you for joining us. We're definitely just doing this to test and feel how this goes. If we want to do more of these in the future, we appreciate your positive feedback. If not, we'll take any negative feedback as well. We'd definitely like to grow as a company and help you use Odoo. Okay, you're very welcome. I'm going to jump back to one of the questions from earlier was how do we view the IDs of a field? So let's say they were on products. Let's see here. And they wanted to view the external ID or the regular database ID of a product. And I said that you could view it in the metadata. So if you're in developer mode, you can view this information in the metadata. The XML ID is your external ID, which is the Odoo ID. And I'm going to try now to add these fields using Studio to the view. So if you have Studio, which is a great app, allows you to easily customize your views and add fields. So you click on the little Studio icon, and now I can add a field. So I'm going to look into my fields now here for my ID. Or database external ID. Let's see, these are new fields. So I'm going to look for existing fields because it obviously already exists. And let's see here what we have. I'm looking for one of my IDs. Let's see, I don't see it. Title, price. Okay, maybe it is a website metadata. Well, I'm just going to start adding fields. See, those description, keywords, title, price, sequence published. So basically, I don't see the ID here. The database ID, external ID. What you would want to possibly do is create a new field. For the ID. And then you can relate it to this model. I'm really sorry. I just tried to pull up this question and I thought it would be here. Let me think. Odoo is trying to help me out, and I would have to look into this further to help. But also, again, on Thursday, we'll have a more technical developer in the house who can help you answer your technical questions. Okay, so Zachariah, who just joined us, is asking how can we demonstrate how the quants in Odoo work. So your quants are related to your inventory. Let's go to inventory application, and if we go to our latest inventory and stock moves. Hold on, let me check. I'm going to check my inventory valuation report. Okay, so my quants in Odoo are related to my inventory valuation report. If I see here I have a stock.quant is my model. You can check your model name in the URL of a page. So if I open something up, basically this is my quant here. So if here I have two lines. I have my iPad mini is in my location, and it has two lines. The first one here is my for 180 of these iPad minis, and the second one is for 320 iPad minis. Each one of these is a quant. So each time I receive something, it puts it into a quant. And when I deliver something, it will take out of the quant. So you could potentially be splitting up quants by removing some items from a quant. And so if I go into here is my quant, and it basically just tracks a move, a stock move. So here I have the product, the quantity, the location, the history, how many, and the date, if it's reserved or not for a move. Meaning, is it like Odoo follows usually FIFO or LIFO, by default FIFO, and if you receive this product first in, first out, it's going to reserve it for a move whenever you sell this item based in that order. I guess what more do you want to know about the quants? Like, what do you mean by can I demonstrate? Every time I receive something, it creates a quant. Every time I ship something, it creates a quant. See, I can also check my moves. So this is my stock moves. I went to reporting stock moves, and stock moves are also related to quants here. So it tells you your product, your move to quant. So basically every time you move a product, it generates the quant. If I'm bringing it in from the vendor or doing an inventory adjustment, I know this is an inventory adjustment because of the little INV prefix. So it's an inventory adjustment. Basically, I'm bringing this item in from my, I don't know, it's like a virtual location is where this item is coming from because I'm doing an inventory adjustment. If it's from the vendor, it's going to come from my vendor location, and it's going to tell me where I'm moving it to. Can go through these. But basically, your quants are just your stock moves. And again, if you're just now joining us, go ahead and ask a question in the chat, and I will get to it. Give us a thumbs up if you like this. This is our first time doing this Odoo Live support. I'm a functional consultant here in San Francisco, and we just want to get a feel to see what we can do for you, how to get our users using Odoo as best as possible, try to answer any of your questions. As always, if you are an online subscriber, if you have an online subscription to Odoo, you can contact support at odoo.com/help. And you have unlimited access to support. If you want access to a direct consultant like me or any one of my teammates here, we have what we call support packs. You can purchase a pack of hours. So here's our free unlimited support if you're a paying subscriber. And basically, you put in your name, your email, your Odoo Online, your instance name, and then you can ask a question. You can attach a video or screenshots. The more detail you give us, the better we can help you. And in that case, you go into a queue, and it's kind of like a first come, first serve. And then if you want access to a direct consultant like me, we do the support pack. If we do odoo.com/pricing, and we have much better assistance to better understand your business. We do business analysis and functional consulting, and we try and get you up and running as quickly as possible. And so if you view pricing of online, over here, let's see, I think over here you see a success pack. Basically, you can order 25 hours. You can also call in and ask our sales reps if there's any specials or if you want to purchase more hours, things like that. Everyone here is willing to help you and get you started as much as possible. Oh, here we go. Sorry, the Success Packs has its own page. So you could get 25 hours, 50 hours, 100 hours, 200 hours. And if you ever need help, Success Pack gets you a functional consultant. And if you ever need developments, like access to a developer to help you build something, you also need a support pack of hours. Okay, so let me think. I think I'm waiting for a new question. Don't have any questions at the moment. So if you do have a question, it could be anything functional, how to use this, how to do that, what's the point of this, access rights. Feel free to ask your question and I can help get you an answer. Let's see. While I wait for a new question, I'm just gonna mess around myself and look for how to add the external ID into Studio, see if I can figure that out myself. Okay, we have Mohammed with another question. I'll jump ahead and answer that. In perpetual inventory, suppose I purchase 5 units of a stockable product. Later, I decide to use 2 units for internal purpose. How can I do it, and what accounting entries will be generated? So we have 5 units of a stockable product. Later, I decide to use 2 units for internal purpose. Okay. So basically, we have to ask your internal purpose, what are you doing with those units? Are you consuming them? Are you just taking them out of inventory temporarily? Let's see. At first thought, if you're trying to move 2 units out of your inventory, so no longer sellable, I would probably move it to a location. So if you go to your inventory, configuration, locations, your default locations is your stock, any like pick, pack, ship if you have enabled, and you can do children locations of your stock. But basically, if it's in stock, it's going to be sellable. And then if you want it to be more internal, these are all internal locations, but internal meaning in your warehouse. And basically, if you want it to be hidden, I would just make another location. Basically, in your warehouse, but not in stock. I'm trying to create one. Sorry. Maybe. Okay, for some reason I cannot access the locations of this database at the time. 1 second, let me get another database up and running. Sorry about that. Let me just try to reload this one. Okay, so I'm trying to pull up my locations and to make a new location, but it's not letting me. So let's check our settings, inventory settings. Okay, so it's probably this setting right here. Manage only one warehouse composed by several stock locations. By default, it's just one stock location. I'm going to enable multi-locations. Apply that setting. Back into my inventory, configuration, locations. Okay, so now you see in my locations, I can actually create a location, which is what I was trying to do before. So basically, this will be, I don't know, internal consumption. Whatever you want to call it. Just basically, you can make an internal location, and it will be in your warehouse. So it's a location of your warehouse, but it's not a location of your sellable stock. And basically, when it's in stock, it's a sellable. So I made this new location for my warehouse that's internal consumption, and what you want to do is you're going to want to transfer your inventory from one location to the other by doing an internal transfer. So if I go to my inventory dashboard now, I should see internal transfer picking type. And I think we were dealing in your company, the default one. Sorry, this database has a lot going on. Let's go to transfers. So I want to move things from my stock to my internal consumption. And let's say I want to move some of the graphics cards from earlier over there. Actually, this might be a different database, but we'll see what happens here. So I'm going to move 3. I think you said 2. Okay, we'll do 2. So we're moving 2 graphics cards from my stock to my internal consumption. I'm going to mark as to do. And basically, everything with Odoo, the locations, is just tracking where your location is. So when something is brought in from the vendor, it's coming from the vendor location, which is just a virtual location. So I'm going to just go back and show you really quick. So if I exit out internal, I have a vendor location. I have vendor locations. Basically, this means, before, when you're bringing in an item, it's coming from somewhere. Like Odoo software is tracking everything. So it's not just coming out of the dust, it's coming from your vendor location. So it's going from vendor location to your stock is basically what a receipt is. So if I go open a receipt, I'm looking at a receipt now. And do you see here, the source location is a vendor location. And where it's going to is your stock. So now in stock, ideally everything is sellable. So instead of putting it to stock, we're trying to put it into our internal consumption location. So we're making our internal transfer is going to be from our stock to our internal location. Internal consumption. And I already did one, sorry. Let me go back to it. Here. It's waiting availability, so if I reserve these, it will take 2 from my stock, and it's available because I'm taking 2 from my stock, I'm reserving it for this move, but until I actually validate it, it's just kind of on hold. It's on reserve. So when I actually validate it, it will jump from my stock to my internal consumption. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. And now I shouldn't be able to sell out of internal consumption. So I'm going to check my inventory valuation. My current inventory is what I'm interested in. And then I'm going to go look at my graphics card. So you see, now in my internal consumption location, I have 2. So it moved 2 from this. It moved 2 from my stock to my internal consumption. If I go look, I could go look at my stock moves. Let me sort by date. Okay, the latest one here, it took 2 from stock to internal consumption. And here's my transfer reference, is that internal transfer I just did. And then basically, how do I show you that now it shouldn't be sellable? Basically, when it's out of stock, then it's not sellable. For example, anytime something gets moved to a customer, so anytime you ship something to a customer, it's moving from stock to your partner customer location. And obviously, once it's in your customer location, you can't sell it. So Odoo is tracking every move. Just depends on where it is, if it's sellable or not. So that's how you should handle, let me think. That's how you should handle like internal consumption. And of course, you can name it however you like. And what we want to track is the accounting entries. So accounting entries, it's up to you. What do you want the accounting entries to look like? I believe internal transfers, I'm not certain if internal transfers actually makes accounting entries or not. We can check. Let's go to our accounting. It's still showing in the inventory valuation. Okay, in that case, instead of an internal location, I believe you want to make a virtual location. Let's see here. Let me actually go to my inventory valuation first, sorry. Inventory valuation report, current inventory, and right, you don't want to see this here. Okay, that's fine. What we have to do is make our location virtual instead of internal. So I'm going to my locations, internal consumption, which I made it an internal location. If you don't want to see it, you're just going to make it a, where is it? Vendor view, internal customer, procurement, production, transit. Okay, I like how I said there was a virtual option and there isn't. I'm thinking what the best one is going to be here. I'm just going to try making it a view. Let's see. So if I go now to my inventory valuation. So I made it a view and now you cannot see it. But let me make sure that you can still transit to a view location. I'm not certain. Try. It was a internal consumption, and let's make sure I can still move some more items over there. Check. So I'm okay. So see, this is what I was afraid of. So, you already know the answers. Thank you, Mortensen, for helping out. I believe it should be a production location. Okay, let me find internal consumption, and I'm gonna make this actually the production location. Yes, perfect. And now that it's being a production location, you can input your stock incoming and outgoing accounts. So this will determine the accounts you want to hit, and if you're moving something there, it's probably best for you to actually just make these accounts the same. Thank you guys for helping us all out. Yeah, so basically, I don't know what account you're going to hit, but if you want it to hit some accounting, if you don't set a default here, it will probably hit stock interior received or delivered. So you definitely want to set, if you're in perpetual, you want to set defaults here. And I don't see. So let me, what is it? Okay, so Mohammed, I hope you can test this out by setting some default accounts here and seeing if that gets hit when you transfer the products from one location to the other. All right, you're very welcome. And thank you, Mortensen, for helping again. All right, so if you have questions, feel free to ask them in the live chat. Yep, and I will get to it. Just a quick review. This is our first day of Odoo Live functional support. I'm a functional consultant here in San Francisco, and we very much just want to help you get you using our product, our software, and we want to help you get implementing, answer any questions you may have. If this goes really well, we'll try to do more of them. On Thursday, a technical guy will be here, and he can answer your technical questions. So if you have anything more technical rather than how-to, definitely save it and ask him on Thursday. And if you like our video, of course, we'll accept thumbs up or thumbs down. We just really want to see feedback of how this is going and if you're interested in more of these sessions. All right, so back to the question about quants. Maurice wanted to know about quants. I already answered them a little bit, but basically the quants is any stock move within Odoo. So if I just look at my stock moves in general, each item is a quant. So if you do an inventory adjustment, each product will have its own quant. So every time you bring in a product or adjust, as in you brought in a product, basically it is a quant. So a quant can have more than one quantity, but a quant can only have one product. So each product has its own quant for a move. And basically it's moving, where is it moving from? In this case is an inventory adjustment from the virtual location, and it's moving to your shelf. And basically if you start selling items, if you start selling part of a quant, then you can ultimately be splitting up quants. And if you want to edit the value of a quant, so each quant has a value, which is your inventory valuation report. So this by default is grouped by product, but if you drill down and you open up, okay, and then it's product and then location, now I'm actually looking at each quant. So each of these items, so this graphics card for 3 and this graphics card for 11, each of these are a quant. And each quant comes with a value. So if you divide this value by 3, you have the value of one of these products, one graphics card, the quant. And the quant is basically a grouping of products that you received and its cost. And as we said earlier, the only way to update the inventory value, once it's received, it posts a value. And the only way you can update it is if you're in perpetual and you use landed costs is like the one and only way, and real price is the one and only way to update this inventory value. Otherwise, if you're in like periodic and your inventory value changes, you're probably just doing some adjusting journal entries to update, let's say, your cost of goods sold or something. But if you're in periodic, you can't actually update this value. So the stock.move creates a quant. I believe it's the other way around. A stock.move has a quant. Let's see. So this is the stock move. Let me think. Earlier we saw the quants. Let me check one thing. Try developer mode. Right, okay. So here, this whole thing is a stock.move, and in developer mode, I can actually see the move to quant. So if you want to get into the specifics, this down here is the quant ID of this whole move. I hope that answers your question. let me know if you want me to clarify something further. And if anyone's just joining us, feel free to ask any question you want in the chat. I'll let you know if I can answer it or not, and I'll do my best. Okay, so what happens with the quant if you do force availability? Basically, force availability is essentially doing an inventory adjustment. So you're bringing in a value from this virtual location, but it's not creating a record of it. So you know when you do an inventory adjustment, you are creating a record of it. So I can go back and reference that I did a starting inventory and I made an adjustment from, you'll see your inventory adjustments. So your inventory adjustment is from your virtual location called inventory adjustment to your destination location. If you do force availability, basically you're skipping this step and you're just moving it directly from source to stock, from your virtual location to stock, sorry. You don't have any record of it, and they're really hard to find. That's why we really don't recommend force availability. But obviously, if you're working, doing a lot of workflow, and you don't want to be blocked in your, if you don't want to be blocked in your inventory, so you need to ship something, you obviously have something on hand, but Odoo is telling you don't have it, so you need a force availability. That's the only time I would suggest doing that. Otherwise, we definitely do not suggest to use force availability. Let me check on that. So force availability is if something is partially available here. I'm in my delivery orders, partially available delivery order. So let's say I'm checking my initial demand here. So I have 3 laptops available. My mouse are not all available. So initial demand is what they initially ordered. I check my operations. So I have 2 out of 3 mice. And basically on the last one, I can force availability, but we don't want you to do that. So basically, we want you to do what you can to get the last mouse in your inventory before you force availability. But usually when we're testing and we want you to test quicker, we're just going to force availability. And do you see here how it separated it? It's pulling it from stock. So basically, where this mouse is coming from is virtual location to stock, and then obviously it'll go to your customer location. So when you force it, you can't tell it where it was either. So let me go back. So I did force availability on this one. If I go to my stock moves, and let me go by date. Let me check where my mouse is. And I'm actually going to pull inventory valuation and mouse. So this is not the right one. This is in shelf 1. Oh wait, here's another mouse. Same thing. So if you force availability, let me take out internal. It might even be negative. Let's see. Nope. So it looks like even though I force availability, I don't see it in my inventory evaluation. I basically don't see it anywhere, and that's probably why we don't recommend using it. It's basically you lose track of it. Let me check. Check my mouse. So I didn't even track any moves. Right, so I cannot find that mouse that I forced availability on anywhere. So we definitely don't recommend using it. Does that answer your question, Maurice? All right, so for anyone that's joining us, feel free to ask questions in the live chat, and I'll answer it as best as I can. If it's too technical, I'll definitely defer it for you to wait till Thursday with your technical questions, where one of our developers will be on hand. And once again, my name is Stephanie. I'm a functional consultant here in the San Francisco office. This is our first day doing the Odoo live support. And if we get good feedback, we'll definitely keep doing this in the future. And I'm just waiting for any new questions. I'm in demo, which is usually our latest version. So I'm in Odoo 10, SAS 14. SAS 11 is version 9. If you're in SAS 11 and you want version 10, you can definitely write into our support team. Remember the odoo.com/help, and you should be able to ask them to be migrated, if you could be migrated to version 10. It's a first come, first serve. There's a long line to be migrated, and it will definitely, your time will come. If you don't have much customization, it's much quicker to be migrated. If you have lots of customizations, then you possibly need like more attention to your migration, and the migration team will get back to you and help you. Okay, so now we have Jim T asking, how can I prevent POS users from doing refunds? And first I will check the access rights for that and see what is available there. Let's see. Go settings, and basically we're going to check the POS user groups. I need to activate developer mode to access my groups. So I'm in the developer mode now. You see a little bug in the top right corner, and I'm in SAS 14 for all of you that are wondering. Again, I go to my settings, users, groups, and I'm just gonna search POS. Okay, so I'm gonna actually check what the name of my groups are by going to a user. I'm just gonna open up any user, click edit, and then I can go down and see my groups here. POS. Point of sale is down here at the bottom. So I have point of sale user and manager. And instead of typing POS into my groups, I should probably be typing point of sale. And type in point. Here we go. So in my user groups, I'm searching for these two groups, a user and a manager. So we're going to check the user settings first, which is the lower level. If I'm going too fast, feel free to slow me down. And then basically you see your users who has access to this group, and everybody who has access to a higher level will also have access to a lower level. So you'll see admin in every group. Access rights. I'm just going to do a quick search on my access rights to see if there's anything for refunds. And I don't see anything for refund, so then we have to break it down more. Trying to think what would be the best solution. I'm also going to check my rules. And nothing here. This is regarding bank statements. So I'm going to actually just go to my POS app and see what exactly you're looking for. different point of sale. I'm going to resume this current session. This is just a demo database. And if we don't want someone to do a refund, by refund, do you just mean a negative value, as in a negative 1? Oh, I'm gonna figure out how to do that. Like this? Is this the type of refund you're trying to prevent? So I'm just waiting for Jim T to elaborate more about, okay, if a user hits the plus minus sign, they can do a negative sale, right? So you're trying to block a negative sale. Basically, if you pay, I could swipe this card, and essentially I'm owing the customer $805. And now I don't want my sales reps to do that. You might need some sort of rule or something. There is no just one setting to block a negative POS sale. I believe maybe like a server action or a record rule. So you probably have to do something a little more technical to just block a negative transaction, is what my first thoughts. I don't know off the top of my head, I'm sorry. We could probably write into support@odoo.com/help and see what they say. But very good question. And so we're going to jump down to Veen question. Elaborate a little more on lot and serial numbers in inventory. Okay. So in my inventory application, products can have lots or serial numbers. So if I go to first I need to enable this setting. So if I go to my inventory configuration settings, then I'm going to check for lots and serial numbers. And it's the very first setting here. Okay, so I'm going to turn this on. If any of my products are tracked by lots or serial numbers, I'm going to turn this setting on. And then you apply your changes. Okay, and then sometimes when you apply changes, it takes you to your website or the home page, but you just click back to home, and it means it worked, it installed. So now if I go back to my inventory application, in inventory control, I have here at the very bottom, lots and serial numbers. So this is where I track all my lots and serial numbers. As you see, you have a lot of serial number, you have the number, and then you also have the product that it's associated with. But what we need to do first is tell Odoo which products we're going to track by lots and serial numbers. So it's a setting in the products. So if you go to your inventory control products, if you click on a product, if you go to the inventory tab of the product and you go edit. And so now I'm editing the inventory tab of my product. I have here tracking. So this is only showing up because I told Odoo I'm going to track products by lots and serial numbers. So by enabling that setting, this is now appearing on my products. And basically you tell Odoo which product, what product, so now we're in the keyboard. how are we going to track this product? By serial number, which is unique. So a keyboard, each serial number for the keyboard has to be unique. Or by lots, which means the lot, we could have lot 1 have 50 of the same product, right? So you want to track by lot. Maybe 50 of the keyboards came from the same lot. We can track by lots. But if each keyboard has its own unique serial number, you want to track each one individually, then you want to track by serial number. Or none at all, meaning you're not tracking by lots or serial numbers. It's just one for one, no additional tracking on this product. So I'm just going to go ahead and do serial number first. So our tracking this product by serial number, the keyboard. So if I go and I ship a keyboard, now I have to ship a keyboard with a serial number. So first off, I have to tell Odoo what serial numbers this keyboard holds. So I'm going to go into my inventory. I'm going to receive a keyboard. I'm just going to manually receive a keyboard. You could create a purchase order, which will create a receipt, or you can just, for testing purposes, I'm just going to say that I'm manually receiving this keyboard. Okay, I'm going to save this and mark it as to do. So now I have a keyboard to receive. It's it's a receipt. This is my initial demand tab. I don't see anything here other than it's available. If I go to my operations tab, then you see here that you have 1 to do and 0 done. You know, normally when things are not tracking by serial number, you can just validate and say move everything to do to done. You just validate. So if I validate, I get this error now. My error is some products require lots and serial numbers, so you need to specify those first. Therefore, Odoo knows this keyboard is tracked by serial numbers. I need to tell it which serial number I'm actually receiving. And how you do that is you click on these little hamburger lot split button here. The pencil just does quantity. You can change the location with the pencil. But for lots and serial numbers, you use the little hamburger sign. And now we have a new pop-up here that's lot and serial number details, and you're going to click add an item. And obviously I just received a product. I have it in my hand. I'm going to know what I am receiving. If you have a barcode scanner, great, you can scan it in. If you don't, then you are pretty much manually typing something. So here's what I received for this one keyboard. Now I'm bringing into my stock this one keyboard with this one serial number, and I'm going to click validate. As soon as I put in the serial number, it automatically changed the done to 1. So you see here, if I added another item, let's say I received something else, and I save this, it changed it to 2. However, I said I'm only going to receive 1, so it doesn't like that there's 2 in here, so I turned red. So if I open it up, I'm just going to trash this. Really just receiving the 1. Okay, 1 out of 1 looks good. I'm going to validate. So again, this is serial numbers, which is unique. So if I ever try to ship something with 2 of the same serial number or try to bring in 2 of the same serial number, I'll get an error because it's looking for it to be unique. All right, so now we receive something and now we're just going to ship it out. Pretend you sold it and you're actually shipping out the keyboard. I guess it should be customer. And I am shipping my keyboard. Just 1 again, because I only used 1 with a serial number. Mark is to do. So if I was doing a sale order, this would be my delivery order, basically. This is my delivery order, warehouse out, going to my customer location. And I need to click reserve because Odoo has a scheduler that runs, overnight. But if you receive something in the middle of the day, it doesn't automatically apply to your order. You need to actually click reserve. So therefore, I reserve. It's checking what's available, and of course, it found the 1 available. Great. And actually, let me just remind you that Odoo uses FIFO. So maybe it's not actually reserving the 1 that I just received, but it doesn't matter because we're going to tell it what we're shipping out. So that's the benefit with serial numbers, is that you can tell Odoo which one you're shipping out. It will suggest to you FIFO, but you can actually tell it what you're shipping. So from here, I was in initial demand. I'm shipping out one. Go to my operations tab. I see here I have one to do. Again, I'm going to click on the little hamburger lot split tab, and it's going to pop up. And what happens is at first, there's nothing here. It's blank. This is because following FIFO, the first keyboard that I actually already have in stock doesn't have a serial number. So if it had a serial number, it would pop up here, the serial number it suggests to you to take out following FIFO. Now, obviously, if you just pick one off the shelf, not in any particular order, it's probably not going to match. However, if you want it to match, you can use the Odoo to tell you which one to take. That is an option too. But basically, if you add an item, you'll have a drop-down of all your serial numbers that are in stock. So this one here is the one I brought in a minute ago, and I can just save, which is going to populate from the 0 to 1 to 1. So if I save this, great, I just told Odoo which serial number I'm taking out, and I can just validate that. And so serial number and lots is similar, but of course it doesn't have to be unique, and it's a great way to track your products. So if I go back now to my lots and serial numbers, so I have the new one I made. Notice how I never went to the screen before, but it created a new line here. And then it's tracking you, it's telling you where it was. So at one point we had one in our stock, and at one point it moved to our customer location. That's why it's saying quantity 2. It's because it has 2 moves associated with it. But so if I go locate, here are my moves again. And it even shows the value. So let's say a customer one day calls in and says, I need a repair or warranty on this lot serial number. You can come in here and you can look up the serial numbers. I can type in this number. I can search for it by lots. Lots and serial number is used interchangeably. It's a little confusing, but if it says lot or serial number, it's the same thing. It just depends what you selected on the product, whether it's actually a lot or serial number. So if I go locate again, I can open this up, and I can see, let me think here, and you're just looking at the move of what happened to it. So you see this quantity of 22. This was one of the quants. Like back to someone else's question about quants. I'm taking one of the 22, so I'm splitting up that quant into another quant. And that's it. If you can see what up-down traceability would do. It's just another view of basically what happened with this product. So it came from our vendors to our stock. It went from stock to our customer. And that is basically lot and serial number. If you have more questions, Veen, about it, let me know. All right. Hi, Johan. Basically, Johan's question is saying, customer places order and returns from PayPal back to website. The item just purchased is still in the shopping cart. This causes an internal server error if the customer add a new item to his cart. I'll look a little bit into it, but just off the bat, let me know if there's a server error. You need to report it to support. I can't really help you, but I can try to take a look at it. Maybe it's something in configuration, but I'm going to suggest you to report it to support again at odoo.com/help. And if you're a customer with a valid subscription, you have unlimited access to support. Just use the Odoo Online here. All right, so let's look. Customer places an order and returns back from PayPal to the website. Yeah, so it sounds like a PayPal redirect configuration error, actually. So you definitely want to check the PayPal redirect. But yeah, that should not be the case. It should be like order confirmed, the cart should be cleared, And there should, of course, be no server error. So I do recommend you to reach out to support with that. And of course, if you have videos or photos, screenshots, anything you have, the more detailed the better. Definitely attach them at the bottom here and attach files. All right, I think that's all the questions at this moment. If you're just joining us, feel free to ask a question, and I'll do my best to answer it. I'm a functional consultant. My name is Stephanie here at Odoo in the San Francisco office. This is our first day of live support. We had an earlier session. I'm the afternoon session. We have a technical guy coming in on Thursday, so if you have technical questions, save them for Thursday. Definitely ask him, challenge him, pick his brain. And for today, we're just doing a test to see how many people are going to view, how many people like it. If you like it, give it a thumbs up. If you don't, go ahead and give a thumbs down. We'll take any criticism, any feedback. We definitely want to improve and help you use Odoo. All right, so we have Mohammed here with another question. How can I take partner ledger of only one partner in PDF along with running balance? Mohammed, can you remind me what version you're using? What I'm going to do is probably suggest customer statements for now, and I will show you. So if we go, there's two ways to get there to a customer statement. First off, in accounting. Let's see. So your customer statements and partner ledger are pretty similar. I'll have to check your version to see the partner ledger you're referring to. But for customer statements, if I go to my customer statements from my accounting, here, like so, accounting, sales, customer statements, I get a list. This is probably more than one page, but in this demo database, it's only one user has an overdue invoice. Okay, SAS 13, so probably 10.0. Basically, here's my customer statement. Right now, the statement is only generated if there's an overdue invoice. Okay, not the customer statements. But basically, let me just list really fast that if I print this letter, then I get one PDF for the one client that I want to print it for. Okay, no problem. So for those of you who don't know, this is your customer statement, one per customer with an overdue account. Okay, so let me try to figure out partner ledger of only one partner in PDF along with running balance. Can you direct me to where this partner ledger is, Mohammed? I'll try to find it. Actually, I think I found it here. So accounting, reporting, partner ledger. And you want it for only one partner. Let's see if someone has more. So I see here you cannot pick by one partner, I think is what you're looking for. And you want a report that shows the customer, the debit, the credit, and the balance. For this, from this screen, I don't see anywhere for you to filter by customer. So what you want to do instead is pretty much build your own report. Print, preview, export. So let's try a report on invoices. Customer invoices. So now I'm looking at this customer invoice screen. It's going to show me all my invoices. If I want to see one for only one customer, let's say I'm going to look for Agrolay partner. And you want it in PDF. So one shortcut, maybe not the prettiest, but if I'm just looking at this screen, I've pretty much just built my own report right here by filtering by partner. And if I go like Control P, here is a printout of this customer statement. Not a customer statement, but of all the invoices for this customer. This is one way to get what you're looking for. Another, you have the total and the amount due, the status. But of course, the header is not very official. So we are having more than 300 partners, and it takes a long time to get the ledger of only one partner. Okay. Let me think here. My other suggestion was okay, so you don't want to build the reports one by one per customer. I think that you should use customer statements is the only one I can think of off the top of my head that will give you a report per customer, but it sounds like you don't want them to be you want one for everybody. If that's the case, you may need some development there. I would definitely check with somebody because you could do customer statements, which currently only shows if you have an overdue statement. You could try to change this report to be for everybody, any open invoices, not only overdue. That would be my best guess. The other one, because this will print a report per customer. Another option is to with some help, you could probably get the customer statement to print from the customer's screen. Let's see. So on this screen here, if I was in a list view and you wanted to be able to select multiple customers, and you want to print their customer statement. So something like this. If I was on the customer screen, select multiple customers, and I want to print a customer statement, with the help of your consultant, if you don't have one, I think you may need a success pack for this. I did help someone recently get this information and to get the customer statement to be on this screen. So if I click print here, although I don't have anything in the print menu right now, I printed the customer statement and they could at once print all their customer statements. And of course, if you only wanted customer statements for people with a balance, you just use your filters. And what I had suggested to my client was that basically the total receivable is greater than 0, meaning anyone who owes you money, I want to filter on them. So now I only have 2 people who owe me money, and if I could click on this and print the customer statement, I believe that's what you're looking for, and it does require some technical assistance or a consultant's assistance. So you probably do need a success pack for that. And let's see. So you want to go to odoo.com/pricing customer. I think we already showed you that. You probably already know, but just for those of you who don't, if you go to the pricing page of odoo.com, there's a link to success packs up here, and the success pack will give you purchase hours, and these hours are for you to access a consultant or a developer for customizations, developments that you can't do on your own. We'll definitely help you out there. So something that you were trying to do with those customer statements probably needs a little development or help to get you exactly what you're looking for, because out of the box, it's just customer statements is the best way to print one per customer. Yeah, you're welcome. For anyone who's just now joining us, feel free to write a question or comment in the chat. Feel free to give us thumbs up if you like it, thumbs down if you don't. We'd love to do this again, so we just want to see your feedback on this, and technical questions will be for Thursday. I can definitely help do some things with Studio. If you do want to see how Studio works, we could try to create some new fields. But that works most well in the base views. Uh-oh. I may be losing internet here. I'm not sure. Okay. I think everything is good. So I'll be here about 1 more hour for those of you who are still have questions until, oh, actually, 2 hours. I'll be here until 5 p.m. Pacific time, sorry. So 2 more hours. I'm just going to go back to that one question I had earlier that I wanted to try to answer with products and the external IDs. While I kill some time to wait for anyone who has a question. So I wanted to go to the product page. Wanted to first I'm going to view the fields for this model. So if I'm in developer mode, I have this little bug and I can view my fields. If I view these fields, I'm viewing the fields of this model. So product.template is the main model of my products. Yes, I'm going to look for the external ID, Mortensen. It's exactly what I wanted to try to do. So if I view these fields, and I'm going to search for external, and I don't see anything, and I know if I search for ID, it's going to give me a lot of IDs. So I'm going to slowly scroll down looking for some sort of ID or external ID. I know ID exists. I don't think external ID exists. So I would have to get help on how to find the external ID in a field. Let's see, item IDs. Basically what we want to do is add the ID field to the product template so we can view it. Okay, I'll just look for the one I know. I'm pretty sure it's just called ID. And unfortunately, I don't think these come out in any order. And there's a lot of fields in this demo database. Basically, the more apps you install, the more fields there are, more models, more connections. Let's see. Let's try to go through here. So again, I'm just looking for the ID, but unfortunately there's a lot of IDs in this demo database. And okay, it's what I thought. So the ID field is just ID, and this ID is the database ID. What you wanted is the external ID, which I haven't actually seen in here before. I'm sure there's a way we can get it into a field. Maybe you just have to create the field or associate the field. I'm not 100% certain. You could save it for Thursday and ask the technical guy. Should be simple. It exists in the database. We just want to show it here. But what I'll try to do is add the ID to the view and using Studio. So if I go to Studio, let's try this again. I know I've tried to add it earlier. I couldn't find it. First, let me make sure that it's not already in here somewhere. Whoops. Okay. Let me go back to form view. And then I'm still looking for ID. I don't know if it's just me, I'm not seeing it or something. Let's see what this, I'm just gonna start adding some fields, seeing what they are. I don't think it's any of these, just in case. Warehouse ID? I think this is just warehouse. Okay, so if all else fails, if Studio can't help us, I'm just gonna manually add it for you. Okay, clearly we don't want any of the fields I just added. So I'm gonna go to my form view. And I'm gonna add it after. Let's add it after internal category. I think should be there. Add it form view. Okay, so it's not on this one. Okay, I'm just gonna add it after barcode just to test for right now. I'm editing the base view, which is something you don't want to do because it won't save. If you ever edit the base view and there's a SAS update or an update to your database, which we perform about once a week, it can definitely override any changes you do to the base view. So you don't want to edit in the base view, you want to use Studio or what we call inherited views. And Studio is an inherited view. If you see down here, I'm in the inherited views, I have Studio. But sometimes just to test if something works, you can just throw it in to the base view and then of course delete it and do it the right way. So I'm just gonna add this field called ID under barcode just to see what we get. And here we go. So the ID of this product is 16, it works. And as you can see above in the URL, the ID equals 16. And this is what we call the database ID. So the database ID is always numeric. It's the external ID, which is used for exporting, importing. And the external ID is like what we saw in the metadata. It has a lot of text. And this is the field that I cannot find to add right now via Studio. And I don't know the name of this field off the top of my head. And as we saw, the ID we couldn't add via Studio, but it does exist, so I was able to add it manually. So that is that. You could definitely call it, you could ask support, what's the name of this field? That's one way to get around it, just because I don't know right now. But that is definitely how you would add a field and get the ID in there. And let's see, okay. Can we bind a user to a specific POS counter? By POS counter, Mohammed, do you mean a POS session? Like each of these is a session? We could have sessions. Let me think here. Point of sale. So we have our main and our restaurant, and I'm going to create another one, and I'm going to call it main 2. I'm just going to leave everything default right now. Going to save it. I'm going to go back to my dashboard here. So I have my main session and my main 2. My main session right now is logged in by admin, and main 2 is unused. No one has logged in. Whoever logs in will assume this session. So if I go back to my settings, stock, I'm just going to see if anywhere on here there's a user. Okay, so I don't think I see anything on these settings. Trying to think what would be related to a user. Order IDs, group sales, in that case, you could possibly use record rules to only display a session to a certain user. Let me think if there's another way. Go back to my sessions. I think this is going to open up. No, this is not what I want. So basically the responsible is who has signed into it. Yeah, so I'm going to stick with my answer that you probably want to use record rules if you want to only allow a certain user to see a certain session. And what you would do is you would probably take the ID of the session. See main here, this ID equals 1. So if I want to set like user define set defaults. Sorry, I'm gonna want to go to my technical settings. So if you go to your settings, application, I'm gonna show you how to set a user defined default. And I'm going to need, I think it'll be fine. Okay, so I'm going to go to my technical tab. Remember, this technical tab is only accessible when you're in developer mode. And here, towards the bottom of this top page, so not too far down, I have user-defined defaults. So you're going to want to go to the user-defined defaults. And if you are trying to set a default using, in the main view, let's see. What do I have open? Sorry. If you're in a view already and you try to go to developer mode and set defaults, you're limited here to what is already on this page. So if I want to set the default of accounts payable on a certain condition, you can set defaults here, but sometimes these defaults don't work, and that's probably because there's other conflicting defaults, or let's say multi-company or something, and so you want to base it on which company. So then you want to go to where I just was, and you want to go to the settings, technical, user-defined defaults. So this is the back end for defaults. So if you can't set it on the main page, then you can come here. It's a little more technical, so definitely try it on the main page first. And basically, we're going to create a new default. And we're going to call it, and I'm going to need some details here. I'm going to view this. I want to view my point of sales, my main 2. So the model here is pos.config. Hopefully this will work. Model name, pos.config. And my name of this is, I do have to check, forget a little bit. Warehouse ID, supplier taxes ID is, I don't know off the top of my head which we're trying to set. Let me think. We may need to create a new field here actually for our salesperson, but let me see this. If I try to create one, if the user, what you can do on user-defined defaults, you can set the user. So if our user was, let's say, demo user, and then I only want them to see, I think, I need the model name, so 1 second. Let me think about this. I want this. So if my point of sale ID equals 3, I think we have to think about this more. I'm sorry, I thought I could do this off the top of my head, but I would have to think about this some more to decide what condition I need to set. But basically, you can set a default for a particular user or for all users. If you take out user, it'll apply to all users. So you could say this user, and then you'll want to make it so that they only see this session. Or maybe you want to make them the responsible of that session, in which case you'd want to find the responsible field. So if I go to my sessions. So let's say I wanted demo user to always be in charge of a certain session. You would say that the responsible field user ID is equal to themselves. So you could put in a condition here. And here's how you define a record rule. I'm really sorry, I'm blanking right now on how I should actually form one for this scenario. But I could play around with it some more since I don't see any other questions right now either. So if I have point of sale, let's try to add a user ID. I'm going to add a field with Studio. UUID. Last updated. What's this one? Point of sale user group. Let me check my fields really quick. View fields. So these are the fields of this. So, and I want to be able to set a default field. So I guess if user ID is not a field on here, I wouldn't be able to set a default user. I just realized I'm mixing up two things. I was trying to set a default, but I think you want to make a record rule. So one was default. So maybe you want to add user into this view, and then you could set the default user. The other option is to make a record rule, which is actually in settings. Let's go to groups, and let's go to the point of sale user. So we have our point of sale user group up here on the screen, and we have rules. So maybe you want to say that they can only see their own POS. But in that case, you still need to assign a user to a session or So main and main 2 are counters. So you need to assign a user to a counter, which you probably need to do by creating that custom field. But what you can do here is I'm in the rule for this point of sale user. So I'm going to create a rule. Here's my existing rules. Basically, a rule has a domain. And if my rule doesn't already exist, I'm going to have to create a new rule. And then the best way to create a rule is to use your filters. So I can show you that. So let's go back to point of sale. Move these out of the way. Okay. Alrighty, so in here I'm gonna see my settings. So I'm actually gonna go ahead and try to add the user here. Let me see what exists. Point session username. I don't think that's it. I'm just gonna add these. It's not what I want. So you probably need to create a many to one field. Try that. And link it to your res.users. My users. So now I'm creating a new many to one field and linking it to my users, because I can't find an existing one. So I'm adding a field related to my users. And I'm gonna close this screen, or I'm gonna close Studio. Okay. So here I'm in my main 2 again. And I have some users. So let's add demo. This might not be the field I wanted, but we'll just use this for now. So basically I have my users here. Is showing you their latest connection. It might not have been the right connection I wanted to make, but basically I have a demo user, on this main 2 point of sale session. Okay, so now I want to make it so that the demo user only sees main 2. I don't want him to see main and demo. I'm gonna actually settings. I'm just gonna add someone to each of these. I'm just gonna add the admin. Okay, so now demo user is only associated to the whole session on main 2. I know he's signed into this one, but hopefully that doesn't matter in this case. Okay, so now I'm gonna go back to my rules. Okay, so how to get a rule, the best way to get a domain is to actually use your filters. So here I'm at my point of sale, I'm gonna filter, and I want main 2. So the name, I know the ID. I think it'll just be ID. It's the easiest. So I knew that because when I remember when I was in this one, I saw ID equals 3. Oh, I think it's called point of sale name is the filter I'm looking for, not name. Here we go. Sorry, I was looking for name earlier, but point of sale name in this case is main 2. So whatever filter I can do to just get what I'm looking for. All I wanted was main 2. So this is what I want demo user to see, only main 2. So I'm looking for the filter that gives me this information, and I'm going to save it as a favorite. So I'm going to save it as, no, just main 2 in this case. I'm going to save. Or I could even take these big. So when you save a favorite, it saves it as a filter, right? So I just made this filter called main2. I have a filter saved. I can manage my filters now. So in developer mode, you can manage your filters. And the reason why I made this is because I want the domain. Okay, so I went too far. I want this domain where the name is main2. So for use, let's go back to my rules. I'm still getting my defaults versus rules a little confused here, so hopefully we can get this right. I'm going to create a rule, and I'm going to name it, I don't know, we'll name it main2 again. And my object that it applies to was this one, pos.config. Again, I got that from the top menu here. Shortcut model equals pos.config. And then my rule is going to be, so on main2 of my POS, what do I want? I want rules. I'm gonna view this. Name equals I like main2. You're gonna need to write a rule. This will require some code. You have to if the user, so I think we'll want to say if user equals, and then the ID of our demo user, and then you'll let them see basically this filter. C. So basically, you can write this domain filter so that they only see this session or counter of the POS, or you can use a default that says that user only sees that database as well. So it's up to you to use the rule or the user-defined defaults, but basically you have to write it so that they can get it. And I'm really sorry I cannot help you at this time, but as I said, you probably want to come back Thursday with these questions, and they'll for sure get you answers. All right, so if you're just now joining us, feel free to write your questions, functional questions, into the live chat. I'll do my best to answer them. My name is Stephanie. I'm a functional consultant here at Odoo. This is our first day doing this live support beta testing, and we would appreciate any feedback you have. We would love to do more of these in the future if we get good feedback. And we have a technical guy coming in on Thursday. Okay, so we have another question from Veen. Basically, is there an easy way to import product images over 500? So with product image imports, pretty much you can, from regular product import exports, Odoo converts everything to base 64. So if you have images in like PNG or JPEG, you have the option to convert them manually to base 64, and then you can import them. But the best way is honestly going to be to write a script or to use a script. Maybe you can Google how to write an Odoo script or something, but to use a script to convert your images to base 64 and then to import them. So with that, it's up to you if you want to write your own script, or you can also contact us, buy a success pack, use some hours, and we can help you use a script. What we would definitely ask of you is if you were using a script for images, is to basically make the product image name. You need the image name to be something that's the same in the product. Usually the easiest is internal reference. So if you named each product after the internal reference, we could definitely match that for you. Or the product name, something that's unique you want to use to identify your images, or you could even have a file, an Excel file, the image name and the product name. So if you already know which images go with which products, if you could separate that out in a file, we could do the matching for you. And basically, we'll write a script for you, or you need to write your own script. We do not teach you how to write scripts, unfortunately. And the script is basically importing via the backend. But as you see, so if you do, you could even find some sort of like image converter if you could to base 64. I'll show you how to export this. So if I export Apple in-ear headphones, I get the image in here. It's going to be some really long text that's basically, all right, or not, here. I don't know why it's hidden. There we go. Okay, I'm sorry, I don't think I have Excel on this computer, but you can see up here, this is the base 64 text. Oh, and one other thing about images is it uses product.product. So you're not using the product template, but the product.product ID. And if you're not using, if you're not using variants, variants are where the product.product come from. If you're not using variants, then you need to enable the product variants temporarily, and that will give you a shortcut to the product variants menu for the product.product ID. So see, right now I only have products. My products are product template. But when you make a product template, it automatically creates a product.product. So in this case, it's product.template. If I make this, I do have a product.product, but the only way to access it is to enable variants. And I need to be, sorry, I'm all over the place with databases, but. So if I go into my sales, configuration settings, I'm going to search here for variants, attributes and variants. If I enable this, I'll have a new menu item for product variants, which is going to give me my product.product IDs. So it's a little confusing, but just remember that images uses product.product IDs. So if I go now, I have products and I have product variants. So you can just temporarily enable this or disable it if you're not using variants. This is the easiest way to just get the product.product menu item. See, now I'm in product.product. And then you can export this to get your IDs. All right. Okay, so just waiting for any new questions at the moment. If you have any functional questions, feel free to ask them. Even if they're a little technical, I can do my best. I can tell you the generic idea of things, and then you can definitely save your question for Thursday. You could always write in a ticket to our odoo.com/help if you are a subscribing customer, and they'll help you with support questions. If you have any errors, we can't help you here. You gotta, any like Odoo server errors, you definitely have to report a ticket to help get those fixed. And again, this is our first day doing this live session. We're here to help you, and we love any questions you can throw at us. My name is Stephanie. Again, I'm the functional consultant here at San Francisco. And I'll be here until 5 p.m. Pacific time, so about another hour and a half. So one new question from Mortensen Consulting. Can you walk us through using Studio to create an automation, like changing the sales stage based on when a quote is created? The sales stage based on when a quote is created. Are you looking to automatically put something into sales order? I guess I'm a little confused. What kind of sales stage are you looking for to change? Let's go look at our quotes. And I'll create one here. So basically, when you create a quote and you save it, it's in the stage quotation. The only stages left are quotation sent and sales order. Something becomes a sales order when you confirm the sale. Something becomes quotation sent when you send by email or print. So I'm trying to think of what kind of automation you're looking for. And something like that through Studio. Let's see if it's here. If I go to my automations here, I'm a little less familiar with this, but I'll definitely just take a look at it to see what's available. So if you were to create an automated action here, basically, if you are going to execute Python code, you definitely need a developer for that. I will be unable to help you write any code, but you have the ability to write some code here. You can create a new record, update records, execute several actions, send an email, add followers. Send an email and add followers would be the base of my knowledge to help you. And basically, you just tell it what you want to do. Let's say if we wanted to add followers. And then, so add followers is the easiest. So every time there's a new sale order, we can add a follower. So you could obviously add some employees or yourself. You can add channels. And you can do a trigger condition. So maybe you only want to add a follower on creation. Maybe you only want to add the follower on update. In this case, I don't think deletion would make any sense. Maybe you want to add it on creation and update. The other one would be send an email, and then you can add an email template. So maybe you want to send a follow-up of a certain email, a trigger condition. You can do same things, and you can basically create and edit your own email templates. I think the best thing to do here would be, let me think, on creation, on update. Yeah, so anytime, so sales orders, when you confirm a sales order, you could make an email template automatic. So you can send an automatic confirmation email. Online orders is automatic already, but in the back end, if you just do a regular sales order, it's not automatic. It's up to you if you want to send it or not. So that would be a good case to send an automated email. Oh yeah, so definitely if you're just trying to change it to quotation sent, you could just even print it or send by email. So if I go back to my quotations here, and printing is not, let me go back to an actual quotation. When you print something in Odoo, all it ever does is print a PDF. It doesn't go directly to your printer. So as soon as I printed it, you see it went to quotation sent. And then if I just confirm my sale, it'll go to sales order. So I don't think you want any automatic stage changing here. You just have to actually perform an action, which makes sense. Okay, so a question from Jean-Philippe. How can we add tags to a product using Odoo Studio, like the tags on the Contacts app? Well, that's a very good question. We get this a lot because contacts have tags and products don't. Basically, tags, so if we go look at contact tags, whenever you want to make something in Odoo, try to find something that exists. So in this case, contact tags exist. If I am in developer mode, I can access my contact tags menu item. So I'm still in sales, configuration, contact tags. So here are my contact tags for contacts. So we want to make something like this for products. So this has its own model, res.partner.category. What we're going to want to do is create our own model. So we can do that. I have to check if it's available through Studio. I'm still used to making things in the back end because Studio is still newer to me. Let's see what we can do here. Basically, sorry, I want to go to my products. I did want to show you one thing. So if I go to my customers, create, and I want to look at this tags field here. So if I hover over tags, it's going to tell me what's the field type. And it's a many-to-many field. So in the same thing in products, we're going to want to create a many-to-many field for product tags. And basically what many-to-many does is you can choose multiple. So normally when you have, when you choose a field, something like this, company, if you look up in this type is a many-to-one. Meaning I can only choose one out of all this whole list. I can only choose one. I can't add 2 companies, right? It's just gonna keep changing. So many-to-one, I can only choose one. Many-to-many, I can add multiple. That's the difference there. Okay, so what we want to do now is first create our model for product tags, so that we are going to have a whole list of our product tags so that we can use those later on. Go to products. Okay, I'm in my product now, and then I want to activate Studio. And I'm gonna, remember what I'm looking for here is a many-to-many field. Many-to-many new field. I'm gonna throw that in over here. My relation. So my relation right now, it doesn't exist. My product tags doesn't exist, so I'm going to create an edit. So I'm doing this from Studio, great. So I'm creating a model. So previously I was adding a field, but this field is related to a model. My model description is product tags. And you have to give it a database model name, product tags. We recommend like all lowercase is usually the best way to go. And then in my product tags, so this is a model. A model hosts many fields, right? So product template is a model, and all those information on the product template, they're all fields. So now I have my model product tags. Luckily in this case, I probably only need one field, the name, which is already, by default, already exists. So the name, meaning what are the names of my tags? That's what the name means. So I'm just going to save that. And by default, Odoo adds a bunch of fields that are default fields, like the create ID, who created it, the display name, the ID, the database ID, when you wrote it. These are all just by default thrown in there to any new model. But what I'm most interested is that name field. Exit this. I'm going to confirm adding a field that's related to this product tags model. Oh, so you're saying there's a field tags right below many to many. I'll go click on that next. Okay, so I'm going to add this tags field just to see what that does. I actually wasn't aware this was an option. I was probably going the long way of creating this. And it looks like it's actually the same thing, but maybe it has different functionality. We can definitely look at both. And I can actually relate them to the same relation. So let's go, I think it was product tags. Okay, so in this case, I added two fields, both related to product tags. But if you remember, product tags doesn't have any details in it yet. So if you did add tags, actually, I think I want to change. Let's see. Okay, it should be fine for now. So I want to show you, I guess, what you could have done if you wanted product tags to be the same as contact tags. You could have related it to the contact tags model, and then on products you could choose the same tags that you see on contacts. But in this case, I want to show you how you make a new model, product tags, because it doesn't exist yet, and maybe my products are different than my customers. They're going to have different tags. So what I want to do next is actually edit the menu and add tags to the menu. Remember, I have contact tags here. I'm going to actually want to add product tags here. So I'm going to enable Studio again. Yes, I didn't need to close it. And up at the top here, I'm going to edit the menu. So if I edit the menu, I'm looking to add a new menu item. So I scroll to the very bottom, new menu. What's the menu name? Is product tags. And what's the model? Remember, we just made the model called product tags. Confirm. And where did it add it? I have to find it. It added it here. I'm gonna actually put it under, where was contact tags, just so I know where it is. I'm going to put it under contact tags so we know where it is. I'm going to confirm. And I'm going to close this. And then back to Mortensen's question about the product tags. I think it either maybe has functionality to be color coded, would be my first guess. The other guess is just to help you know that tags is a many-to-many field. But let's see what it does. So I'm going to go back to my configuration and go to my new menu item called product tags. Right? This didn't exist before. It's what we just made. So it should be empty. So I have this whole menu item for product tags, and I'm going to create a new one. And it's going to be test 1. And I'm going to create another one, test 2. And one more, test 3. So now I've got 3 product tags here, and now I want to add them to my products. So let's go to our products page. Let's go back to keyboard. I'm going to click edit. I'm going to edit my product here. So remember the first one I made? It looks like this. I guess by default the many-to-many looks like this, I don't know what you call this little view, but it has a view with these lines inside. We don't want that. So you're right. You want to use the tags menu item, the Studio tags menu item, and that's going to give you what you are used to. as opposed to this. So if you want this nicer view, then you use the tags. So if I save this. So the difference was between how the two are displayed. And just a reminder how we got that is we selected the top one was this regular many-to-many field, and then the bottom one was the tags, which is a many-to-many field, but I guess it has a functionality behind it already to make it into what you see here as tags. And then we created a new model for the related relation, and the new model we had to add to a menu item so that we could access it. So we added product tags here, and then we made new tags. So let's go back to our products. All right, so Mortensen, did that answer your question? So this is how you use Studio to add a new field to create product tags. And if we wanted to, let's go back to contact tags to see what it looks like. So if you want to even like add parent category or active, what you would want to do is you'd want to edit the model. So if we go to product tags, right now we just have a name because we didn't add any fields. So if you want to add fields, you could use Studio and you can add fields here as well. Maybe we want to like add the date or something. Or just more text. So this is how you can build a model, and you obviously play around with it to get it to look how you want. Oh, I'm sorry, that was John Philippe's question. Thanks, Mortensen, for helping. Okay, so we have a new question from Sid Ahmed. Studio for website view. There is, I don't think there's additional, let me check before I answer actually. So if we go to website, it already has those building blocks. So if I edit this, it already has my building blocks here. What are you looking to add that's not in these building blocks? We don't call this Studio, we just call this like editing the website using building blocks. So I'm curious as to what you're looking for. There is no like specific Studio here. You just click and drag different items. We can add images. I guess there's a default one in here. So Sid Ahmed, I'll definitely take more clarification as to what you're looking for on the website. We could throw in a button. Contact us now by default. You save that. So the website is more flexible. I don't think you really need to add fields to the website unless you're talking about like e-commerce checkout. I can help you add fields there. I could actually run over that really quick. It's very cool, I think. So if I go to the shop page of my website, I'm going to just add some items to my cart and go to the checkout page. I know I'm admin, but you can still build your own cart to test things. And basically, once I'm on the checkout page, I'm going to click Customize here. And I have this option for an extra step option. I'm going to enable this. Let's say I sell some special products and I need to know, I want my customer to request the delivery date. Because right now, everything is like ship as soon as it's available, right? So that's how Odoo is normally. But maybe I want to add them to tell me what day they want a requested delivery date. So when I added this extra step option, this is where it gives you flexibility to add fields. Right now, you cannot manually add fields to the website. It's going to require some technical assistance. But we did give you flexibility by adding an extra step option, which adds to this extra info. So this wasn't here a second ago, and now, because I enabled extra step, I have extra info tab. So I'm going to get there and show you what it looks like. So I processed my checkout, I have my shipping and billing addresses, and I'm getting to this extra info page. So this is new to you, and basically your reference, so this will populate in the backend. So I'm gonna say test reference. Give us your feedback. I really wish you had read. I don't know, some sort of feedback. And a document to provide. I don't know if I have something here. Just upload something random. And then if I go next, and I'm gonna buy this. My payment method is just a wire transfer, which is just basically the sales order. This will come in as a quotation, and you have to manually confirm it. See, the order is pending because I didn't actually receive any payment. It's just pending quotation. So now I'm going to go to my backend and check this. I think it's better duplicate. Okay, so I'm going to go straight to my quotations. Checking my quotations, I believe it's that one on top, but I'm just going to search for this sales order number. And you see here is my quotation from that web order I had. If I go to my other information tab, my sales channel's website, meaning it's a web order. Now you see some of those extra fields, customer reference, test reference. That was, I put in this information and it came through onto the order. And some of the other fields were feedback. Let's see, feedback should have come down here. So remember we had the feedback, give us your feedback. I really wish you had read. It's coming in as a chatter note. And any attached file will show in the chatter as well, and it will also show up top as an attachment. And now what happened is when I confirmed this order, this email was sent to my customer so that they got an automatic email that says thank you with an attachment. So the sales order was attached. The quotation, I mean, not the sales order. The quotation is attached, so it also saved as an attachment here. So any attachments that come into the chatter will also be saved as the attachment on the page. So if your business requires people to send you files, you can allow them to attach files. And then what we wanted to do is I said we wanted the requested date. It's not on here. It's not on here right now. It's an additional installation of dates. So let me pick something else. An expiration date wouldn't make sense. Let's see. Okay, so I'm just going to actually manually add a field with Studio. Let's get some more practice in here. And it's going to be a date field. And then I'm gonna double click on it, and I'm gonna give it a label called requested date. And then I close to save Studio. I think. Okay, so it didn't save the name of it. Oh, yes, it did. Okay. It probably takes a refresh to refresh the name of the field. All right, now I'm going to go back to my shop, e-commerce, and do another checkout. So I'm just trying to get to that extra step page again. And here, I'm going to actually click Edit. And I'm going to look in my features for a form builder. I think it already exists. So I just have to click on this box. So you see, I can click on the full box. And somewhere you can click on each field. No. Okay, so maybe I do need the form builder. Let me check. Okay, so I'm going to actually go ahead and install something. Form. Okay, so I searched for form and I'm trying to install this website form builder. It's a really useful tool. It's a free app. You can install it. Sorry, it's free as long as you have website. And what this is similar to is it's similar to the Contact Us page. As you probably already know, the Contact Us page generates a lead whenever somebody fills out something in the website. And that's based on a form builder, one type of form builder. So if I go back to my website, actually I already have it open here. I'm going to refresh this page. I'm going to edit again. And I should have a new feature called Form Builder. Here. Feature Form Builder. I'm going to drag this over. Actually, this should already by default be a form builder. Okay. Do you see the difference now is I can select the whole box or I can select each individual item. So I'm going to select the whole. I am going to, okay. Yeah, so what I want to do is select the whole box so that I can customize. So select the customize. And I'm going to add a model field or add a custom field if that's a new field. But I already made this field, so I'm going to add a model field. You're going to get a drop down of your fields. And I called it requested date. See here, requested date. I'm going to add it and save. Now I have this new field. Perfect, that's what I wanted. Maybe I don't want someone to give feedback. I'm just going to delete that. I'm going to save. And you see here how this is a date field. So now someone can tell me what day I guess it should have been called requested delivery date or something. But basically you can add fields here that will also coincide to the back end. So I'm going to test again, another reference, and I'm going to go next. So they requested it for 6/21, and if they go through with the full order, pay now, so now I have SO30. So if I go back to my quotations, remember there was no actual payment, so it's just going to be a quotation. SO30 is on top here. And from here, I have my new requested date. It's already filled in, so it's perfect from the web order. They have a requested date. And now if I were to confirm this sale, let's say it became a sales order, the requested date's on top there. Now it doesn't change the scheduled date because I didn't put any functionality into it, but basically what I could do is I could just come in here and I can manually change my scheduled date to the date of their request. So it's just one of the many things you could do. You can add new fields to the e-commerce page that will populate on your quotation or sales order. What's also cool about the form builder, so if I just go back to my home page and I want to edit this, and I go to my form builder, which I installed, and I'm gonna just add it somewhere in here. So this form builder option has different actions it's capable of. It can create a lead. You could apply for a job type of button, send an email, create an issue, create a customer, or create a sales order. So maybe every time somebody, let's see. The create a sales order is basically what we had on the previous page. Create an issue would be like a ticket. So maybe you don't want the contact us page to create leads. Maybe you want it to create an issue. Maybe you could have like a help page or something. And the thank you page, I'm not too familiar with what the thank you page is looking for. I'm just going to say thank you for now. So now I have an issue. And I have to give the issue a name. But what I can do here is I can click customize and I can add fields. Maybe I'm just going to add probably a model field is the safer bet. What do I want to know? Maybe I want to know their email. Okay, so I'm going to save this first. I'm going to be like, help me, and my email. I'm going to send. And it didn't work, probably because I don't have it linked to anything. Let me go back. Edit. Issue. So I wanted to create an issue. Maybe I don't have issues. Let me think. I think I need to go check what the default fields of an issue are. Let's see. So let's check this one issue here. Edit. Yeah, it should just be a name. So when I was working on the form builder, I'm expecting it to create an issue to what project. I didn't name a project, so I'm not sure. Maybe that's the actual problem. Let's see. Or maybe it's the thank you page I don't have, doesn't exist. Try this again. Right, okay, so that thank you page that I tried to name something, it didn't actually exist, so it gave me an error. But now I took that out, and now I put in my issue as test, my email as test, so let's go look at our issues, see if we can find where it came in. So I'm in my projects application, gonna go to my issues. So it came in as undefined, and it is not assigned to any project. But that just shows you that it's working. So on your website, you could have something create an issue, and it can come in as an issue, or it could come in as a lead. Up to you what you want to do with it. I think it's a very useful tool. This is the form builder. Now I'm just going to check the website settings to see if it's something you can install the website admin, configuration settings. Let's check here. So you have the option to add a contact form, but the form builder, I'm not really sure where the default installation is, but I just know you can go to your apps and search for form, and then remove the apps filter, and then that's how you can get the website form builder. All right. I don't see any new questions at the moment. Just a quick recap. This is our first day of Odoo Live Functional Support Training. My name is Stephanie. I'm here in the San Francisco office. We're just basically doing a demo test run to see how people like live functional consulting. It's definitely free for now. Take advantage of it. We'll love your feedback to see how it's going. If you have technical questions, save those for Thursday. I can take some. I can try and help you work them through, see who to contact, or if it's something Studio can or cannot do. So yeah, any questions you have, definitely send them my way. Thumbs up if you're enjoying this, thumbs down if you're not. We love to just connect with our customers and get to know you and get you using Odoo as best as possible. And I'll be here until 5 p.m. Pacific time, so about 1 more hour. And while I'm waiting for new questions, I think I'm going to try and take a look at a question from earlier that was wanting to take POS sessions and assign them to one user. I couldn't figure it out on the spot, but I'm just going to kind of maybe mess around with it while I'm waiting for new questions. Again, I'm just trying to see if I can set a rule for where the point of sale is only visible to if you're a user of that. I keep using the word session. I don't think session is the correct word. Let me see. Yeah, it's called a point of sale. So each point of sale, right now we have 3 of them. I'm just trying to see if I can make it only visible if you are a user of this point of sale. And I added user myself as a field, a related field from the list of users, and I added each user. But basically I want to see, instead of a user seeing all 3, if they can only see the one that they are assigned to. And see. I know for sure I can do it with contacts, so I should be able to do it with point of sale. I'm actually gonna just do it for contacts right now, just so you can see. Maybe it'll help me think of how to do it for point of sale. So if I go to my groups, let's go look at own, the user own documents, see own documents only. Now if I go look at their rules, it's usually best to look at a rule that already exists. I probably should have done this earlier, but basically when you're in own documents only, you only see, there's a rule for personal orders. So if you're in this group, you're only going to see orders that you're assigned to. So the rule here is if your user ID is the same as the user ID on the sales order or quotation, you will see those orders. And if there's no user ID assigned, it equals false, you'll also see those orders. So if you're in this group and an order is applied to another user, a different person, then you will not see that order. And so this is how the record rule works. This is a default one that you can definitely use to apply to other places in Odoo. So basically, I want to take this and apply it elsewhere. I know I can do this on like contacts. So if a salesperson is assigned to a contact and I want them to only see their own contacts, it's not an existing rule. It's something that I would take and I'll add to this group. So what I like to do here is see own contacts. Where does this apply? It's res.partner, which is our contacts model object. And I can just take the exact same rule and apply it there. And this is a quick and easy rule to see your own contacts just by taking something that already exists. And now this rule doesn't exist. Right now it's only on own documents only. And one thing to note is that it will also show up. So let me check my sales groups. Sorry. So my sales groups, I have 3. Manager, all documents, own documents only. Each higher level absorbs the lower level. So it takes on the lower level settings. So right now, my all documents and my manager will only see their own items, their own contacts. So we have to do another rule to the rule, and we have to make sure that they see all contacts. So I'm going to take the same rule as all orders. It essentially is the same, 1 to 1. And I'm going to edit my group. So now my user of all documents is going to be able to see all contacts, right? Because it's probably a similar rule where only the middle level will be able to see all the contacts, but the lowest level can't. So I'm going to create a new rule here, and it's going to be called all contacts. And again, it's still res.partner, which is our contacts. And here is my rule, very basic rule. They can see all. And so just with anything in Odoo, it's best to just basically copy something that exists for what you want it to do. And now all contacts is in here. Great. And the object is partner, whereas previously the object was sales order. And now this is something we don't have by default because there could be replications across Odoo. So sometimes maybe you run into a server error or something and you realize it's because that object has multiple contacts associated to it, but you made it so that the lowest level can only see something that they're assigned to and no one else is assigned to. So basically you definitely want to check, test all you can in a test database or wherever you need to see, make sure that something works first. But basically, if I go now to my contacts, and I'm admin here, so actually, it's customers. So a customer is a contact, and if I were the demo user, which I may have opened here, let's go customers. I might not be in the same database anymore. Let's see. Okay, so in this case, on a customer, a salesperson is the user. So I'm gonna assign this to admin, camp to camp, and I'm gonna see if it disappears now because I'm just looking for my own contacts as a demo user. Right now, I believe I'm the demo user. Yeah, right now I'm demo user. Hopefully the databases are still linked as I'm just using the demo website. And so I'm looking for camp to disappear from my view. Maybe I refresh. And it's not the case. So I don't think that these are linked. Let me check here. If I go my settings, users, checking my demo user. I just want to check out his settings. And he is own documents only, so now I need to try to sign into this. And how did I do that? Let me think. I think the best way was for me to actually just log out and log back in as him. Let's see if it works or not. So signing in as my demo user to this database. Hopefully my settings hold. If I go to my customers, I still see camp to camp. Because this one is not assigned. Okay. I think now it should work. So if I assign my admin here, oh, right. It won't even let me save it, you see. So my demo user can only see his own records. So demo user can't even assign another user to this record. It could assign himself, but it can't even assign another user because then it couldn't see it, so it's kind of conflicting information there. But the admin could have made the record, so I'm just going to log out really quick, log back. Great. This is why using demo is a little not too great for demos. No, it doesn't want to work, so now I have to refresh. But I think you get my point, is that you can make a record rule, basically just copying an existing record rule, and that's the easiest way. So the domain on that was to make your own, see your own contacts. And then back to the other question, I think Jose is answering about my attempt to make point of sale only associated to certain users. And he said a domain on window action, perhaps. Although I'm not too familiar myself with window actions, so I will definitely leave that for someone technical. I think there's definitely a way to do it, as I could have just did it with contacts. I just don't have it in my head what the right domain is. And also my database has just reset. As you can see, the other point of sale is not even here. So basically, sometimes this demo database resets. So I have lost everything I did earlier, but that's okay. I'll still be accepting new questions. So if anyone has any new questions, feel free to ask them. I'll be here for about 45 more minutes until 5 p.m. Pacific time. So no new questions are coming in. Just a reminder, if you're just joining us, we're accepting any question live right now. We're just doing a demo, test, trial, beta run for this Odoo live support. I'm a functional consultant here at Odoo San Francisco, and we're here to answer your questions, seeing how this goes. Maybe we'll bring this back more often in the future. We'd love any and all input you can give us. Yeah, this is just live. Whatever you can give me, I'll try my best to answer it, or I'll refer you to support if it's not something I can answer, or our technical team will be here on Thursday to answer your questions. We're pretty much here to have some fun. And we have Jagar joining us, and he's going to help us on the POS point of sale domain that I couldn't figure out earlier, and he's giving some advice on adding X-user ID as a many-to-one field with res.users fields on POS2, and then the record rule on model with domain, and he gave us a domain, and let's see, the X-user ID equals user ID. Great. Thank you, Jagar, very much for helping. I think I was close, but I couldn't figure it out. It's awesome. I'm using the wrong mouse. But like I said, my database had refreshed earlier, so I don't even have that anymore. I guess I could try this. So I'm going to add a field, as he says. It was our many-to-one field. And my relation is res.users, which I had. Okay. And in this case, many-to-one, I can only select one user. Maybe previously I did many-to-many. But now I have one user selected, so I can make a record rule to assign this user to this point of sale. And then he should only be able to see this point of sale. So just like I did for contacts. Basically, this point of sale is like a contact now, but not just in the sense that I can make the record rule so that he only sees this one point of sale. And so basically, if I go to my settings, I'm going to go to my technical settings, and I'm going to activate developer mode, actually, and I'm going to go to my user group, so that point of sale user group. So the groups, user groups, and I'm going to look up point again for point of sale, and I'm only looking for that user group, not the manager, just the user. And I'm going to go to his rules. I'm going to add a new rule, create a new rule. And the name of this rule, I think the only problem is I didn't name that one field. Let me see again. I did it here. This field name is, I need to activate developer mode to hover and see the field name. And it's a studio field name, so okay. I'm gonna actually just view fields. I wonder if studio fields come up here. Let's see. This might only be base fields. Don't have the time to check right now. I guess I didn't want to write this down. Looks like A0AIO. What I can do actually is export the data. And it was called users. So this user field, I'm just going to export so I can get the field name. Okay, so I forget that I don't have Excel on this computer. What I want is that field name, and it won't let me take it. Of course. Okay, so I'm just gonna guess it's A0AIO. I guess it could be LO. Let's go back. Sorry. Here. And the name of this rule is C-own point of sale. And my object was, I think it was pos.config, I believe. And then my rule here was X user ID. And I need all these marks equals comma user dot ID. And I'm just gonna and also I need to include the false just in case no one is assigned. Don't want any server errors preventing us from viewing the point of sale. Okay, that should be good. So right now I'm not applying it to admin, but as I said, admin bypasses all rules, so they should be able to see everything. I'm gonna just go ahead and go to my point of sale. And I assign this to demo user, and this one I'm gonna assign to admin. And then I'm gonna try to log out and log back in as demo user, and hopefully that they'll only see the main point of sale. So I'm gonna go to the point of sale app now, and an error occurred. I probably missed something. I missed the outer parentheses, of course. So I'm gonna open this back up. And now you see why I had to be careful. Oh, okay, I'm signed in as demo user, so it's not letting me access this right now. I think it's hard to switch back and forth on this database. Yeah. Oopsies. Okay, let's see. And it's gonna refresh and I'm gonna lose my data, but I think you get the point. Is if you do it right, then it can work and give you what you want to see on the screen. Thank you, Jagar. All right, so new question from Guillermo Lopez. I'm not sure if this is the correct form to ask this, but could you give some information or links to demos on topics such as warehouse management and map? Thanks. I'm not entirely sure what you mean by map, but for warehouse management, if you ever want any documentation, the best thing is just to basically, well, I guess you could go to odoo.com/documentation. And you want to go to the user documentation is here, I believe. This is what you want. Yeah, so here's our online documentation for our apps. And you're looking for what looks like inventory. Let me see, maybe I missed it. Oh, here, sorry. There is one here for inventory. So this is the best online documentation we have, and here's your warehouse management section. And again, how we got to that was odoo.com/documentation, and then I clicked on the user. I guess you could just type in /user/10.0/inventory.html. And then if you find something, if something is in here or if something's missing from here, the other option of really good resources is our webinars. You can find those on our YouTube channel. We have posted some recorded webinars. And of course, you can ask support at odoo.com/help. And if you have a subscription with us, you should have free access to support. All right, so I'll move on to the next question. MRP. Yeah, so sorry, back to quickly to answer Guillermo's question about warehouse management and manufacturing. You should be able to find it in the same place. So it was odoo.com/documentation. And you don't want the developer documentation, you want the user documentation. And then you've got inventory here and manufacturing here. And of course your other main apps as well. But this is our online key for documentation. Also, we have like online e-commerce training platform. The Odoo, I'm not exactly sure of the link, but somewhere on here you can find training. Let's see. Okay, I'm not exactly sure of the proper way to get there, but I know it's Odoo Thinkific. So if you go to odoo.thinkific.com, we have a whole library of videos for you for training. So for functional training, you can have access. So you can get a free trial or you can subscribe, a monthly subscription. And in the curriculum, it has a lot of videos and a lot of details on how to use Odoo. So this is something you can purchase instead of consulting hours. Of course, we highly recommend consulting hours as well. You can also buy a 1-year access. And so we have our online documentation, we have this e-learning training platform, and then you also have access to the online support as well as a functional consultant if you buy hours. Lots of resources to get you going. The YouTube channel with webinars is also highly suggested. I hope that answers your question, Guillermo. All right, next question from Vigorman. I like to install the Odoo Enterprise, but I cannot access the download link for the deb files. I only see buy button once log in. I had the contract number with Odoo already. So with Enterprise, that's actually not a question for me, not for a functional consultant. Maybe you can call in and get someone on the phone to help you or contact support. But basically, I don't deal with online installations. I don't deal with installations for Enterprise, so that's why I can't answer that question for you. Says you already submitted a ticket. Please help. Let's see. I would probably suggest to call. I don't know what you're trying to do. If you're working with a partner, you might want to talk with a partner about installing Enterprise. You could definitely call and a sales rep can answer and probably help guide you to the correct place. But like I said, I don't handle any installations and I'm not technical. Sorry about that. I don't see any more new questions at this time. Feel free to ask your questions. I'm here for about 25 more minutes. And I really appreciate all the support you guys are giving. This is a great first trial. Thank you. And again, my name is Stephanie. I'm a functional consultant here at Odoo. Just to recap, we have our online e-learning training platform. You can start a free trial, definitely test it out. Highly recommended. Lots of great videos in here. Great intro to get you knowing more than you probably wanted to know about Odoo. There's one for each application. We're still adding content to this. As you can see here, manufacturing itself is 98 hours. Or 98 minutes. It's probably minutes, sorry about that. Probably 98 minutes. Still a long time just on manufacturing. We got HR, POS, e-commerce, Studio, very helpful as well. Help desk. And then also available to you is just our odoo.com/documentation/user. It's going to get you the written documentation to most of our applications, the main applications. I will be here until 5 p.m. Pacific time, so about 25 more minutes. So if you got any questions, please ask them now. And then one of the other greatest resources you can get is what we call a success pack. And basically you're purchasing hours, consulting hours, development hours, help importing, and that gives you access to a consultant or a developer. And basically you'll have one-on-one access with a consultant to help you in any way, shape, or form that you need help. And it's a lot faster than our online support because they know your business, they know your needs, and they'll help you get things done. I'm not sure what topic I want to discuss. Let me think about something. Let's see. Website. Some things you may find helpful. Basically, the shortcut on the homepage, I often try to look for contacts because it's an app here. Other times you need to go to the customers. We have customers here, and basically with the contacts app, this doesn't come with every database by default. You can install it easily though by just going to your apps and searching for contacts. And it's a contact directory that you can easily install. It's a very helpful tool. I noticed earlier today I was trying to search for contact, but sometimes some of the databases didn't have it. Let's see what else is good. We can work on basically more with Studio, just adding fields, adding menu items. Let's say you have this new app, it has no menu items up here, and I can turn on Studio. And basically I can edit the menu. Maybe I want to be able to add the tags from this menu, which already exist on the other pages, but maybe I want to be able to access it from this menu. And I'm going to guess that they're called partner tags. Confirm. Confirm. And I'm going to just go ahead and close this. So each menu, each page, you have the ability to change it yourself. So now I have a contact tags menu up here at the top. And my tags already existed because in the sales app I have this menu as well. But basically just a shortcut. Maybe I want to add more tags as I'm managing my contacts. I can go ahead and do that easier. And so now you see I can actually get back to my contacts without going in directly. So I probably want to add another menu item for my contacts themselves. So I'm going to get back in here, add another menu item. Let's try this. Okay, so that's not what I wanted to do. Just wanted to see what that would do. Just gonna edit the menu, create a new menu called contacts. And it's gonna be my res.partner contact. So yeah, as you can see, sometimes when you're looking for a model, it's best to just look at the URL for a shortcut to the model name, because it can get confusing in here. Confirm. So now I can easily switch back and forth between my contacts and my contact tags. And as you can even see further, that this contacts menu is only in list view. Maybe I want to change this view. When I first came into contacts, it's Kanban view. So each menu item has its own view. Here I have my Kanban view and my list view. So maybe I want to actually change this shortcut and include Kanban view. Oops. Do I want Studio? So if I go Studio, if I enter Studio and click on Views, I can click here on a Kanban view to activate the view. Okay, I'm just going to close that to save the settings. And now you see here I have Kanban view and list view. Kanban view is great for the little images, but I think most people like to work in list view, because list view you can view 80 on a page. Kanban view you can only view 40 on a page. So now I can easily jump between my contact tags and my contacts. Obviously I can rearrange these menu items, I can create more, I can change my views, I can do lots of things. I can change my default filters, but just to remember that each menu item you make is basically its own view. So if you change this and you go to contacts somewhere else, it will be a different. If you change it, it will only apply to the exact page you're looking at, not all contact pages. So something to think about. Basically, I have about 18 more minutes here, so if you have any questions, feel free to ask them now. And just to remember that with this, I'm in SAS 14, so it's version 10 SAS 14. Studio is improving. It's a new feature of version 10, so with each release, we're improving Studio a little bit. With the version 10.0, you unfortunately do not have this drag and drop feature. Definitely request to be migrated to the updatable SAS version, and we'll get you up to the latest version, and which has the easy drag and drop features. So maybe you want to know, and the drag and drop just easily helps you add new fields. But previously, if you're in version 10.0, you just add the field name, and you have to know in advance the field name you want to add. Actually, ID even comes up on this page. So maybe I want to know my customer's ID. In this case, it's the database ID. You have an internal reference field, which you can use to create your own customer ID, but maybe you don't. Maybe you want it to be numerical and you want them all to be unique. So ID is definitely unique. This is the Odoo ID. So maybe you want to use the Odoo ID instead of your own ID. And in this case, it will generate a new ID for you. So each time you create a customer, it will automatically come with an ID instead of having to create one yourself. So basically, the more contacts you have, the higher their ID will be. I definitely think this is a really good solution when you need a customer number to be automatically generated for you without any development involved. And so Guillermo is asking, as a partner, do you have instant access to the training, or we have to make an extra payment? That's a really good question. I would suggest to contact an account manager if you have one, a sales rep. I am not sure. I think you definitely need to check with them. I don't want to make any false assumptions or answers. But good question. You should definitely get it if you don't, and definitely do the trial if you don't already have it. All right, about 15 minutes remaining here. Thanks again, everyone, for your support. It's really good first day Odoo live support. Having a lot of fun here. I know it's late in the day for anyone else not in the Pacific time. I'll try to think of some more useful tools. Let's see, website. So I'm looking at this website app, and I'm looking at my web orders. So I have a shortcut to my web orders here. But I noticed one of the things that's missing is I can't tell if it's a sales order or a quotation. So maybe I want to use Studio to add something like that. And it should be called status. Or state. Maybe it's state. No, I think state would be the shipping address state. Let me think. Sales order status. Source. I have an idea. Don't know why this is not coming to me right now, but you should be able to view. It should be status. So status is quotation is sent, sales order locked, canceled. But I didn't see that in Studio. Let me check again.
You stop when you want.
Oh,
You continue.
okay, finished. Where's Clark?
You
Okay.
can continue, it's up to you, but I remove the button.
Okay. So, sometimes, let's say Studio is not have the field you're looking for. I don't honestly know why that is. It's probably used somewhere else, so it's missing from here. Or name something unfamiliar, but I'm looking for the status.
Did I hear my name?
Yeah. I think we're about wrapping up today. Does anyone have any more questions? Last minute questions? Once again, thank you for joining us today. We had a great first day.
We are going to be doing this next Thursday, this coming Thursday at 1 o'clock. This is just a beta test. We're just trying this out. So let us know how you like it. You can send an email to events@odoo.com with fan mail or hate mail. Let us know. We're curious to hear what you guys think about it. Curious to know if it's helpful.
All right, don't see any new questions. So thanks again. Have a great day. Hope to see you next time.
Yeah, see you guys Thursday. We're going to go ahead and wrap up.